one of them, and I was super lucky. Super lucky. It was a Gambit esports.
I have a pretty cool story, I would say, with my uncle.
Yeah.
Me and my brother, we used to play like Valorant a lot, and he kind of made a team for us.
Your uncle?
Yes. So that's the moment I said like I'm gonna be a pro.
I was already like pretty good at a different game, and so when I switched over, it was just like instant success, and a lot of people that were like being signed were wanting to vouch for me and wanted to play with me.
Yeah.
So once people like that were already getting established on teams, they were like just eyeing me, and then eventually I hopped on Immortals, and then so shortly after that I was like 100 Thieves are messaging Immortals and me, so then it was just like easy.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Hello, I am Wood from Team Analytics. Today I'm going to introduce you Esports World Cup Media Day Tour. And we're going to start with makeup. And I am CBA from going downstairs by myself, so I'm waiting, and you need to wait for me as well. Yeah, we're gonna start with makeup first, and then we're gonna go to photo shoots.
And it's gonna be great.
I'm still in makeup area, which is crazy. There is like 15 girls that doing makeup for us, and like they are all good on their jobs. So yeah, this is the makeup arena. Everywhere is like so girl thingy, which is crazy. So we are going to place that we're gonna take like photo shoots, like other things as well. Oh, hello, Mr. Other Cameraman. How are you?
Good, and you?
Yeah, good. Yeah, players are like there. They're waiting for their like photo shoots because they're done with makeup and other things. So yeah, this place is like for player lunch. Hello, Kang. How are you? And yeah, there is studios. There is like probably like 3 or 4 different like photo shoot studios, which is crazy. Like, I can't believe this. It's too big. Look at this handsome guy. He's taking photo.
What? I'm doing it. Hi. What am I doing? You just gave me a camera.
Yeah, well, I think we are done with photo shoots. They sent us to player lunch for wait, and we're gonna wait for other photo shoots or like videos, whatever they prepare for us. We're gonna wait for it. We are going to take another photo shoot. I don't know. There is so many contents. Oh, there's Valorant map like background, and we're gonna take photo over there. So I'm passing the mic back because I need to go. We are done with photo shoots, so we need to go and like record some videos, and it's unfortunately quiet zone, so I cannot like go with the camera there. So thanks for watching this video, like mini vlog of like the Media Day Esports World Cup. It was really impressive for me. I think it's biggest event I ever been. So yeah, see you later. Time to farm some snacks.
All right, hello. We are on day 2 of the Esports World Cup. We got some good matches today. I think we're gonna highlight Sentinels today. Yesterday was crazy. It was super long. It was like 9.5 hours, so one of the longest streams I've done in a long time. But yeah, today is all elimination matches. So whoever loses is out. That's it. Oops. Let me bring this over for my chat. Let me see here. But yeah, gonna be a cool day today. Hopefully everything goes well.
Day 4.
Let me make sure that this is working.
Cup presenting Valorant
Cool.
qualified, or day 2 of the Esports World Cup qualified 4 teams to the knockout rounds, and we have now 4 teams.
No
whose
YouTube
journey
broadcasts are
will
currently
be
being
over.
monitored.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Degon here.
Well, I know I
alongside
have a
Big Time
YouTube
Kukuka
broadcast.
and Baby Bay to set us up for day number 2 of Valorant here. Let's go
That's
ahead and
not
take
good.
a quick recap of day number 1. Big Time, how's it feel, man, after watching that first day?
Man, it was chaotic, it was fast, it was best of ones, it was in your face. It was a roller coaster of emotion.
Okay, I think
for
we're
a
good
lot of
now.
these
Let's
teams.
see.
I want to play in such a fast-paced
No, it still
format.
says no
but
YouTube
for us
broadcast.
watching, it was fantastic.
Yeah, I love the fact that we got a different format, you know, trying some things out. I know that it has to be exhausting for most of the teams, especially if you win. If you lose, you know, you have to wait until the next day to play your second game, which, you know, you
Great,
have
my
that
chat is
saving
broken.
grace, but for the teams that made it 2-0, it was a very good push of a day.
Yeah, definitely was. And we have ourselves the Kadia top plays from yesterday as we get Baby Bay's thoughts from the
yeah, we'll
action
switch
yesterday.
over to
Lots of
Sentinels whenever that
huge
starts. I don't know when
Yeah,
it'll
it was
start.
just action-packed all day. We had first 2 games were overtime, and the BO3s were phenomenal as well. I mean, look at Zelsa's just popping off over there. He basically kept sending the game the whole time, but Fnatic.
Cool. What's up, Jazz John? Sorry, I was testing if the chats were
Game
working.
was a highlight to me.
Yeah, I think that some people.
But yeah,
like,
we got some good
should
matches
say
today. We
that,
got
especially after what we
Billy
saw
Billy
in
versus
Toronto,
G2,
the first time
Sentinels
that finally
versus
Fnatic
Zli or
able
XOG.
to beat Gen G
We
and
got
whatnot.
Heretics versus
Obviously,
Titan and 100
Fnatic
Thieves
also
versus
beating
Edward.
them.
I think I'll probably watch
You know,
Sentinels,
salute to them,
XLG,
went to that first
and then 100
overtime
Thieves
at the beginning
Edward,
of
just because
the
those
day.
are the
So
teams that
I
I'm
like the fact
kind of
that
more
we are
interested
seeing
in.
some, surprises.
Obviously, if some people want to watch the other one,
We had
that's completely
ourselves
fine. We
the
can
3
switch to
teams
it.
that we kind of expected
But
to
I think
be
that's what
there,
I'll be
qualify
highlighting
on
today.
in. We saw Paper Rex get the job done, Fnatic
Let
as
me see.
well. But then we had BBL already qualify on in, and a surprise there, NRG getting the job done. As we take a look at some of the
Might have to
Crunchyroll
restart
top
this.
reactions from yesterday, the players were popping
Yeah,
off from
I
behind
didn't
the cameras
get to
and
watch
making
the
sure all the action was
NRG
hyped
match at the end of
during
yesterday.
Esports World Cup so far.
I am very sad that we did not get any.
but I know
votes,
NRG kinda
from
just
Yumbi,
2-0'd,
but I
so
think that they were very
I don't think we
dialed in.
missed too much. 1 second while I get my kind of chats figured out here,
It's fantastic to watch them all behind the scenes.
because something is not
NRG
right.
Coming up with those big upsets, both of those played absolutely amazing. So it will be great to see them in the playoffs later on.
Yeah, you know, and some of those reactions. They
But
kept
yeah,
winning
excited.
teams, a
All
couple of those
elimination matches
losing
today,
teams,
so
a
whoever
couple of times
loses
a
going
fun
home.
Time here as we take a look
How
at the
did
bracket
yesterday
so far. We
go?
have ourselves our
It went
4
great. We had a lot of
groups.
viewers. We had
Group
a
A was the one that we
long
kicked
day. Today's a
everything
bit shorter.
off with. It was BLG
Should be
versus
about
Paper Rex. Paper Rex getting the win.
4.5
the upset victory over the
hours-ish
back-to-back North
today,
American champs in
so a little
G2.
more manageable.
Then in the qualification match, Paper Rex 2-0. The train continues rolling on.
Oh yeah, that PRX KC game
For
was
some
brutal. After
reason-
that first map, I mean, it was pretty competitive. Aves was doing a great job.
My
of
chat thing
kinda
is not
getting that
working, so I
early
guess we'll have to
lead
pop these out
for
separately,
KC,
which is
but
kind
that
of annoying.
second map, Paper X just stomped.
But that's okay. Maybe it'll.
It shows a new era of Paper Rex.
I'll just
It's
keep it
about
open.
composure. It's about closing out games. This is something that they'd struggled with in the past. They're looking.
But yeah,
more
I'm
and more
excited. Today
consistent,
should
and
be-
obviously they want to carry that all the way through the rest of the tournament.
Yeah. Now let's take
What
a look
is happening?
over at
Okay.
Group B. Again, another one. Where it's
Today
just
should be pretty
so
crazy.
Damn competitive
I'm
when you take
hoping.
a look at all 4 squads in it, as it is XLG, the champs
Oh,
from China.
goodness, my stuff is just all
falling
over the
to
place.
DRX, BBL with surprise to some, not to them, victory over Sen City, and then a 2-0 shellacking over DRX. That means BBL is already qualified to the knockouts. XLG and Sentinels will play for the tournament.
Sorry,
lives
I'm gonna have to
today,
pop out
and then
both of the
DRX will award the
chats.
winner tomorrow.
Yeah,
Separately,
Group B for BBL, obviously. As I
because
said, you know, not surprised to many of us.
they
No,
don't
I'm-
want me to
I'm
have
really
fun
happy
today.
that happened. I'm kind of
But
sad
it's
that
fine.
we didn't get to see in this stream, but it was in the B stream that
It is
DRX
fine.
game. Because obviously, maybe if the day would have been a little bit shorter, we might have been.
But yeah,
able
very
to
excited.
watch
Today
both.
should be
But there's
good. Lot
definitely
of
games
important
that
matches
after
today. Yesterday was kind of
we
just
should go
group
back and
stages,
watch,
so
'cause I want to see the form that BBL are coming
I mean,
in for those players. I want to see how
losers aren't
convincing
out
that
of the
win
game
was.
just yet.
Yeah,
Let
I
me
think it was a
check if
14-12
the
and then 13-6. 13,
Yeah,
13-6. Yeah, so a convincing one there for
He's
BBLs
not
that
live.
qualified
Okay.
pretty comfortably.
Not sure when
through
this
Group
B stream
C.
will go
Now let's
live.
take a look at Group
Hopefully,
C. I'd like to dub that one the group of potential.
it's
here
not
because
super
all
delayed
these
today.
squads have the potential to win the tournament.
Yeah, I'm excited.
RRQ taking care of business against Tech, and then NRG taking down.
But yeah, there you go.
And
There's
then the
Group C.
surprise after that, baby Bay NRG 2-0 over RRQ.
Yeah, I got to watch that one. Mata
So yeah,
was
I think
popping
winners
off. The stuff
today,
that he was doing on Pro,
or no,
the
losers
share,
matches
it
today,
was
so
just
there'll be all
magical.
elim
I
matches,
couldn't
and then we'll
believe
have
it
the winners
myself.
matches tomorrow.
The only thing that makes me sad
Then I'm
about
assuming
NRG,
we'll get into like
being the
quarters and then
winners of
semis
this
on
group,
Saturday,
is
and
that
then
they cannot
probably
go up
finals on
against Fnatic,
Sunday.
and I really wanted to see
But I'm not
Crashes,
sure.
Playing up against NRG, like that is, you know,
But we'll
back
see.
of my mind.
I'm
I
excited.
would've
Today
liked
should be
to
good.
see, but you know, maybe further in the tournament, maybe for the
Anyways,
finals.
how you doing today,
Let's take a
Jazzatron?
look at our group of death, aptly named Group D.
Group of death.
The group of champions here in 100 Thieves, who surprisingly pushed Fnatic to the brink in their opening round matchup.
So we should see
on the opposite side, Gen G took care swiftly of
the elim
EDG,
match
and
there.
then we
It
saw
should be
on the
just
mainstream
the
here,
4,
Fnatic started
but
slow, came
I don't know. I thought
back,
the same
and a
yesterday.
2-0
It
over
was not the
Pacific.
4, so.
Group of Death plus 100 Thieves is crazy work from you. They put up a serious fight.
So yeah, I think we'll have
very, very close. So
all the
I think
elimination
that they
matches
still have a
today,
lot of potential,
and
of
then
course,
tomorrow the lower
Gen G
bracket matches
start
as
strong,
well,
but
is
then
what it seems
struggle
like.
Against Fnatic in that best of 3, they'll also be looking to bounce back and make it out of this group.
Yeah, 100 Thieves EDG, that will be our match for today. As we take a look at the schedule that we have set up for you, 2 streams here, A stream and B stream. Here on the A stream, it'll be G2 versus Billy Gaming and EDG versus 100
Yeah, so we'll probably watch the
Thieves after
EDG
that.
game
Both of them
there.
Best of 3, so no more best of 1 shenanigans.
Oh, yeah,
here,
all
baby,
best of
baby,
3s today.
with their tournament lives on the line.
Yeah, and I think this
But,
is really important for G2
so
as
a little
well,
bit-
because, I mean, a lot
It'd
of
be more
players didn't even show
competitive.
up in that first game in the BO1, and that's what
Not bad,
happens when you
technically
play the
still
best ones
working.
for
How
the
about
first
you?
time. So
Hey,
now
nice, man. I'm
maybe
doing
we
alright.
can
I'm a
see
little
G2
tired. I
put
couldn't sleep
more
very
of a
well last
fight,
night,
because,
but
I mean, you
we got
need
the
to. They really
Bulls,
looked really good.
and we're ready to go.
I think that
Ready to go for
the
day
start
2.
of this first game, I think it's very important because we saw G2 playing on a sunset that it is not a map that they really wanted to play. At least when we were back in Toronto.
Yeah,
they,
I know G2 is also
you know, since the
playing with a
map will change
coach.
and
I'm not
everything,
sure
they just
why.
turned that
I didn't
into
really
their
do any
perfect
research
ban.
on that.
And
Maybe
when
I should
saw
have.
That is the map that they ended
But I know that's what they're doing,
At the end, it
so-
was like between Lotus and Sunset. Maybe they wanted to play
Yeah, I'm
with
excited.
a little bit of the
Should be some good
unknowns
best of
since
3s
League is
today.
not here and Shaq is playing with them. I want to see what they do today because Bailey looked very good.
Yeah, I also think that was a risky strategy for G2 in that best of 4 because they played against Common Corp, which are known for their
I am
wacky
curious,
comps. Yesterday
like,
was no
if the
different.
teams
So, you know,
will-
I do think that. They
'Cause
actually
I don't
had a
know,
little
it's so
bit
tough
tougher
playing
than
a
it
best
seemed
of 1,
on
like,
paper. Now it's a best of
I don't
3.
know if
This
some
is getting
teams were just
more
unlucky
towards G2's
yesterday,
territory, but they
but-
need to get more familiar with that stand-in, and they need to be a lot cleaner than they were yesterday.
We'll see.
Now, before we got into the best of 1s yesterday, we had a talent vote here on power rankings.
Oh, shit.
And so these are our Aramco power rankings of Valorant
Let's
and
take a look.
EWC coming on into it. They are listed
Okay.
in order from left to right, 1 to 16, and we had to just kind of condense it down. We've got Tech in there twice for some reason.
Guys, this is everything that is wrong with democracy.
Yeah.
But this is
Literally.
what we have. Paper Rex and Fnatic, they split first place votes, but Paper Rex had more second place votes. Gen G, Sen City, then Champs of Pacific.
Yeah,
RRQ.
Paper Rex
When we
looked
take a
pretty
look-
good.
And this was from all talent that were here in the English broadcast. How do we feel about this voting system here?
Surprised
Well, I
Energy
mean,
is
clearly
3rd.
Titans was a double long shot there because we had them sit there twice. So I think we were all agreeing on that one. It was going to be a long shot for them for sure. But I was surprised seeing like NRG down there, and especially 100 Thieves with
Yeah.
the form that they were in. I don't think anybody did expect 100 Thieves to play that
Yeah,
well.
the
against
B
Fnatic.
stream still isn't
and
live.
I think that for Tech, right, for Titan, I think that, you know, they do not have
Ain't
the
live.
experience
Says
that
B
others
is
have. I
live.
think that they still are trying to make a name for themselves.
I
And
don't
we
think
saw
it
it
is.
yesterday. All of the Chinese squads lost. They're in the brink of elimination, and they will have to fight
no, it is
today to overcome that situation.
Yeah, also, I mean, there was plenty of regional bias there, you know. All of us kind of sleeping on KC a little bit. Not Mitchman, by the way. He ranked KC #1 heading into this
You're
event.
calling him out?
Yeah, I mean, he's clearly a baller.
Yeah,
though,
okay.
and he knows
I
something
do
that we
have
don't, apparently.
the
I mean, KC
B
was
stream
still ranked
feed
15th, but we do
directly
give the
from
shout-outs,
EWC.
To Mitch, man. He did
But
vote
we'll
for the
keep
blue
both
wall,
up just
and
in
they did get the victory in this
case.
first
I
win.
thought that Casey higher than that.
Because I don't know
They averaged out
I
to
think that at
15th with the
some point
first
we
place.
just gotta
what's
remove
going on
some,
there.
remove
But
some masks
the
here,
stream
like
is live,
masks
kind
off
of,
and just
so
show,
we'll see.
show face and actually say
But yeah, I'm
what we
excited. We'll
actually
see how.
do.
I don't know. I don't know who's gonna win today. I feel
you
like.
don't have to say it, but you're going to show it. Is your tournament lives today?
Let's see. I
Because
feel like Sentinels
your
should take
key
it,
is
but I
on the
don't know,
line
just
for
'cause it's the
your
best of
team.
3.
All these teams playing today have lost their first match, which means if they lose their next match, their key will get crushed in one of the coolest moments in all of esports.
Oh yeah,
And
we'll
for
get to see
deeper
some
dive, let's send
key
it on over to
crushes
our
today.
interview.
Hey, Victoria here. I'm joined once again by Ian Chambers, our stage host for Valorant. And because it is day 2, Ian, what does that mean?
Yeah, that means that keys are going to get crushed today.
It's elimination day, and winners get to crush the keys of the losers. So we have the machine right behind us. We were talking about
I didn't
this
actually get to see this at the last EWC.
Ian, do you want to talk us through this? Do you want to?
Yeah, I mean,
do you just want to show us?
Well, look, Victoria, we've all taken L's in life, right?
Yeah.
And losses can be hard, but we just like to make them a little bit more painful. You know what I'm saying? So when you get knocked out, the team that knocked you out get to crush your key, and they have nothing but joy doing so. Guys, let's run it. Let's show
Oh my
them what
goodness,
goes
there's an
down here.
industrial
The sound
crusher?
itself is a little bit frightening,
It
isn't it?
is,
It's like, ooh.
This is kind of
I'm
insane.
imagining
Oh,
this
it's
is
so.
Paper Thin's key right now. This is like I'm getting a lot of satisfaction just watching this
Oh,
happen.
man.
So you can see it's just about to hit.
Oh,
the
what an
surface, and
angle.
when it does,
Oh, it's
what
an
you will witness is the
industrial.
key
So excited.
Oh
gradually
no.
just become curved and flattened like the dreams of our team that gets
Oh my
eliminated.
goodness.
That's pretty cool. That's a cool
incredible.
idea.
This machine is massive, by the way.
It's crazy.
So these keys they were really heavy.
It's solid.
Very solid. So I think we've had
That's
key
tough.
shatterings in the
That would
past.
suck
I was
if you
watching some of
lost
the
and you just
past
have to
footage,
watch your
so I
keys
hope we get some of
slowly
that
get
today for
crushed.
Extra satisfaction.
Absolutely. So I'm hoping at some point we'll get to have a look at the
Oh,
finished
man.
products. Guys, can we see the key? Can we get the key? Okay. They've got to wait until it's all safe because this is,
Oh
you
my
know, it's
goodness.
a hazardous zone. Big
have
things
to
are happening.
pry it
here.
out.
Look what he has to do. He has to use a spanner to get that
A
key
spanner?
Oh, it's stuck in
out of
there.
the crusher. Look at the strength involved
I
in
have
this.
to use a spanner.
And Victoria, and you watching at home, this is the painful result.
Yeah,
What's
that's
going to happen today?
Oh my
It's
goodness. Well,
unfortunate.
the question is, which teams is this going to happen to? And that's crazy. All right, we're going to go back to the desk, and you guys are going to, I don't know, tell me what you think.
Looks like the B stream's about to
Thank you very
start.
much, y'all. What we didn't
At least
catch
on the
a
feed
lot
that
of
I've been
in that
provided.
one is the audio on there. It's just, and then you just slowly see it bent out of shape. And the fact
That's
that
it's a really
every
cool
time that
idea,
you play,
actually.
you put
I
your
mean,
key up on the
I can't
tablet, it's in
imagine
front of
losing and
all the
having to
players,
slowly
and it's on
watch
display.
my
It
like
is
key
just
for the
so,
event
so
just get.
awesome to see it also
I
end
mean,
up getting
that would hurt so much.
BM. I mean, I would
I'd just be crying.
be just staring at the enemy team
I
as they're,
tried,
like, walking
guys. I
off,
really
watching the key
tried.
get crushed within the eyes.
Well, first of all, that looks a little bit like my For You page with the press. And then the second thing I will
What?
say is that I kind of like the key better when it's like bent and it's crushed. I think like it looks super cool.
For me personally, they should crush it again. Crush it once that way, turn it again. You know,
right.
the
Destroy
cars
it, you
when they're
know?
like
Make it
compacted.
personal.
That's
Make it
what it
personal.
needs to be.
What do we need to do do you think there is a way that they would allow us to go and do it? Because I kind
should
of feel
ask.
like there's power there. I need to power trip that.
I think we might know a guy. I think we might know a guy. Maybe can we get Kakuko over there to crush a key? We'll work on it.
I want that and the puppies. I know that there's puppies somewhere here in this amazing
Puppies?
Yeah, crushing and puppies.
Yes.
Great. Yeah, we'll just make
You got
it
puppies in
together.
the
All right,
arena?
well, we have some of the best.
So they
talent
like
here
stress relief
on the
dogs?
call, and standing by is our caster check-in for our match of the day. Call and standing
Okay.
by is our caster check-in for our match of the day.
What's going on, guys? Achilleos here with Baby Bay, and we're standing by last year's
Oh, okay,
totem. We
this
have
is-
every single winner
this is
from
like the
every
big totem that
single
they have.
title at EWC engraved, as well as all of the losers' keys down here cast in resin.
Yeah, I can't believe how many keys are here that got casted, and I cannot wait to see.
Is there a new
key
totem for
represent.
each?
There's plenty
I'm
of
assuming there
teams
is,
that are
right?
here competing in various titles, even more in 2025, which that totem is going up as we speak, right behind this one.
Okay, yeah.
This is what awaits the squads.
Atlanta FaZe, Call of Duty.
Forever in EWC history. But it's time
It'd be
to get
kind of
down to
cool
brass
in those
tacks,
like
baby. I'm
single
gonna press
player
you.
ones
We have
to get your name up
select our
there.
Saudi National Bank match of the day. Who you got?
Yep.
It's got to be 100 Thieves versus EDG. This is the matchup that everyone is looking forward to today.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to seeing Nobody versus EU, the battle of the initiators. It's going to be sick.
Yeah, and you got Bustio v China. I think it's going to be a sick narrative. One of them is going to be going home. Desk, what are your thoughts?
Thank you very much, Achilleos, and baby. I mean, he was just here a second ago.
He
He's the fastest man alive.
He moves quickly. Hopefully he arrives back soon. You know, he's had to jog across.
Do you miss him already?
Of course I do.
Okay.
What a lovely man.
I feel like he gate crashed over there and now is going to gate crash back here just a little bit. But yeah, that second match will be our SNB match of the day, 100 Thieves, EDG. Now, I know we keep saying it is the group of death. However,
I feel like 100 Thieves should win that one, but I don't know.
100 Thieves might have an opportunity here because EDG didn't seem like they're on swords.
Yeah. I think that they had a very
it's all best of ones. Like, I don't know, you know.
Fnatic, I don't think that you should count them out. There's people with a lot of experience. Oh my god.
And he's back.
Fnatic looked pretty good too yesterday.
He's not even sweating.
A lot of composure from Fnatic.
Anyway, wait, what were you saying?
100 Thieves EDG.
Talking about 100 Thieves EDG?
Yeah.
Yes. Best man alive.
Oh yeah.
You were literally just talking about that.
Oh, it's gonna be a banger. It's gonna be an absolute banger. I mean, think about Boostio and his history with Chinese teams. I mean, this is juicy stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I also feel
I don't know what the lore is there.
Playing Fnatic close is a really good sign. Fnatic are a fantastic team, second in Masters, and they looked great yesterday, right? So playing them that close is a big positive.
I like the fact, though, that kind of like the story because of what happened yesterday, and I guess like the phase that we saw of EDG is not what we expected because they ended up, obviously, 2024 being the absolute champions of Valorant. But it really looks like we're, after what's happened in the rest of the year, that they're in the situation that they need to prove themselves again. And I think that today, even though some people might not think that 100 Thieves are the second send, I think that it's going to be a very good showing for either of the teams because we need some answers.
Well, it's
yeah.
our first of two,
I mean, that's tough for 100
some of
Thieves
those
fans
words
yesterday.
that
It just
Lucio
did
said
not
earlier about how he felt about the
go
different regions,
how
the
you
American
wanted
region,
it to
the
go.
Chinese region. It leads to any team from VCT China looking for a victory here. And in our first series, we have exactly that. G2 versus Billy Gaming. Now, G2, the reigning back-to-back America's champions. However, playing with a different roster here today as we take a look at them coming on into the studio. Thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsports. They are looking for the opportunity to bounce back here and get comfortable. We know that all the
looks
teams
like
are dealing with some travel, and
B-Stream
if you weren't
is
lucky enough
live.
to get acclimated to both the travel
So
and your roster, if you made some changes, now's your final chance to be able to do that, Dre.
Yeah, and I just want to touch back on like the map choice that you were talking about with the Sunset and the composition specifically. I mean, it was a solo Sentinel double controller chamber comp, right? And it's just so weird. Now, I will say, Jonah P started off that match hot. He got a 4K on the pistol round on that chamber, but he kind of faded away a little.
I feel like it's always weird when they. I mean, I don't want to.
Worst on this roster.
It's just funny when they try to make these like gamers look cool, you know.
He's not. He's no Leaf because Leaf is, you know, up there. But I think that maybe they wanted to be a little bit surprised, as we are saying with KC. You don't really know what you're going to get sometimes. The problem with
I feel like G2 should snag that one up. Like I know they're playing with a stand-in, but at least like that core 4 is the same. And maybe they'll do a little better with that today.
I really hope that the thought is different because especially
I'm just hoping that B-Stream, you know, yesterday B-Stream was a little bit behind, and by a little bit I mean about 2 hours, so I'm hoping they don't have the same delays today. I mean, it's tough. Like I can't imagine trying to get all those setups working.
From the rest of the squad, but he came out firing, and I'm sure he's going to do exactly the same thing today.
Yeah. Well, you know.
Yeah, I guess I should say real quick. All views are my own.
And they had
EWCF is not affiliated with my commentary, so anything that I say,
on fire, bro. We're winning today.
you know, is my own opinion. It does not reflect what they think. And I'm also using the official EWC broadcast. So just need to say that, but
get ready. Peter Shack.
We are good to go.
The Shack attack.
It looks like B-Stream's about to start, which has the match that we're interested in. The Sentinels match.
Who it went to?
I decided to keep that. Yeah, he is the Shack attack in that server.
All right, the Shack attack and the rest of G2 are going to try to bounce back here against Billy.
Yeah, my prediction for this one would probably be G2 winning.
Their arrival here on site at Riyadh.
But
thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsport. Need to make a deal? Go to Jamil. Thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsport. BLG
make
looking
a deal,
to
go to
bounce back after their
Jamil.
very close close series, a triple overtime against Paper Rex, and
I wonder if there'd be a crowd today, if there's no crowds in like the inland matches.
Try and repeat the feat and get it done here over G2.
Yeah, I mean, there's no harder draw heading into EWC than the reigning Masters champions. They couldn't have got more unlucky than they did, but I thought they put up a great fight. For a while, it looked like they were going to win that game. They were certainly ahead. They had everything they needed to close it out, but just not quite the composure. But once again, it's a similar story with 100 Thieves, as we previously spoke
B stream is starting right now, so I'm assuming they're gonna try to start on time today in terms of like syncing them up. That way, I do feel bad a little bit yesterday because I kind of like hot swapped around, but it was really tough with all like the delays.
Was a bit of, you know, of a risk.
But hopefully today we don't have as many.
Billy going into a Lotus that is extremely comfortable for PaperX, but that is also a very
oh, they do their map picks yesterday,
and the score is a very good reflection of it. They knew what to expect. Not many people, not many teams can deal with PaperX's aggression, and I think that Billy had a very good study. They knew exactly what they were getting into, and I expect the same level that I saw from yesterday today against G2.
Yeah, the thing is where G2 thrives is that mid-round.
I don't remember this
game,
match
right?
at all.
The way that Billy was approaching this type of this first matchup against PRX was very slow, right? Big time we were watching.
Oh, maybe I do actually. No, I remember this match. Yeah, this was one of the first ones.
Now, if you play like that against a team like G2, that's where G2 thrive. They live for that stuff, and I mean, people were giving them so much stuff for being the most scoring team to watch, right?
Yeah, no, I very much agree with you. I want to see them.
No, you don't. Do you think they're the most boring team to watch? No. That is not true.
I don't agree with that. I agree that Billy should speed up against G2. I think when the game slows down, that is when G2 are at their best. You're absolutely right. So I don't want to see Billy fall into the same trap. But I have to say, I like the confidence that they showed against PaperX, right? Taking it to Lotus, knowing that they're good there, going, we don't care, we can beat you there anyway. So I think they'll still be feeling good, but yeah.
Okay, yeah. So if anybody's
it was very close.
Want to watch the Sentinels match, we're gonna get there soon. I'm just waiting for them to
feel like they're confident. So with 2 minutes left, what
kind of get talking about that one.
That you want to touch on as we go into this best of 3. Let's start with you, Kukuka.
I want a G2 that, you know, shows face today. I think that they've showed throughout the rest of the year they have huge potential. They're top of their region. Having one less player, I mean,
so B stream's up. We're gonna switch to that real quick. Go over here. These poor casters yesterday, man. They had to slog. I feel like these
could walk right now.
B stream's way quieter. Oh my goodness, I see the team sitting down already. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. I like that. I definitely like that.
Now on the chopping block, one up against Sentinels, one up against ROQ.
Oh, those are really rough draws for some of the Chinese.
Oh no.
These teams are going to have to step up pretty huge today. I do believe we have Gilai in the lower bracket up against Sentinels, so that's going to be...
Heretics and Titan RQs are on the other side.
I mean, those are rough draws for both Titan as well as Gilai. How are you feeling about those games today, Jen?
Good. I think just all the regions, a lot of underdogs are rising up. I know we heard some whispers in different languages of K-Corp winning against G2, but you know, there's also some teams not playing with their full rosters, or at least the intended 5, thinking about even XLG to G2, a couple of new additions.
Yeah,
another hour delay. Oh boy, I hope not, man. I really hope not. I see the players sitting down already, so I'm gonna assume today they were like, listen guys, you go and you get ready 2 hours before the match. And you're at least ready by the time the game's supposed to start.
Hey, I was really hyped for Fnatic versus 100 Thieves because, you know, I was on the desk with Shift and he was like, oh, 100 Thieves, I don't know. Gonna get
you know, I don't know, man. I mean, can you imagine having to get 10 PCs ready, caster PCs ready, all the microphones and headsets ready, making sure all the keyboards and mouses work? I mean,
against Fnatic, where people maybe thought that score was going to be quite different.
It's very probable, knowing PCs, as someone who's built PCs and has dealt with all this random PC garbage, Like, I can't imagine, because it's got to be just kind of a nightmare to deal with, right? Especially with the esports players too, because like, what if one sits down and is like, hey, this FPS isn't right. Like, I'm only getting, you know, I'm getting 10 frames less, and then they gotta talk to the to the tech people, and they're like, I don't know why you're getting 10 frames less. I'll do PC check. You know what I mean? Like, it's so tough to moderate all that. Do you think XLG has a chance? I don't know. You know, Sentinels didn't. I don't know. They played a really close game yesterday. I'm still thinking that Sentinels will probably win, because I don't know if we can count the best of one as like a real showing by Sentinels. But we'll see. I don't know. You know, maybe this just isn't Sentinels' event. The best of ones are just so tough, you know. So I think they stand a chance, but I would say that Sentinels should have it. I'm assuming they're going to be playing a way more comfortable map pool today, with at least, you know, 1 or 2 of their picks in there.
Kind of reminder to everybody, you have to win 2 before you lose 2.
Icebox is such a
only 2 teams out of the 4
iffy map for, I think, everybody. So I think XOG stands a chance, but I would still favor Sentinels.
Because you're banning just every map, you're maybe not going to get your strongest one, and that's your first match
exactly like they're saying. Like, you kind of just, I mean, with the best of one, you're banning so many maps. Like, I said this yesterday a lot too. Like, I don't know if we should judge these teams too much on these best of ones. I know they're really important for this tournament. Like, you lose the best of one, and then you lose your next one, you're out. So there is a lot of pressure on these best of ones. But I do think, like, some people are legitimately just had an unlucky map, or, you know, played a map that they're kind of not comfortable on. So I think we're going to see today maybe some of the teams that we saw yesterday who just got like slammed, things get a little bit closer, just because we get to see, you know, like every team has a map pool, right, that they're comfortable with. So I think we'll get to see some more of the maps that these teams are comfortable with. So I think today will be a bit closer in terms of, like, I mean, yesterday was still really close. Most of the best ones were really, really close. But I think we're going to see some more back and forth action based on the map picks, you know?
And I know Pacific, I think, has a lot of hype just based on the achievements that Paper
But we'll just see. I don't know, you know? I mean, you can still get unlucky in a best of 2 or a best of 3, you know what I mean? Like,
I'll allow it.
you could still have a bad start. So, but I'm gonna think with a lot of pressure here on the line. This is your Elim match. Like, there's a pretty good chance the Sentinels take it. But we'll just have to see. I don't know. I'm excited for today. I'm excited to see. Like, there's 2 teams that I'm really interested in seeing how they perform today. That's Sentinels. G2, I think they got it. I mean, I know they're kind of playing with a stand-in, but it's still that core 4. So I feel like with the best of 3, they'll be able to work through some of those kinks that they had yesterday. But yeah, I'm most interested in seeing how 100 Thieves and Sentinels play today, because those are 2 probably NA favorites for the tournament. And they both lost yesterday. So I don't know. We'll see how both of those teams play with a bit of a wider map pool. I'm very interested. And 100 Thieves plays EDG, which I didn't really see anything too crazy from them yesterday. So I don't know. We'll see.
I like to call it the budget jack, because I think Jed's just better.
Also, this is a bit of a story.
I do gotta say though, I didn't particularly. I know Sentinels had this crazy comeback yesterday. I didn't particularly like what I saw though. Like, there were a lot of moments in there where I was just like,
probably look good today as well. It's one of those new players that people are saying, you know, this guy.
What are we doing? You know,
he's been ready for tier 1 for a long time.
But again, that could be just first. I mean, first match, jitters. You're
Yesterday was his
you know, I don't know. You're playing a map you're not comfortable with. It could be a lot of things.
Against international competition, that is a tough
But we'll
position to
see.
be in as a brand new rookie coming into a top Pacific team to be able to do that and then only win.
We'll see. I don't know. What do you think? You think XOG got a shot? You think this should be a Sentinels?
As a very flexible player.
A Sentinels win.
I mean, I think Flicker surpassed expectations. There are a lot of great storylines for yesterday. We had a lot of great games, but at least for today, we've got some new matches on offer, and the SNB match of the day today that we picked is going to be Team Heretics up against Titan Esports Club. Jen, you did not agree with this.
Heretics Titan, I don't know who's going to win. I really don't.
Have outvoted you. You preferred the first game, Sentinels versus Gili. But let's touch on Heretics and Titan and why we picked this game. For me personally, I wanted
Looks like G2 Billy's playing Sunset off
I
red.
don't know if you'd agree with that.
I think so as well. Given
Kind of seems like
yesterday, I think this is
B-Stream is behind again today.
Work overnight between yesterday's match and today.
Yeah.
It was a pretty brutal loss versus Energy.
I
Yes, we
don't
can say,
know.
oh, but it's just a BO1. But even though it's a BO1, that scoreline is not impressive. We've seen situations where it's just a BO1 narrative kind of works in some cases where it's a very close match. Fnatic nearly
It's
lost
just
their
like
BO1.
best of one is
That's
so
what
hard
it's a
for
BO1 narrative. I think that's where that kind of stands.
pool play. I don't know. I get that there's like not enough time. I mean, you kind of have to do best of ones, but ish. I mean, you lose both pistols on your best of one, you're one step closer to being out of the tournament. You know, like.
Didn't look too good yesterday either.
Maybe I'm just really hyped about Heretics. I think that was just an off day. That's why I think I think that's going to be a more one-sided affair. I think that's going to be a more one-sided affair. I'm more about the narratives. Okay, that's what's just like casting's all about. We have the script. That's
Try to catch up here.
And Sentinels XLG, it's the rematch from Masters Toronto. And yes, Sentinels match up very well against Chinese teams. We saw that at that international. But they're right behind us very well against Chinese teams. We saw that at that international. But they're right behind us, and they're going to smack talk. And that's my match of the day.
I do agree with that though. From a narrative sense, the Shilite Gaming versus Sentinels game probably is more important, given that it is the rematch. It is the fact that you have two very.
I'd like them to start this match though, because G2 already started.
Shilite Gaming is still first seed from China. It's just the fact that Shilite does.
And it looks like they're reclined.
Without their initiator player. They've been swapping that role in and out for a while now. Now they have Havoya, the coach, standing in for that position, which just causes a little bit of problems, even though we did look at that game yesterday and said, okay, it's probably not his fault or anything. He played well enough. His own personal mechanics are there. He did play professionally even just a year ago, but it's still not the same as having like a dedicated player that is meant to be in that team, meant to be in that role, and also a coach to be with.
I think we'll be doing some flippy floppies today. Again.
It's going to be a lot more difficult to do if you're also playing at the same time. So I think given that sort of case,
okay.
where Shilite was yesterday.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do what we did yesterday. We're gonna watch some of, I guess, the G2 match, just because it seems like B-Stream's behind again.
Stops catastrophe from striking now. 10 seconds remaining as the plant gets ready to come
Which means I have to change all my titles again.
Levius ends up pulling off of that. Now it gets taken down. The time is just not going to be on the side of Trisha. Just kills them
But
all.
BLG just won the pistol.
And there you have it. G2 maybe getting a little bit overzealous, wanting to try to stop that spike plan from going down, but all get into a position where Russia can collect 3 kills.
I mean, we saw yesterday what Ruchia is capable of, and he's popping off once again here to start.
Yeah, we'll watch this one for now, and then we'll switch to the Sentinels one whenever that starts, because I'm a little more interested in that one.
Very happy.
But yeah, so it looks like, all right, BLG just won the pistol.
Well. So I'd say a really good round from both teams. I mean, I think a good read from BLG to pull back.
A sunset, ooh, a sunset pearl, and then icebox again. I've seen a lot of icebox this tournament.
Looks like here on Jonah P just threw that wall, taking him down 23 HP.
So you think this will probably be another BLG round because of the, I mean, they'll have a bonus.
Still a bit of doubt here, a bit of concern about that flank.
But yeah, I'll get into the Sentinels match as soon as I can. I mean, it seems like B-Stream's kind of a bit behind again today.
They want to try to funnel these into
I feel like this one should be a G2 win. I mean, this is BLG's map pick.
And
I mean,
once again, going to be rerouting. Too much pressure there over on the B side.
I don't know. We'll see.
On the eco, your
maybe
G2's
just having a rough event, but
they now see the boom bot. See if they want to keep trying to push forward towards A. If they think that Jogamo would be the one that's on his own.
Excuse me.
YZ wouldn't be the first up to bat. Jogamo takes quite a bit of damage.
Yeah.
does.
Bunch of stingers. I'm surprised people are buying stingers instead of the Spectre. I guess
Down, Levius.
maybe the stingers a better
continues to tag up these players,
a better choice. in
the
this
attempt that
situation?
more unlikely. Spike now in play.
I don't know. I always like the
Control here
Spectre,
in the
but
hands of BLG. See what G2 has.
Oh.
They try to break through.
Oh.
Decent little early
Danked him.
shot coming through.
Yeah.
Some damage across onto K-Knight, but the kill still looking
Should
fairly
be,
unlikely, especially as the
yeah.
flash connects. The LG are able to surround all the remaining players. Now just Jonah
This
Peterson
guy's-
to stop this from being a flawless.
Yeah, has a sheriff.
Yeah.
Looking the right
Read the
way.
wrong,
It's gonna
read
be
the wrong
fine.
area.
See with the stinger. Find the final kill there. SBLG comes through on their
Okay.
anti-eco.
It
very
looks like
nicely.
it looks like the B stream is actually starting. So we'll switch back. I'm sorry.
Because once again, swapping out that
I just didn't know how long it was gonna last.
second while Sentinels have been building up and are on a good trajectory.
Haven is also a map
But,
that, Sentinels
yeah,
have
here we
banned a
go.
decent amount in the past.
It looks like so we got a Lotus, a Sunset,
out of the
and a
pool, so they do
Haven.
Typically like to remove that one, so that's kind of made it through this time
Ooh.
around. So not the exact same.
Interesting.
In terms of finishing, as you mentioned, it was Pearl last time, but we never got to see Pearl. But the fact that we're going back to Lotus and
Okay.
Sunset, both teams happy to run back the entire same draft, almost exactly.
Sentinels
just
picks
which teams
attack.
picks which. I
So
think it's
so
that
Sentinels
stuff
banned,
that-
yeah.
it's
Sentinels
the
banned
real
Icebox.
difference here, once
So I
again,
wonder if that's
is
just
the
a
fact that
regular
we are
ban
looking
for
at
them.
a different XLG squad, so questions will come into being how what does Havoya do? Does he just simply split into where Midi was playing, where Midi was just on?
I don't think we've seen a
entire time,
single
so
split
Havoya's
this
gonna do
event.
it,
Yeah.
Or they're going to try something different based on what Havoya can
Yet.
I mean, we are looking at a different third map decider as well. Like last time, this series was 2-0 on these same maps, so it's interesting to see XLG.
But yeah, here we go.
run this back and
Hopefully
back
this gets
themselves on
started.
Lotus. You're going to have Havoya going to be able to look. It is a different perspective being in the coaching booth versus being in the server. There are some advantages and disadvantages.
We'll kind of switch
One way
between these
Smoke
two.
Have set up. Neff, however, wants to try to take some space towards backside, but that is where everybody from G2 is at. Avoids the Haunt. Getting spotted out, though, and will get gunned down as the C's.
Oh.
They're at his feet. K9
All right, good trades from G2. 2v1.
Russia quick on the reposition.
Should be
6 bullets have remained. Has to go for the reload now.
should be an easy round for G2. Yeah.
Face will come in. So
Here we go.
decent
All right,
damage dealt
G2.
here by Billy, but they cannot get the bonus conversion.
Yeah, like the initial ideas here. Something I
Yeah.
was worried about with Neff when we last saw him on the KO was that.
I mean, if B stream can only be behind a few rounds, that would be great. Because yesterday they were behind about a full game.
Really, really good.
So-
To back some of those players off on mid so they could really storm through there, and then Neff just W-keying his way in towards Valen, even getting the paranoia and just eating it and rushing forward. And then G2 able to find their response. I was a bit worried about this retake, but Neff there caught on a timing with the C's and the Haunt as he was trying to cross
Zek
back
in
over to
that
regroup
previous
with his
series dropped
teammates.
A plus 21, 41, and 20 overall over those two maps in Toronto.
Sure.
And looking at a decent amount. First kills.
My God, this guy's playing vertical keyboard.
Game from one of our MVPs here in this tournament, and so if Raga has a quiet one again, it's going to be a bit of a problem. Do feel for him a little bit because he's having to play with a new initiator seemingly every single tournament. But Happy Way as well. He was on. The
Is Sentinel
ISO
subbing in a
previous game,
coach?
had that double duelist look this time around.
All right,
Maybe
we'll just stay
looking
on
at
this one.
staying on
I don't
the
feel like
Sentinels
switching
the
back and
entire
forth
way through, given
today. I
how
feel
this
bad.
map pool has,
I feel like people join one in to watch the G2 match, and then I switch to switch to the Sentinels match. So we'll just keep it on Sentinels for now.
Varga going 8-16, I think, is very surprising considering he's a top player in China, and you wanted to see.
He's the best duelist in China. The dude's insane.
Yeah, and you need to see that version of Varga to get today, or this team is not making it out of groups.
Totally agree with you. I think, look, this Lotus pick in particular, we're going to have to see why Gila has picked this, Kev, because I'm looking at Sentinels.
All right, looks like they're starting.
4-0
All right. Sentinel starting on time, it looks like, kind of. I think the A stream actually started a little early. I don't think these matches were supposed to start till like 1:15.
Concisely with the same comp, they're playing the most standard comp, the most flexible comp, where you can adapt quite easily to any kind of approach. So I want to see, does G-Light change things up? What is that going to look like? And I'm going to leave it to the casters to answer.
Here we go.
all
All
those
right.
questions. It's going to be
We're starting on time on the B stream.
Mr. Alvin.
Let's go.
First best of 3 of the day.
All right.
Sentinels, Sen City. I hope you've shown up. Actually, I have no idea what time it is in America right now. We're in a different dimension.
Oh, yeah,
but
I can't.
XLG,
It's probably like
they will not go out the same
early.
way they did in Toronto. Very familiar maps.
All right. Pistol round out. I'd like to see the gameplay though, guys. I'm looking at loadout value.
Guess what? It's going to be duelist day for him. He's going to come through on the raise. It does look like XLG want to stick towards this double duelist look that they showed.
I can't really see anything. There we go.
Which we were expecting a little bit more out
All right.
of them. Havoya, though, wants more big shoes to step into.
Yeah, I think Sentinels is going to put a lot more focus on their pistol rounds here. Because I think that's what really messed them up last time was losing both their pistols and then just losing the bonuses. And like, I mean, that's 4 rounds right there that you're down, right? So I think Sentinels will put a lot more focus on their pistols.
XLG are going to take the initiative of trying to maybe poke out of C and have a walk-up, something that Sen City have studied and have seen in the past. And Sen City are also putting some baits out there, of course, opening the door with that Viper wall
super
up.
conservative. I mean, they do have like a 4v1 against this Yoru here.
And he will be falling off. This is going to end up being a retake.
Yeah, I mean, you got info. Should be an easy plant. I like that. A lot more conservative. Okay, good trades.
Just going to rush their way directly into hole. Traded, though, is Raga for 1.
I don't know if I like this too much from Zekin, but I guess he doesn't know that there's like 3 hitting the back there.
Does anybody hope? Like, they just got the site for free. They got immediate first blood. It was traded.
Someone help him. Oh, no.
That looked like something he could have won against Havoya, but it's an opening that SLG can work with. Now, Sen City, their backs are against the wall, trying to keep
oh, no. Oh, no. All right. XLG taking the pistol. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Sentinels, at least get the plant off of that one. XLG.
I mean, I feel like Sentinels played that better, but
showing why XLG want to play this map.
It's not great. It's not great for Sentinels. Who knows? Maybe they sneak a bonus.
Let's take a look at how this one runs through, and always good to see
that.
Again, question mark of how he was going to look, but able to walk straight through for that first kill on that retake as well.
All right. I mean,
our first eco for Sentinels, and
lost one of the pistols. Not great.
See if we can get a timing on this one for later.
I think they can do it, so I think they'll be fine. I mean, this is XLG's map pick too, but you'd assume Sentinels was comfortable enough not to ban it.
Almost caught him, but with the orb back up, Sen City will be granted.
Yeah, just get your orbs and chill out. I mean, it's gonna be
they do have to watch their back, but now checking that out, they feel confident going forward as Raga is trying to escape.
Yeah.
Have some waterfall reinforcements from XLG soon,
not great. Not looking great. Okay, you got one. All right, I mean,
really nice.
Not the end of the world. Lost the pistol and the bonus. It is what it is.
Big frags every single round. First gun round now for
it's weird. I don't know. Sentinels, I feel like played that well in terms of like being really conservative, baiting people out, hitting C, but they just couldn't hit their shots. The retake was too good.
XLG still happy to.
We'll see.
Actually, they're going to be playing a few more members.
I mean, it's XLG's map pick, so like maybe XLG is really good at this map. Just have to see.
Yeah, just
all right, weapons versus weapons here.
You're gonna have good delay with the double controller, but not the full stoppage. So Sentinels.
It's a good Yoru bait.
I've already realized that they haven't really hesitated.
This guy just didn't buy.
Just really playing off the prowler.
Okay.
That Nary has put out before, and it's been now multiple C hits, but you do have a lurk activating from John Cutie, and with that Viper wall down, he could exchange some blows with XLG, but realizing the number disadvantage John Cutie is at, he's gonna back away.
Yeah, now you're kind of in a tough spot because you're
reasonably far back as well.
I don't know, maybe this guy mid could get some info.
Expecting some of these refreshes on Utah to come through momentarily, as well as we have the rotation from Sentinel over towards Rubble. Not too much exploration from John Cutie so far either, but he did show presence there a little bit earlier.
4-hit A.
That's gonna be first blood.
Nice.
Straight on to Coconut.
Good team peek.
Comes up a little bit too late to save Coconut. XLG were hoping we're going to be able to win that duel. Now straight through into tree.
Yeah. A site. Let's see if they can hold the retake. I mean,
this will be pretty easy.
I think yesterday Sentinels didn't have great
for XLG. They're going to wait to be united.
Post plant setups, but
XLG still wait for their Viper, but you know, with the sheriffs, it's fine. You know, dropping down from the low ground soon. Out the smokes dissipate.
Good pick.
It's front and center as the bodyguard, and John Cutie has the right lane now.
Should be a kill. Yeah.
No utility to try and
last guy with a sheriff should be round. There you go.
Soon on their first rifle round.
All right, Sentinels on the board. I think today's match is going to be a lot more scarily close. I think every team that's playing in these lower brackets are just throwing everything they can at these matches. Yesterday you could say, I was unlucky, it was best of 1, but today you got best of 3. Like you have opportunity, you know what I mean? It's not like it's all just, I don't know, you know, it's not like you're just sitting there
waiting for this nightfall, but Sen have to fully commit.
Saying you're unlucky. This is it here. It's a good nade. Uh-oh. All right. Coconut drops. It's a huge first pick. Are you going to read this guy? Good trade. I like what I'm seeing. I mean, the clear nade site. Getting plants down as soon as I can.
To try and be proactive against what Sentinels thought was going to be an anchor, and XLG will peek through stairs.
Coconut just left on an island there. TP's all the way onto Rebel, but the wall cuts him off from the rest of the help that XLG could have given.
I don't know if they're reading this. This is so hard to break, though, because I'm assuming they hear that door.
And Nightfall will clear the site. Not that anyone was really home in the first place, but these two members
it's a good poison.
from XLG coming through treat could be the X factor. Raga shut down early, though.
Yeah.
Oh, just the Prowler was on the left side when the rest of
All right. 1v3 should be a Sentinels round.
Trying to fully get value out of their initiator.
Yeah, you might just want to save, buddy.
Hold the Vandal while Sentinels
yep.
soon to match the score.
All right. Sentinels 2-2.
The 1v2 could have potentially still been winnable. Haunt not online for another 20 seconds. That would have been really useful. Viva's going to walk away from this one. He didn't have full health anyway. Not too sure that would have helped him a lot.
I like what I'm seeing. It's a lot more. It's a lot faster than yesterday. I feel like Sentinels yesterday were really like conservative. You know what I mean?
Left down in the open there. At least he was on the high ground to potentially get an off angle, but yeah, he was paranoid as well.
Nice snaps.
Yeah, I think just the two-stack coming from Tree and Viva at an angle, they had to try and get back together in the grouping. You just had to flip a coin and pick what
XOG has to save. They got a hero Vandal. Should be another round for Sentinels. That's a first blood already. Yep, there it is.
But with the save from XLG, they're hoping to do as much damage. And
all right, 2v4 already.
Towards spawn that Sentinels are expecting.
Well, they put the hero rifle onto Raga. That was the rifle saved by Viva that he'll reclaim into his own hands once again. And the unfortunate thing is they didn't consider that Zekken was going to bring an outlaw into this round, so nobody came with full armor, not Raga either.
Yeah.
At least Viva will trade and retrieve his own rifle back
all
to
right.
keep things a little bit more competitive.
I like what I'm seeing from Sentinels here. They bounced back pretty well from those pistol losses. The pistol loss, which I think yesterday they kind of struggled on. Oh, okay, got info on that guy. I mean, you should know this guy's on the right. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay.
Sen get a little split up from the smoke, so pivoting towards B after seeing
okay, I like that play.
Well, they see that
not sure I like that Viper pushing out by himself, but I guess you're just not expecting the crossfire there.
Could he be in top mid? Be up, it's possible, but they'll beat his timing in any case. Prowler's going to spot him now. Easy shots from Zekken.
Yeah, being proactive. I love that center getting aggressive, and that's to stop the XLG retake. Before it gets too spicy, and Viva will be forced to save once again. So
yeah,
XLG had a fun flank going
another
on.
Save. All right.
Time for that to really happen. This is a big map to rotate on, especially on the A side. So Sentinels made the right choice of seeing the presence from A and moving to B.
Really,
do this.
The round was kind
keep
of
forgetting to do this.
Initial pillars play. Trying to get aggressive with Raga.
It looks like Billy is up 7-1 against G2. So yeah, not going great if you're a G2 fan. It's kind of insane. Yeah. There you go. All right, Sentinels in the lead. Good, solid 3 rounds in a row. But XOG has money to buy now, so we'll see how this goes.
Earn 3 of those members, 1 away here.
Sentinels just looking so cohesive, just everyone watching different angles, no kind of mix.
So I'm talking about like day one, dude. I feel like day one, everyone's a little jittery. I haven't played in a bit, and playing in a new area. Like, there's a lot of factors into day one pool play, you know. But I like what I'm seeing here.
Sentinels on a 3-round win streak with XLG having a
Huge pick.
front-facing defense.
It's a good blind though. Yeah. There we go. A control.
Open shooting season for Sentinels. They completely dismantle every player that XLG
Huge pick. Wow.
on C.
Yeah. There you go. All right.
Complete flawless. Even on the opposite side of the map, John Cuda gets his revenge on
Sentinels
Viva,
looking
so there is
good.
not a single kill
It
to
is
be found,
looking good.
Not a single opportunity for Viva to be the
So
last
much
player
better
alive
than
to save
yesterday,
it
I feel like.
once
Maybe
more.
they're just not that
Just
great
a
at Icebox.
complete washout of that XLG defense.
So much better
Not
than
enough
yesterday.
work done over on that mound side at all. XLG didn't even get a single pick.
Hey, the saving grace would be, okay, if XLG save here, Sentinels use a bunch of their ultimates, it'd be great for XLG to kind of utilize, get rid of those resources and to try and mount a comeback later.
Yeah, XLG, I don't know though. They're on a save again. It's tough. They have all these ults, but like, do you want to use the ults on a save round?
Well, we have a couple upgrades here, grouped up, ready to go. Over the
Sentinels
A
has
side, of
3
course,
as well, though.
expecting that John Cuda is always going to be defaulting in this position. That could be on for a potential free kill into upgrade. They could catch a timing here. They'll just back themselves off. It will be Happyweight solo on mound, looking for a shot.
Nice. Yeah. There it is. First blood.
I just like the smokes from XLG. First in a lobby, of course, their Viper wall there too allows that Sentinels can't really scale up to A as confidently as they did before.
Okay, you got info on the Yoru there.
Sides, so now trying to explore the opposite side of the
Okay.
map, it is going to be just pivots back and forth from Sentinels to try and find
Oh,
out
looks
either
like
side.
Sentinel's got a pick on the right side as well.
The Guardian are dropped. So now XLG basically have not really anything left to say in this particular round. Showstopper
Yeah,
will be the only
bunch of sheriffs. I
Expecting
mean,
Sentinels to go up 5.
maybe they can get lucky and get one,
Make sure
but
this is clean and they'll be able to drop any members in silly situations. Coconut spotted, Coconut
yeah.
down.
Yeah, Second's playing well, and he knows it
Oh
too,
my
and he's
goodness.
just satcheling up on the high ground like that, and against the save,
Oh,
you just
man.
farm XLG when you can. Out of the last 5 rounds,
Sorry,
Sentinels
XLG
have won.
fans. Not looking great. Hey, you never know though. We saw some crazy comebacks yesterday.
XLG really got to try and hit hard against this armor.
Yeah, man, G2's getting slammed right now. I'm not gonna lie. So, unfortunate.
At least until the possibility for XLG to do something a little bit more special comes through. Not looking like the case at the moment. Another round decided extremely early on, really just in the first 15 seconds. An opening play aggressively coming through for an XLG that gets completely shut down.
I like what I'm seeing on Sentinels.
This time it was on
Looks
Mount.
good.
And none of those have worked out for XLG as we get our first
A little tactical timeout.
The first gun round they've had in quite some time as well. They've barely had money to play
Let's
through
see.
a lot of ultimates.
Yeah, G2 is down 8-1 right now. 9-1. So it looks like they're gonna lose their first.
But some really nice retaking tools as well.
Their first.
Now on the XLG side, they're really lacking the information when they're running the double
First
duelist. I
map.
think Havoya played Sova yesterday, I believe, and just known for his initiators, and having, I think, a Sova or even a Fade would have just allowed XLG to swing into an area where they can kind of know what's coming. And they're trying to group up, and well, if they don't know what's coming, they'll at least try to outnumber Sentinels, but unfortunately are just losing those duels. So, and you're not seeing the firepower from utilizing that raise, or at least that second duelist quite yet.
All right, 2-5
Sentinels
Sentinels
to play through for most of the rounds.
doing well.
Well, Havoya, he's been
This isn't even Sentinel's map pick either. That's tough. I think if you're XLG, you really wanted this one to go your way. It's still, I mean, look, we saw a lot of comebacks yesterday. None of these teams are out of it until they're out, you know?
Here it is. XLG, they've been wanting to get aggressive over towards A a couple times. John spots it. Well, he just
I wouldn't mind seeing it go game 3 Haven, though. I'm not gonna lie to you. I would not mind that at all.
Seaside has been hit, and now the Steel Garden. Happyway will try to escape. Of course, you got the teleport in. Sentinels established. Retake. Trying to be a little bit quicker this time. It is the pit to try and retake some of the space. Pit v pit. This is just a no man's land, and Sentinels happy to be hidden from all of this while the spike is being planted. It's going to allow them to defend, but off angle you have the Nightfall from Waterfall as XLG have to send their double duelists to clean up what they started,
man.
but they just can't seem to unite with just all the vision being
Oh,
obscured.
man.
Sentinels trade blow for
Yeah,
blow, and
1
Sentinels
HP.
get the last
Okay. Yep.
Just not too sure what happened to the comms there. You have the Dimensional Drift, as mentioned, walking through, getting all the information. You want to talk about scouting information, you're not going to get too much better than that.
All right.
And of course, Avoya pulls out the showstopper, really pings onto members, run past by Raga here, throw your rocket into this exact position, and you will get the kill. And Avoya just dies, doesn't even get to shoot at the end of the day. And XLG, they threw everything they had into that round. Tactical timeout into their first full buy in quite some time, into 4 ultimates being played through. Yeah, they got a decent amount of ultimates out of there, but I think it says a lot that you have Zekin confident enough to not even throw in the showstopper, which would have been
Billy's doing well.
Versus the pit, but they're just such a good team. They're so far ahead. Zekin's already got Coconut down again.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
XLG swing a lot more forward this time.
2v3, yeah. XLG kind of just rushed it.
Being able to get the orbs to hopefully getting more impact out of those two. But the double pit, I mean, I don't blame both of these duelists having a really hard time. So Sentinels with the number disadvantage will be trying to get a plane up.
So this is a big swing around now. This is the XLG opportunity. They actually get these really nice opening picks. They've been failing to get these time and time again, multiple rounds. Early.
How's this guy moving? Oh no.
Sheriff only takes down Zekin,
dodges the shot in the back. Yep. All right. XLG respond.
And okay, some signs of life from XLG, yeah.
Really nice stuff. They brought in a rifle or two potentially, but largely they still had a bunch of members on pistols here. They just needed to have the success early on. And here it is once again, Havoya, they trust him as one of the members.
Yeah, that was good. I mean, that was a good response from XLG. They just played super aggressive mid. I don't think Sentinels was expecting it.
He's still on raise. We can still trust him. Put the gun into his hands, and he.
I mean, Sentinels still have a lot of money to work with here, so it's not.
It's a must-win for XLG to go forward to build off of this, or you're just going to continue to drown against Sentinels. And now you got a showstopper from Zekin. He's 12-5. He's having a field day. And once again, Sentinels match up so well against Chinese teams, but XLG.
It's not going to hurt Sentinels that much just because of their economy, but that was huge for XLG.
On that side of the map, and Sentinels are just not going to mess with it this time.
Ooh, a 5-hit mid? Oh my goodness. Oh god. Oh god. Split up.
Where is that fade hidden? Zekin blinds.
Yeah, should be a waste of one then.
Be a threat, but XLG coming through the top of the site. The smoke obscures and Nary with the nightfall. As soon as he senses XLG around the corner, there it is.
I guess. I mean.
XLG can just stay hidden, but time is of the essence. And
okay.
XLG just
3v4.
Thanks to the sort of flank from Coconut coming through the
oh no. Oh no.
And it's just beautiful timing.
All right.
XLG.
There's just no information. Sentinels, we're not too sure exactly where the retake was going to come
XLG
through from. So you see
pushes back. Man, I don't know what happened there. I feel like they had the ult. They had, I guess they just ulted the wrong way. Didn't expect XLG to hit the left side there. It's not great. Yeah, Sentinels kind of. I mean, yeah, they're still fine. That's the good thing about being up that many rounds. It's like, you have so much money to work with that, like, if you lose a few, it's not like your economy's in the garbage, you know?
More towards B main, closer to the pillars or closer to the door. XLG brings more retake and got the 2 ultimates out of Zekin and Narrate that they had been holding on to. So I'm going to see more signs of life.
Is the UI glitched? Because I'm seeing a lot of Vandals here. No, they just picked them up, I guess?
Just want to go to the opposite side of the map if they're going to be met with this much contested.
Oh, man. Okay.
They're just so stubborn with it.
Oh, no. Okay.
2K from Viva.
2v3.
Sentinels will trail, but they open up the vision. Of course, XLG do as well, but they stay as hidden as they can, and Sentinels have to figure out what is next.
Okay, TP'd out, so you got that info.
More value now over on this rebel side. One around through here just previously. The pseudo thrifting.
They're not gonna read this Raze just sitting here though.
In fact, he knows he sees
yeah, peeked before the wall was up.
It's just not ideal when you just had a controller and a Sentinel trying to clutch and still scale through and clear towards A.
I mean, hold on.
Sentinels, I think, did the right move last round to just kind of abandon A and out-rotate XLG, but this time they just try to fight fire with fire, and unfortunately, Sentinels don't have the same.
I mean, they're going to realize he's going for B here soon.
Now trying to come through the backside of B. Like this idea to Zelsis in a 1v3 has time to go.
Just gonna wrap. Just gonna wrap C. Okay.
Situation if you don't possibly trade or at least have John go 1-to-1 there, which wasn't going to be possible given peeked a little. His body was rifled, peeked a little further than he would have wanted to. Okay.
Oh, good try, man. That's such a good try.
I
mean, they at least got the plant money, but I don't know if I like that. This isn't looking great. I don't know. It felt really convincing, but there you go, XLG.
You would imagine should be to swing in, but yeah, that was
Almost caught up.
almost got spicy there. You respect what Zelsus
Should be caught up after this, actually, because Sentinel's going to have to kind of...
He's actually farmed up another steel garden here into our final round of the half. Got a couple more that could get...
Yeah, I guess they have to force anyway. I can't believe that Viva got a two-piece there. I wonder what happened. Ah, almost. Just couldn't snap one of the other guy.
Around the A site. Near stairs, John dying, forcing the 1v3.
We got 2 ops on XLG and an Odin.
Oh, double op, look at this.
Oh, man. Mid's going to be...
Odin is loud and proud through the tree side, and finally Sentinels are just going to abandon the mission. But is it B or is it a C pivot?
I wouldn't hit that either.
Happy way with the op, and he could get that opening pick for XLG.
Odin actually did reasonable damage, and they're right down to 66. Bang down.
Oh, yeah, hit narrate.
11 or something like that.
Prowler, oh, it is just going to get a bite out of that op and force Happy Way out of position. Could still get a good peek, especially.
Is he carrying a Vandal around? Oh my.
Are still going to want to push this despite hearing that op. Okay.
This guy's just walking and constantly dropping his Vandal. What a play.
Slow around for Sentinels, having to work their way and navigate through.
That's a pick. No.
Just one now, Havoya taking down Zelsus. Steel Garden offline now.
It's not great.
But Sentinels also heard that there's 2 ops, one at C and one through the opposite side of the map. So
I mean, I don't know.
John's also revealing position here.
XLG has 2 ults as well. Okay. Okay. It's a good nade. Okay. Good trade. 3v3.
Sentinels support each other so well. It is still a 3 versus 3.
Oh, it's gonna...
Now with that nade, it is
Oh,
going
no.
to lay the plant, and there is the
Yeah, there it is. Okay. Good trades, I mean... Oh, no. You got no time? You try. All right, tied up at half. They made it a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. It was looking kind of one-sided towards the end there, but here we go. Tied up at half. I'm going to go blow my nose real quick. I'm assuming they're going to take a small halftime break. Let me actually see real quick before I go blow my nose. Yeah. Billy's up 11-2 against G2 if you're a G2 fan. Not looking great for them, but yeah, be right back.
Semi-thrifty round, a couple of hero rifles in there, restaurant pistols. And Raga stepping aside a little bit, giving the limelight over to Coach Havoya on the other duelist. In a surprising fashion, we kind of saw some of the mechanics were reasonably sharp yesterday from Havoya, but now up against NA's finest, up against Zekin and the rest, Zelsus, who's been very solid yesterday included, Havoya is somehow on this race come through in a big way, and that is a huge surprise.
Better late than never for Havoya. Definitely had a slower start, starting like 2 and 6, a big showstopper through the smoke, and now it's a real duel between him and Zekin, which I guess you wouldn't have expected to say. But XLG, you could tell just with how loud they're being behind us. These are just loud personalities.
Are they winning? Which team? I mean, it's tied right now, so no one's winning. I mean, Sentinels had a good lead there, but kind of started to trickle down.
Ahead of him if this continues, if this performance continues. Obviously, plenty of rounds in the middle there where it just looked completely over for XLG.
Dorm to ship up thing? Okay.
At least 5 rounds in a row to memory that they got, possibly even 6. But beyond that, you had that tactical timeout coming through from XLG into a full round, into a lot of ultimates, and it was a complete wipeout. They got nothing done. You're seeing these situations where...
I mean, 6 on offense for Sentinels isn't bad. It's not a bad offense by any means.
Mismanaged ultimates in various cases, dimensional drift, Havoya not even getting to shoot his rocket down.
All right, let's see. Will Sentinels win a pistol round? They gotta win one of these pistol rounds, dude. They can't keep losing pistol rounds. I mean, they bounced back pretty well from the last one. It's just tough. Like, it's 2 rounds guaranteed if you lose a pistol, pretty much, you know? Unless you're super lucky.
So much on the, I would say, Raga carry, because Happy Way, I think, has shown really good performances, but this is a well-rounded XLG where everyone is having their pop-off moments, from Viva and Havoya yesterday having quieter moments. Now everyone pretty much has 9 kills on that team. So Sentinels have to cook something up special for the pistols, and they won a lot of those pistol rounds against XLG in the past. But it was XLG that kicked off our
All
first
right.
pistol. We'll see if they can do it again.
Yeah, and thankfully they got those because otherwise the scoreline would have been a lot more favored for Sentinels.
Heavy,
How things would have been.
heavy A presence here.
See what happens.
5A, literally 5A.
Look from XLG all the way through Rebel. Quiet
It's gonna
so
be
far.
tough.
No
I
signs
hope that
from Sentinels as they'll just walk through door closed.
Zelsis backs off here once he gets this info. He should.
Go through that B-Link door from Sentinels, kind of surprised he wouldn't want to try and cut off those rotations or have multiple.
Yeah, you're dead, dude. I mean, oh my God, he got out.
But it is gonna be Nary kind of by himself.
Okay, good trade. Okay.
Zelsis is still punching hard against XLG.
Okay, 2v3. Just chill out.
A lot of that real estate, a lot of that
Chill out. Oh, okay, good trade. 2v1. Oh my God, Sentinels might win a pistol.
Hard work, and while blinded, it's not gonna be easy. He does stay safe against John Cutie, and Bang gets some damage into Bang. Now trading back and forth. This is winnable for Viva. Bang shows us a little bit carefully and takes it for Sentinels.
That got a little scary.
Survivor again, Viva seems to usually be the one for
That got a little scary.
What a fast rotate from Sentinels. You can see that Zelsis was solo on A for quite some time. That would have been nasty for him to face into 5 players from XLG.
That was a little uncomfortable.
Quickly start to see the rotations coming in. Zekin is there. Now Ray backs up Zelsis as well, and suddenly things start to swing in the favor for Sentinels, leaving into a 2 versus 1, which should get spicy towards the end in a 1v1 that could have gone either way.
Can they raise these desks? That's cool.
For Sentinels as they'll pick up a pistol. Denying that one away from XLG, who got the previous pistol.
And in previous interviews, Bang has talked so much about his teammates and how incredible they are. And he's like, yeah, I had an okay career. Yeah, I won a stage. And, you know, he doesn't consider himself as awesome after what we saw. I think he should be. But he's working so hard to get to the point where he can be just as incredible as everyone else. And just all of the work that this team has had to do to be on a good trajectory, to be on a good path, to be at a top 3 spot one day. Their goal is a championship. And it's taken a toll on this team, and they've had really to balance between working as hard as you can.
No.
You don't want to burn out. You don't want to retire early.
Oh no! Technical pause.
Where they are just getting better and better every single day.
Oh, please tell me your game just crashed.
This time, who they lost to domestically in VCT Americas. PaperX and Fnatic are still in this tournament. I mean, so is G2, but G2 looking a little bit worse compared to Sentinels roster. PaperX, they've already qualified through. Fnatic, they've already qualified through. The 2 teams.
What's oh no? I don't know. I saw a guy take his headset off, point at his computer, and a ref came up.
The finalists as well, so it's a bit of a rough one for Sentinels considering, you know, as a top team, does it feel better that you lost to the 2 eventual finalists? I think for a team like this, it will still be better instead, as it's not a fun pill to swallow. They have a lot more to prove this time around as a team that know that they have the capability to be the best in the world. They've shown that they've been the best in the world as Sentinels, one of the most crowned franchises in Valorant history across the ages, various rosters, but still to date in 2025, a good-looking roster that has the potential to take it all the way.
And Sentinels recruited these players, and they had big shoes to fill when Tens and Saucy left, and it wasn't about trying to fill anybody's shoes or to be like anyone else, but to have the drive and the
this guy got the
succeed. And this is a Sentinels team that are looking very, very good at
D&G glasses, dude.
they're only in this position.
Hold on, XLG might win.
Overtime loss to BBL, whether you expected that or not, they fought very hard in that BO1, and now they have more work to do to try and get out of groups.
The last time we had a non-Pacific, non-Chinese champion at a major event was Masters Madrid 2024, and that was Sentinels. That was before the dominance.
I'd be low-key kind of mad if I was XLG.
Sentinels would like to restore their former glory, as would the rest of NA in general.
I don't know though. I mean, like if you're
leading candidates that has the region.
I guess it doesn't. It hurts Sentinels more than XLG, but like it sucks so bad to have a tech issue right after you're like heating up.
In with NRG in that top 8, but for XLG, it's been a rough run. Royal Roading, straight out of Ascension into China, first place right away, but immediately into roster issues. However,
what happened?
This first half so far of this rematch, 6-6, brilliant recovery. Can they
Who's
get
PC
into
broke?
the leading position though? Here's the problem: is we're sorting through. I think it was maybe Zekin having some computer issues here. An opening pistol win for Sentinels that'll likely turn into
They at least won a pistol round.
6 lead. At what point
Does suck. Yeah, it just like sucks all the momentum out of both teams. Like,
They won that round.
I don't know, though.
Imagine if they didn't have tech issues, is this gonna be Sentinels just
Yeah.
taking over now? I don't want to get ahead of myself.
Think
I'm
about it,
just
because
really
you just won that
excited for this
round. You're
game.
feeling really good.
This was
The other team's feeling not great because they just lost. But then you give them time to regain, and you just lose all your momentum you just got.
And Zel's was saying, "Oh, we own this region."
Unfortunate.
And then XLG having their,
Yeah, G2 down a map, if anyone cares about that series. They lost the first one pretty
Well, for the first 8 rounds, I think I totally agree.
Pretty badly.
Sentinels owning She-Light Gaming, but then the bounce back started to happen. We'll see just how much bounce back there can be, as no doubt here in anyone's mind that She-Light should be the underdog up against Sentinels, but Sentinels have already tasted what it's like to lose to an underdog a little bit earlier in this tournament. Just yesterday, BBL unexpectedly took them down. I know the
Well,
EMEA BBL believers.
how's everybody doing today?
This is the team that you have to look out for. We had some
Just a small tech issue, hopefully.
I
Small.
think people do believe, but also
I'm hoping.
that was a winnable game for Sentinels. Sentinels could have been in the upper bracket instead. They could have been the ones yesterday to move through, potentially already qualifying in. Could have been the team to.
This guy using his mouse with a tissue. You see that?
Has done so, really setting the stage now for what can be possible.
It's interesting.
You just can't underestimate Chinese teams at all. Whether you,
It's so interesting seeing how like different people grip their mouse. Like I grip my mouse like this, right? But some people grip like this. They grip like this, like.
This is now what I'm really focusing on after you had a whole 24 hours or probably less. I don't know, the matches went really late yesterday, but you had a whole day to try and
Because I know, like I hold like this. Some people hold like this with like their middle finger on the click, and some people hold like this. I mean, there's just so many different ways to hold your mouse. It's so weird, like seeing all the different ways you can do it. You know.
Well, both She-Light and Sentinels ended their days fairly early yesterday, so they had more time than most to talk about what they needed to.
He is using a tissue on his mouse. Is that so he doesn't like get his mouse sweaty? It's kind of smart.
More to work through as a roster with the changes, but also they had a more rough game versus DRX. It was not.
Anybody not clicking with their pointer fingers confirmed alien? Dude, I knew a guy who held his mouse like this with his ring finger on the left click, and I was like, "You're insane." He would have his ring finger on the left click, and then he'd have like a mini keyboard. He'd have like these two. He had those mice that had buttons on the side, right? Or keys on the side. So he'd click with these and then move by clicking like, he'd be playing like claw basically, and then move WASD with his thumb and his index.
And just to kind of remind everyone of who
It was so weird. Like his middle fingers didn't do anything. So he's basically like clicking with these two and then hitting WSD with his pointer and his with his index and his thumb. It was so weird. He was really good though.
It's been some close matches. And of course,
I actually do claw grip with controllers, so I kind of get it. I used to do claw, but then I got arthritis, so I had to buy like, you know, scuffs and stuff, controllers with paddles. Because I'm a gamer. That's right. I got arthritis because I gamed so hard. You know what I mean?
Heretics versus Titan Esports Club for an elimination match to see who's going to continue on. And then the big group of death, Group D, Fnatic, Gen G, EDG.
Oh, damn it. I can easily see that. I mean, I used to be like a comp COD player, so clawing for like 8 hours a day, playing tournaments and stuff. It's actually one of the reasons I switched to like playing competitive CS instead, because my hand just hurt way less playing mouse keyboard. Because really it's worse than my right hand, because that's the one I would claw with. Because I would jump. Yeah. Jump with my index.
At least G2 are chilling, you know.
But then
what is it, the price
I switched back to COD later.
Just for being here
and
top 16, like everyone gets a piece
got
of
some paddles.
It's a nice little trip. Whether And then they don't have to worry too much about stage 2 because they're already qualified for champs. So hopefully they find some time to have a break.
Okay, are we all fixed?
Is that map 1 of that series or was that?
Oh, okay, it looks like we're fixed. No, we're not. We're watching a replay. Never mind. This was scary for Sentinels, though. I don't.
Oh boy. I don't know how you bounce back after that.
That being said, you know, you still got some good NA teams.
I don't know. XLG still has good vibes. It seems. Excuse me.
A bounce back from Shiloh will be extreme as well. We'll see if that's going to happen because we're straight.
Okay, we're back in.
The game, round 2 of the second half to catch
Bonus buy for Sentinels.
Pretty damn good
Since they won the pistol for once.
Down to short numbers, however, they do retain the lead.
Bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Come down to a big clutch, or at least a closeout from Bang, and now they buy up on the anti-eco. And it's just Narrate having to hold this back as best as he can.
All right. Sentinels with a 2-piece. Yeah, I mean, you'd assume they win this.
Getting spammed through, and they kind of hesitate whether they wanted to retreat or not.
So tough.
At least this round is going to be over quickly, Kevin.
We've had plenty of these go through. Coconut's usually the first one dead, and now he's going to be the sole survivor, no longer Viva. And near flawless coming through once again.
All right. Good bonus for Sentinels. That's just like, man, those pistols are so important. You just get a free 2 rounds, basically. I mean, it depends on the map, but usually it's a free 2 rounds.
To sort of round out that conversation we're having about G2 as well. Finish up that first map of Sunset versus BLG, despite losing 3 and 13. It was actually Shaq, assistant coach of G2, stepping in the lead.
Sorry if I'm all sniffly today, guys. I don't know what's going on.
Can't say Shaq didn't at least do something this tournament. He was able to put up the numbers.
Hopefully I don't sound too nasally. More than I usually do anyway.
We continue with XLG's gun round. A couple of retained items from Sentinels in the previous as well.
And we can maybe finally see the impact of having a Sentinel for Sentinels. That was going to hurt my brain there for a second, but Celsius will
right.
his wall sort of further back.
Full buy for XLG. Sentinels still just keeping their bonus weapons.
Push in that area. Sentinels have a 1-2-2 setup as XLG hope to storm into
Full wrap C. 5-man C. This poor guy, this poor Viper is about to get just...
Playing for retake on C here. Checking through the box. Plenty of presence shown. Instant poison.
Oh, man.
Come through. And fast rotation expected.
Gonna have to retake it. Oh, are they gonna wrap B fast?
As Waterfall is being smoked off, so XLG are just not immediately getting in. They were.
I'm surprised they didn't take sight there.
By John Cutie's orb, so XLG are gonna have to re-clear with the Sentinels team that are more ready for it this time.
Oh no!
Is thrown from Mary, getting vision in.
I guess they were blocked off.
Prevent the plant, but this corner should be safe for now, especially with Zekin getting smoked off. Still has a nade, of course, and double satchels if he wants to get freaky. And Sentinels are just really suppressing them and waiting to hear that spike get planted. But now it is a rotation from Zekin to join through the front lines.
All right.
Not going to be another angle.
5-man hit from the back.
Just flood in all together.
There it goes. Satchel charge in. Oh no.
Sentinels trickle in.
All right. Yeah. They. Yeah. That was not.
Waiting for the plant to come on through before the retake comes in, and everyone.
That was not great. That was not a great retake.
Holding strong. And they even want to clean up Zelsis here as well. Happyway finding him over towards Pillar for the floor.
Make sure I'm caught up here. All right, XLG, get around.
This is going a lot differently to how we see that first half. If you sort of remember that one. Round 3, gun round. How we see that first half. If you sort of remember that one. Round 3, gun round.
All right. Sentinels should have a full buy now, though. Oh.
6 in a row. Straight
timeout.
Here comes the timeout from Sentinels as they are starting to see momentum building for XLG, considering how the last 4 rounds of a first half
That's so, like...
Now, instantly on the first gun round, a flawless...
I don't know, dude. That's so sweaty. Like, oh, they're doing well. Call timeout. Blow my nose again real quick while they're on the timeout.
Very good that XLG won that first rifle round and could build momentum off of that. And this is going to be a close game. I said it's one thing to beat a team once. Sentinels do match up against Chinese teams well, allegedly. I mean, they beat 3 of them at Masters Toronto, but going up against XLG on these same maps again, there's a lot of prep work to do. XLG had all the time try and figure this out, and they're not running the Sentinel. They have the double duelist. It's sort of a different look, and now XLG are getting warmed up.
Scary look for Sentinels.
Okay.
given we'd had fairly low
Yeah, tactical
expectations for
timeout.
GI
Dude,
Gaming,
that's so,
considering how
like,
they
I
went
feel
up
like that's
against
so
DRX.
sweaty to be like, guys,
Now,
quick.
overnight,
Guys, quick. They're
land on
doing well. Timeout.
something that really works for XLG.
Don't let him
Now,
bury
despite
us.
the double duelist here, you do have Happyway on the Viper, who will be your pseudo Sentinel, given that Coconut still has his controller there.
All right, let's see. See if Sentinels came up with a game plan.
Have a lot of good vibes. They're yapping. They're
Maybe a little more. I don't know. I didn't like that retake though. All of them funneling through C main. Like, oh, oh, he's got the Odin out. Yo, what's up? Sihoi? Sihoi? Chihoi? How do you say your name? Can you phonetically spell out how you want me to say your name? How's it going? How are you doing today? Yeah.
Unexpected. It caught Sentinels watching that B-Link door off guard. Now you could get a good plant, but now it's just pivots back and forth.
They can rotate now. Havoa's got full control over towards A.
Okay.
These duels over there, you already
3v2
start to see
Sentinels.
Coconut pivot. It might just be Happyway chilling over towards B to keep things interesting. Finally, the decision going to be
This guy's got an Odin again, dude.
Safer. Coconut will eventually place here. But still, though, on the big flank, Havoya can get a lot done. You can still see that Sentinels are very considerate of the fact that this flank is active.
Spike planted. Just Happyway just getting that initial clear through the top site.
Was that their timeout call? Was to get the Odin? Oh no. 2v2. Huge nade. Caught him. Yeah, you're in a tough spot now.
Get rid of this Odin. He does, and maybe just wants to save the Vandal, but a 1v2 is certainly possible for a guy like him.
Yeah. All right. All tied up. XLG, I think. What's it called? Sentinel should be kind of broke here.
Really been stepping through. It's Happyway at the top of the leaderboard, and XLG even things up 8-8 after losing pistol and anti.
Yeah. Oh. I mean, this was XLG's pick, to be fair, but
not delivering as much as they would have liked to. And this is considering that Havoya kind of missed out on his timing. On, I believe it was John QT over on the top side of the map, but still paint shells into a free kill. Means numbers in advantage for XLG, so we start to look towards the potential.
Wow, just caught his hand.
Yeah, his history has been put to an end. For now, XLG happy with that.
Wow.
Sentinels will have to fill the gap that was left behind, and you got a three-man.
Just caught his arm. That's so rough.
Towards a lobby, taking advantage. The one that's oldest back is Rarga. Meanwhile, the rest of XLG will get the objective done.
All right, 3v5 for Sentinels.
Have pistols and this stinger from Bang. Gotta hope it does exactly that, but they're just not going to be running into Rarga until they clear through B. They're maybe going to go.
Yeah, I mean, you got a classic, dude. Like, no armor classic.
And the other two joining him very soon, but the spike is ticking.
You don't have time, man. You just gotta go.
Out of the way. Zelsis hopes to make contact soon. It's taking way too long for Sentinels to rotate.
Yeah, just run, dude.
Well, Endo just playing for exits here. Their weaponry is a little bit too
I guess, yeah. I was gonna say, if they're trying to retake site, but yeah, I mean, they got classics and Stinger. Sheriff Classic and a Stinger, I don't.
Yeah. Coconut, a little bit of assistance here from Happyway as well as the round will end, and a couple players will walk into these last remaining members of Sentinels, and there'll be at least one gun. Bang should be
there you go.
Away with this one easily.
He died to the.
Down with it, and the Vandal is always nice. A
Why?
Round win streak from XLG, block by block. The comeback begins from a.
Was there a benefit to him dying to bomb there?
In favor of
Because I don't feel like there was particularly.
And this is the power of the double duelist, especially Havoya, who is finally now at an equal KD after having a quieter Lotus at the beginning. Has really stepped up.
He stepped up big. You started to see from round 9 onwards, there's been a lot of Havoya in the kill feed. Of course,
All right.
everyone at XLG was kind of having a hard game.
It's a big round for Sentinels.
And those 6 rounds in a row that Sentinels got in the first half, and XLG speeding things up over towards the A side of things now. Could just be showing presence as they're waiting to see what Happyway can get done over in mid as well. Look at the long rotation though. There's a lot of Sentinels members just kind of abandoning over on A and trying to meet Happyway instead.
Okay, Sentinels at least. I don't. This Raze on the left here is gonna be in a tough spot. He Euro ulted. Yeah, you're. Oh no. Okay, got away. They got the Yoru. Nice. That's a huge 2-piece. Yeah, well, traded. All right, 3v4.
and they have to pick a side to push through. XLG have their attention split.
Oh,
It's about winning these individual
okay.
duels
Yeah,
that
just
they
run
can.
away.
This
Just
time
go A.
XLG have decided to go towards A. Getting the right read, they could outnumber Bang. And
Heard the orb.
now the smoke dissipates, but not getting pushed.
Yep, huge. Okay.
Too long to decide where to go.
Well, they finally get banged down. That allows them to finally get on top of A as well. Just got to check through.
Gotta hear him rotating the site, right?
Planting for tree. The 3 alive on Sentinels is good. Steel Garden, that'll be the gun's good.
Uh-oh.
Showstopper though. Havoya needs to show up here.
Nice.
Great Steel Garden.
Oh, that timing is so tough. All right, Sentinels tied up. Yeah, it was a big round for Sentinels. I mean, XLG still got cash for next round, so they're probably not too stressed about it.
Sentinels bring the party to them. And it's just such a back and forth affair now. We'll be tied 9-9.
There's a big kill from Zekin from mid, all the way onto Baby Door that started to whittle the numbers down from XLG. You could tell
It's going to be a close one. This is going OT, I think.
But just showing some presence on B.
This is definitely going OT.
B, and then those B members from Sentinels made the lives of XLG really difficult to play through. It was really not until Bang goes down that the opportunity opened up for XLG to walk on in. But also this
Say my
play
name?
as well. Dimensional drift coming on through, which
Chihui.
was a bit of a fake, although they could still
Chihui.
spike from
Is it a chi or a C? You know what I mean?
main over towards B.
Is it an Italian C?
Raga was good for one there. Good setup. Also coming
Chi
through
Huey?
on the paranoia.
C
Didn't
Huey?
get too much more after that.
I hope that's right. I'm sorry if I'm butchering
Those
it.
crucial moments. And learning exactly that when you send Havoya satcheling into Rubble, kind of trying to sell the fake, which you can do playing that double duelist, and you can play solo on that side.
Yes, it's C. Okay. C Huey. C Huey. C Huey or Huey? C it would be C Huey. All right, 4v4. Bang out on C. The ult is out. Oh.
Who's isolated, at least he has a smoke to play off of, but it's not going to be a good
Oh no, what happened?
but XLG just seems to shoot
Okay.
and Sentinels just have John Cutie while Zelsis is still rotating from A. Really good clutch out of XLG.
Man,
All right.
Really
2v2. Where do you come from, bro? I'm Emirati. I'm from UAE.
From Viva.
United Arab
Trying to
Emirates.
catch anybody, hoping maybe somebody on site, but bang, easily just TPs, double TPs away from that one. So kind of weird from Viva. They were hoping to be able to catch the last member, but then the counter Nightfall comes on through and doesn't deliver enough for Sentinels at all.
And I think you could just pit here to try and get this plant safer, and they're just...
Ah, man. I wonder how those two people from Sentinels died. Like, it was. Oh, no.
How Sentinels can approach this is going around the perimeter. Both of XLG
Huge.
tried to stay within, but Viva caught on the outside to prevent the retake from Sentinels.
Oh, God. He's gonna. Nice. Huge trades. All right.
That'll get it in the end with the defuse.
Another round for Sentinels.
It's a close game, though. It's been very tight so far, coming down to minimal numbers alive. Sentinels, first in double digits here. And that round, again, looking like it was going to go really poorly for Sentinels. After the Nightfalls are dissipated, it's
Oh, that's cool. I'm from Indonesia. Oh, nice.
in the top right corner of the C site.
My father lives in Indonesia right now.
Odin now, once again, online for the Sentinel side of things to see what kind of damage we get done. But this is the opening
Shout out to
fight here. Raga
Indonesia.
1 for 1, and then massive double TP away. It comes down to Viper's pet John Cutie getting a bit better of happy weight.
I need to go at some point. I haven't been yet.
All right. Easy spam through on a couple members that are already in position to take damage. Coconut's already ripped off. Look at the 20.
Man, we've had a lot of like international viewers for this event. I guess it's a tough time zone, so it's probably, if you're gonna get any international viewers, it's probably this time zone. Because I think Indonesia's only 3 hours. Indonesia's 4 hours ahead of Saudi Arabia.
Could lead that with just a showstopper. It's a little bit awkward to try and go through all these angles, all these corners, hoping to still get that ult off.
See if Viva gets interested a little bit further.
Huge first blood for Sentinels.
Smoke wall.
Sorry, I was thinking about
Test out the door
Indonesia.
as well, but as he falls off, it's Havoya first on site. Walking through, and he's going to be able to walk all the way, nearly into spawn. 1 versus 1. Does he check the right corner? Nope. Not
It's a
going
big
to get
pick.
Cutie down in time.
Still XLG.
Oh, nice.
have any advantages. What is going to be the weaker site, the less defenders? You had ears from Viva.
All right, 4v3.
At least 2 defenders.
Yeah, you should come here. There's so many nice places to visit, but you know,
Don't want to waste any more time. It's up.
I've heard some things.
Even though Bang had a high ground, a nice angle, gotta respect Happy.
But yeah, I know Bali's beautiful. I've heard Jakarta's very, very nice as well.
Keep this site for XLG.
There's just too many members down from XLG untraded. At least Viva got Zelsis, but that's all that XLG have for the time being. They will get the plant down, but 4 versus 2. Plenty of ultimates in hand. Showstopper there as well. Really not expecting Happy and Viva to get it done.
All right, 2v4. I mean, it should be a Sentinels round as long as they don't choke. All right, should be it. Yeah, can't focus on anybody. There you go. Sentinels gets a 2-round lead. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like, the only thing that concerns me with Indonesia is the natural disasters. Like, I'm a bit, like, we don't really have any natural disasters. Like, we have an earthquake here and there, a very small one. You know, we're in the Gulf. There's not really a tsunami risk. In Indonesia's like the circle of fire, right? Isn't that what they call it? Where there's like landslides, earthquakes, volcanoes, and tsunamis. It's just like, I'm not gonna lie, it scares me a little bit. No offense to all the Indonesian viewers, but it's a little scary.
Coaching and playing, but also the assistant coach behind the scenes dropping him some words as this is getting tight enough that XLG can still get the opportunity.
Like even my father was like, he's been living in Jakarta for a while now, and he was like, yeah, I mean, you know, most of the big earthquakes and stuff and natural disasters aren't really in the city. But then there was a huge earthquake in Jakarta like the next week, and I was like, what are we talking about here?
Victory to XLG, because it's gonna hurt more losing when it's been this close, this neck and neck. But you gotta respect the XLG comeback from.
I don't know, man. This might go to a Haven.
At a 2-6 deficit.
This might go to a last map.
Duelist really providing the firepower, the crucial frags that XLG have needed on this offense. So now Sentinels starting to run away and get close to that finish line.
As a reminder as well, in the rematch, the previous time that we did see these two teams play in Masters on Lotus, 13-6 in Sentinels' favor. Most of those rounds won on the defensive side.
3 rounds for Sentinels in a row.
That's exactly the side they're on currently.
Let's see.
Now it's Havoya's turn to be explosive with the showstopper, but
man, Neri's playing super aggressive.
Hyper aggressive.
Okay, first blood for Sentinels.
Initiator after all, and he has to play his life when he can. Then they send the clone in.
It's a good nade. Did they use the Viper ult to lock off C? They did.
XLG are having their options limited. You got your lurk shut down at A, so XLG are not having a good start to this round.
It's typically been Viva on that side of the map being the late lurk. This time around, be happy way. Viva has had some success over there in previous rounds, including the last one, but Seas will slow things down considerably. Pretty confident this is not going to end over towards C. In fact, you could even see the potential for Zelsis to fall off this side as well.
2 prowlers too from Neri. He could check things out. Once he gets a good sense, he could lay it all down with an Odin and do some critical damage to XLG, just really dwindling their chances already for this round. Sentinels have had time to
another Odin, dude.
Nobody at B. XLG
oh.
At C. So it is a pivot, a great read from XLG, realizing this.
He'll at least waste his ult though. I don't think anyone will. Yeah. I mean, it's good for Sentinels. You got a 5v4 retake. They just wasted their ult.
Structure to be able to still pull through the showstopper, despite no one being there. Need to make sure that it is clean.
You're pretty close to ult on Viva.
Up first, though, needs to have shots ready to go. Does he know there's 2 players, though? He knows he's definitely one.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like Sentinels retakes are not. Aren't great. No offense to all the Sentinels fans. I know there's a. Oh, what a chow.
This Viper is gonna push from, but John Cutie is better.
Top it. Yep. There you go. All right, Sentinels match point.
On match point.
Yeah, map point being found for Sentinels.
Or map point, sorry, not match point.
Coconut activating so late, hiding in smoke, doesn't even realize until too late.
Let's see, what's the G2 looking like? What's G2 looking like? G2 up 3 rounds.
The footsteps were heard by Coconut, but yeah, he needed to be able to come and get that.
All right, that's 4 rounds in a row. 4 defuses too, 4 retakes. Pretty much.
On that Sentinels retake, and as I mentioned, it was the defensive side that was stronger for
You're right
Sentinels in
somehow
that previous
about
focus
Indonesia? What do you mean?
teams in
Like about the
Masters.
natural
And now we
disasters?
head into the potential final round here. Zekin on the up, Odin being brought up by Narite, did huge damage to Coconut on a previous round. Just on the spam.
Zekin with an op too. He's not gonna get any juicy prey, not yet. It's XLG, not the best.
Okay, they're playing super aggressive on A, and they.
Be good. It is gonna get this fade, but no, Neri just spams through, blinded.
No!
What is Roger looking
No!
at? Trusted his teammate too much.
Oh, not the Odin.
XLG fumbled the
Oh no.
Neri just wills this
Oh no, for the map too. Oh, that's so rough. That should be it. Yep, there you go. Oh, that's so rough.
13 to 9 for Sentinels. They do it again.
All right, Sentinels take first map
Coming through from Narrate. I mean, how does XLG
with the
not see
Odin.
him? They have the Nightfall there.
Yeah, I'm just a bit concerned about natural disasters, just a little bit. I think as you should be. So I'm a little apprehensive about visiting Indonesia, and I know they've had some big tsunamis. Even Bali, I think, got hit by a tsunami once. So it worries me because we don't really have any. You know, there's talks like we're probably due for a big earthquake, but we're not gonna get a tsunami because we're in the Gulf, you know. But that stuff worries me a little bit. This will be 2-0 for Sentinel, you think? I mean, that was XLG's map pick. So you would think that would probably, yeah, it's probably gonna be 2-0 Sentinel.
Played a pretty good game of Lotus there.
So we'll see. I'm gonna go grab another drink while they kind of talk, and I'll be right back. Thanks everybody for being here. If you guys are new, don't forget to like and subscribe. If you are having a good time, I'm gonna be streaming all of Valorant all week. So yeah, it's gonna be a great week. We're gonna be watching these matches, and yeah. BRB. Let me get an update for you guys on the G2 match. G2's up 5-1 right now, so that might go on map 3. But we'll see. I don't know. Yeah, be right back. Thank you guys for chilling out. Don't go anywhere because we're gonna go into this map 2 with Sentinels. I think Sentinels got it. I think Sihu's right. I think Sentinels probably got it because we're going up to their map pick. I would the you know.
But Sentinels just ran away with it at the end.
Yeah, last couple of rounds, some good adjustments.
I would like to see a Haven, a map 3 just for my own, like, you know, I feel like that'd be fun competitively, but I do think Sentinels will probably clean it up. You know, most the habit of people here is bad that lead to it. The heck, you only have 514 subs? You finna make it big? Hey, thanks, Soy Sauce Pro. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's so nice. Thanks for the kind message. That makes me smile. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a Red Bull, and we'll continue watching this.
You know, maybe I would say extra pistol win, although we went 1-1 in pistols, so fair's fair there. And maybe a little bit more out of Raga. Could have been a different story, but a little bit more in the tank there for Sentinels at the end of the day.
A little bit more in every single area for XLG, maybe. Just a few too many sloppy moments. The double pit round as well, in my opinion, very sloppy. Dimensional Drift Showstopper should give you a lot of info there to win that.
For sure.
Then you have that final round as well, which I'm really not pleased about how XLG handled that situation in Tree. The rate popped off, no question about it. However, it's just ridiculous. Man. This is the play he's flashed out to, and look at these guys just completely being Odin down. I mean, you should just know he's there. So, a couple of those moments, a couple of those sloppy rounds, that ends up building momentum for Sentinels. And then, no surprise that XLG, did they have some good looks? Yes. But when it really mattered, these are the types of rounds that will let them down.
Totally agree with you. Look, maybe disappointing. Oh, we're getting the scoreboard here. Good game from Zekin. Look, very well-rounded performance from all of Sentinels there. For XLG, I mean, Happy Way has been the standout at this tournament. Raga, again, maybe not lifting his weight, going missing a little bit in a couple of important rounds, but overall, kind of a similar performance from most of XLG there, Jen.
I think Zekin had such a strong first half. I mean, the Sentinels had 2 flawless rounds just in the first quarter, I guess, of the game. And it was Zekin just really having to step up when they took the site.
All right.
They needed just to be more forward. And Zekin built that confidence very, very quickly and was able to be the duelist to fear.
You'll be a big streamer maybe next year. Don't forget us. Oh, I won't forget. Come on. I've been doing this. I mean, a lot of you guys probably don't know because you guys are new. It's kind of crazy. I've been on YouTube for like almost a decade. Like, not consistently. Like, I had really...
Look, Zekin is just that kind of...
I think my biggest issue was I was never super consistent I would upload a lot for a month and then take like a 7-month break. But this year I really want to try to be consistent, streaming as much as I can, making shorts as much as I can, because I love to do it. I just, you know, I love streaming, I love making content, I like making videos, you know. I just love it so much. Like, it's just like one of my passions. And yeah, I'm just having fun. And you know, if I make it big, then that's great. If I don't, then I'm still having a good time. I'm still happy with what I've done so far, and yeah, having a good time. I'm super happy that I'm able to do this EWC stream. Like, hopefully every year I can do this, as long as, you know, EWC likes what I did numbers wise. But yeah, I'm really excited. This is gonna be a good few months. We're gonna be streaming a lot of EWC.
Like retakes were crazy. That's how you start off with the pistol, the anti-eco.
But yeah, thanks soy sauce. I appreciate that. It was so nice. Thank you so much. But yeah, I think, let me see. Looks like G2's up 6-2 now. I think G2's probably going to take map 2.
You do have a very bursty comp with the Raze Yoru. You can be retaking those sites with a lot of force.
But yeah,
quite hard to defend in
we'll see. I think Sentinels probably got map 2 for being realistic, but you never know.
Pick. They opted to go straight back to what they played in Toronto. And to be honest, even with the coach stand-in, maybe a better foray, to be honest, this time around for XLG. But I don't know how optimistic I'm feeling about Sunset. Look, we'll touch on that in a little bit. The other thing that happened over there on the A stream, Billy 13-3 G2. Oh, yeah, that is a schlappen.
I said this, and speaking of slacking, he actually top front. No, but that's what I'm defending.
I wasn't even trying to make that fun.
Well, I am, because I want to bring it to the guy, because I know the fans are going to be like, yeah, well, they got a coach in. Obviously, the assistant coach ain't going to do too much here. He actually top fragged on Cypher for that map, so he's numbers at least. That makes it worse.
Their coach top fragged? That's insane.
So we don't know what else happened, but at least on the numbers side, he held up.
Look, if you want to watch that game, that is over on the A stream, and at least here on the B stream, we will take a break. But XLG, one game away from getting eliminated and having their key crushed here in EWC.
Oh yeah, we'll get to see the key crush finally. We haven't been able to see a key crush yet. All right, looks like the stream's taking a short break. We'll just kind of talk for a little bit. I guess we can go over some of the matches that we got today. Let's see. We're going to be streaming all of them. I'm probably going to... let me see. Valorant schedule. I'll probably pick the 100 Thieves one to focus on, as long as like people don't want to watch the other one. Like, if someone comes in and is like, hey, I really want to watch the... whatever match, then we can, you know, watch that one. Let's see. So, yeah, this is happening. Okay, yeah, I'll probably watch the 100 Thieves match when that starts. I think Heretics will probably beat Titan, if we're being honest. I don't know who would play who here. I'm assuming it would just go like Sentinels would play them. Would play Carmine? And then, yeah. Oh, I thought NRG won. Oh, they did. Yeah, they're already up into the winners bracket, right? So yeah, these are the matches for today. We got these two going on, then we'll have these two, and then I guess the day will be over. And tomorrow we'll have these 4. So it'll be Carmine versus someone, DRX versus someone, Genji versus someone, RRQ versus someone, and then we're officially in playoffs. So then we'll have Friday, the quarterfinals, 4 matches. Saturday, semifinals. Sunday, decider 3rd place, and then the final. So got a good bit of stream to go. And then I guess we can go over some of this. So how do I... Okay, you just scroll. Okay. So I'll be streaming Valorant. Yeah, there's so many events. Okay, I'll be streaming Valorant. I'll be streaming Modern Warfare. Wait, MWI. Oh, Mobile Legends. Oops, not that. I'll be streaming BO6 on the 24th. Oops. So that will be a nice week. I'll be streaming OWCS. And I will be streaming... Where is CS? I will be streaming CS as well. So we got a good few months of EWC here. And I'm excited. I'm happy. Thank you EWC so much for letting me do this. I know I'm not the biggest streamer in the world, but it's been really fun so far. Let me just catch up the streams. But yeah, a lot of good matches coming up. It looks like G2 is going to go last map, so we should be able to catch the 100 Thieves match as soon as it starts.
Series between XLG and Sentinels, and it's not looking too
open
hot
up this
for
bad
XLG.
boy.
I'm a little bit nervous heading into Sunset. The numbers are not looking too great, and Sentinels, they are pretty confident in this matchup, right?
Yeah, at 13-9.
Yeah.
I feel like doesn't tell the whole story because it was tied. I mean, Sentinels had a way stronger of a lead. XLG caught up, and then the finish line, all of a sudden, Sentinels started sprinting, and they ramped up.
Yeah. Sentinels definitely ran away with it towards the end.
Region. Feels a more shared partnership. XLG did improve from Masters Toronto, but it's still a Sentinels win.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? They actually ironically performed better here in this Lotus than
They
what we
did,
saw
yeah.
in
Yeah.
Toronto. It was a 13-6 in Toronto. Here we got a 13-9. They have a stand-in with the coach, and somehow that's better than actually having a play that was playing with the team, although Midi only really joined for Masters, but it is interesting that they've, at least the scoreline-wise, improved since then, although still losing.
We'll see. I don't know.
At the end of the day,
Welcome back.
still
Welcome back.
0-3 overall in maps versus
Welcome back, everybody.
Sentinels are XLG in
Game's
recent
coming back.
history. And if they lose this,
it is
once
a-
again been crushed by Sentinels,
Yeah.
eliminated from this tournament, and they will have their
Oh
key
God, what's
crushed
the map?
after this series. So
I can't
look,
wait. I know that sounds really messed up, but I can't wait.
I
This will be
think-
our first time seeing a
I can't remember the
thing
map.
is, yeah, I can't wait to see it because it's going to be my first time seeing it as well, and that's very exciting. But I'm waiting for the moment where we see a team get revenge and crush the key.
Yeah,
This
I have
is
no
gonna
clue
be
what the
a
map
very
is.
sad moment, Kev. This is going to be a moment
It's
of,
all I know
oh,
is that
they
it's Sentinels
crushed us
pick.
again, and we will now have to exit the tournament while Sentinels move on.
But yeah, Sentinels up a map. I think they'll probably take this second one. G2's about to take the second one, so that'll probably go last map, which is interesting. Which I think they're playing an Icebox last map. So that'll be fun. And then we'll have 100 Thieves.
Can you imagine if Sentinels, after beating all of the Chinese teams in Toronto, then put all of the crush keys of the Chinese team into their trophy here at EWC, and then instead of, I believe they have a quote.
Yeah,
that
we'll
they
get to
put
see a key
inside the
crush.
trophy.
First key crush.
You can't change that, but imagine if you change that to "We own your region" and all of the Chinese crush keys.
You know what? Once it's your trophy, you can just do whatever you like with it. Take that to an
What's your opinion about G2 in the first game? I mean, they got kind of slammed from what I saw. I mean, G2's weird, right? 13-3, yeah. I mean, it probably wasn't their map pick, and they're playing with the coach. I think they'll get better over the course of the tournament if they can make it through this. Like, if they can beat Billy, I think they'll slowly get better. Because it's still that core four, right? There's only one new player. And I believe he top fragged their last game. So, you know, I think you can't count them out if they. I mean, they're up 9-2 right now, so they definitely have potential. I play so bad from last match. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I think you can't count them out yet, but I don't know if they got it in them. They're definitely. I don't think they got it in them to win the tournament. But here we go. Right, Sunset. It's a Sunset.
Sentinels compared to when they last played for XLG, of course, having Havoya, and he'll be playing the Deadlock. A breach coming through. That was
Oh, a breach. Interesting. No raise. Okay. Oh, Zekin's dead. All right.
XLG, just great retaliation from Viva and Market.
Okay. And it looks like Sentinels pistol round woes continue. Am I still hearing music? Did I? Yeah, they're still playing music.
And in charge for opening round here. Pistol once more, as mentioned.
Okay.
Split the pistols 1-on-1
Right? I'm not crazy? No, yeah, they're still playing music. Okay. Fair enough.
And just accelerating halfway into
all right, XOG takes another pistol. Man, Sentinels just, they have to win these pistol rounds more, man.
XLG start to take control.
What a start from Happy Way. He's just had an incredible EWC, like not just kind of like, okay, it was the one BO1 map where he really popped off and carried.
Still playing their timeout music.
So important to have a strong Sentinel when you're often going to be maybe holding solo, although Viva was by his side in Market. they can play off of that information a lot better because
I wonder
XLG
if
didn't
the
play
chat
a
is.
Sova on Lotus, and you see how this is already so much better.
It's a double Senti as well. I mean,
Stop the music.
Come through as a solo Sentinel, which is a little bit rough. You're kind of missing out on being able to have a Cypher on board with the extra cams, but it should be a good defensive half for XLG, given it's Cypher and Deadlock together.
Well, it should be around for XLG again, you'd think.
It's kind of a lot on Coconut to be the one that really blinds and limits.
Oh, there he is.
The barrier was insane from Havoya, limiting the exit of Sentinels.
Yeah, I don't know. He's playing a little too aggro, I think. I think he's trying to play that kind of like aggro. It's a good pick. And that's too dead. Yeah. This guy's weak. Probably another round for... Yeah. Yep. All right. I mean, Sentinels lose another pistol round. I don't know. And a bonus.
Could potentially be a rough game for Zek, and you have sensors you could walk into. You have trap wires, of course.
Yeah, it's true.
The hard counter to Neon in various cases, and then the fact that that particular round, throwing the barrier mesh down, Zekin got caught in the middle, had no exit available, and so dead to rights entirely. Unfortunate first death.
Surely they got to stop this music at some point, right?
Everyone on Sentinels shop yet, except for Zelstis in those first 2 rounds, and
hear that? Pow, pow, pow from XLG. Yeah, that's kind of what happened.
They're definitely getting, well, they're getting
Hey, they stopped the music. All right. This is going to be a big round for Sentinels. Huge pick. Need to get that trade, though. No! Huge 3-piece. All right. I mean, okay, Viva's still weak. It's still doable for Sentinels.
Solid from Viva. Also in the previous map as well. I'll bring that momentum through, but already looking in dire straits for Sentinels.
Yeah, you saw him. You know where he's at.
Looking too pretty here, Viva collecting a bit of an upgrade.
Hold on, he's gonna be behind him. Go!
Good news here is Raga doesn't
Ah, it was
have
a
the one shot. In
tripwire.
fact, he is just
Huge
gonna die
pick.
here.
Okay, 2v2. One of them
Might
super
actually
weak.
rescue the round for Celsius and the rest of Sentinels.
We're going to see this coming. Sentinels 2 versus 2. Viva on his last
I mean,
leg, and to stop this, a good surprise from
Okay, 1v1. I mean, Viva's at 5 HP. You would think this should be a Sentinels round.
know exactly where
As long as he doesn't get shot. Oh yeah, because he's shooting up the tripwires. He's can't mid though. Oh, he has a cam mid.
Cam's going to get info here as well in just a hot minute.
Check the cam.
And Viva has no clue.
Check the
At least the
cam.
regen shield allows him to get back onto a little bit more HP, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Zalsis now has full information. He knows exactly what this is going to come through. You'd imagine this round is entirely open, and it is. Viva
Okay.
doesn't even know which way
They
to
counted the round for Sentinel before the the round ended. But yeah, there you go. All right, Sentinels bounce back. Should be a buy versus buy now. Sentinels might be kind of. Yeah, they're still broke though. It's gonna be an important round for Sentinels because
Yeah, well, this time, you know,
they lose another one. Their economy is gonna be rough.
wanted to get another trap with it.
Hey, thanks for the follow, The Rock. The Rock.
Giving more numbers for
Rakakame.
really
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you.
The 3v2 that turned into a 2v2, allowing the rotation onto B and then the plant that really gives Sentinels the ability to win that one because they started that round in pretty rough order.
Right, a bit of a bait from Zekin. After he got caught by Havoya, once with the mesh and the other with the barrier. Sentinels playing with their food, and it's a chess match now. With
He's like, yeah, I got stuck again.
Coconut is on this side of the map. It's going to be the
Huge pick.
threat to the duelist on the
Oh, missed the spray. Okay, got the trade. All right, 3v2.
But a neural theft nonetheless from Zelsis will reveal the rotations are on the way for XLG.
Coconut would have wanted more there. If he gets a single extra kill, a 2 versus 2 retake feels a lot better, considering Raga also doesn't have another gun to use.
Should be a Sentinels round. I don't know. They got an op though.
One away from neural theft.
They're kind of lining up.
I'd love to get some information on positioning here. Raga's up against 2, and he might get traded even if he does get a kill.
Oh no. Okay, well they got the cipher though. Yeah. Good try. All right, Sentinels tied up.
It's just too hard. I mean, slide and then you
Tied 2-2.
He's really hoping the relay belt was going to get
Looks like G2 is up 10-3 now, by the way. So it looks like that'll probably go last map.
Of Raga needed a little bit more help from the single other teammate that was available there, but really if Coconut was able to get a single more there, stay
Again,
alive,
dude?
delay a bit longer, get some more rotations over. Could have been a different game there as Havoya and Viva were able to get themselves the one each, and Havoya now a couple times in a row, not scared to play aggressively and dry peeking into that choke. However, a couple rounds now as well. 2 in a row that he
This guy's just asking for tech pauses.
Game plan's been pretty solid from Sentinels, just heading into A first.
Like, oh man, my computer. Oh,
End up at B.
man. It's always when they win a round too. What is this guy doing? What is wrong with his computer?
You know, that duelist from Sentinels has just been.
All right, another tech
How
pause.
much he wants to commit and whether he wants to immediately do that.
Hopefully they get this resolved fast.
Advantage. And Rarga did what he could. He had that great initial shot with the op, but like you kind of pointed out earlier, it's not your favorite weapon to try and retake with.
It's like, how do you get the second shot? He needed to collat on the first one, unfortunately, and that's probably the only real way he gets in. Let's talk about the fact that the last time they met, 13-6 was Lotus, but also the same score on Sunset. Zekin went absolutely large. This was back when Sheila obviously still had midi. They were playing more of a breach look, kind of the same comp as we're seeing here, just with the Sova on Viva instead of the Fade that in the right plays. But largely would have been the same comp otherwise. This time playing the double Senti for XLG instead, which so far, of course, they should be getting a lot more done in these early defensive rounds, or just on the entire defensive side. But when you look back,
I wonder what his problem is. I bet something like so simple, like my mini map isn't rotating.
Sentinels, and then 5 in a row in the defense for Sentinels to really clean through with a 27-10 finish for Zekin, a plus 17 on Sunset alone in that particular map.
Definitely a way for Sentinels to keep punishing XLG, especially knowing this deadlock is on that right side.
It's always when Sentinels wins a round too, dude. I'd be kind of mad if I was his teammates. Like, we just won a round and you have another tech pause. I'd be like, dude,
Enough to deter Sentinels until XLG cook up a.
you're killing us here, brother.
Combo. And I think paired up with the paranoia, if that just syncs up even better for XLG. Kind of saw Sentinels not all swing together. There's moments where you can maybe catch Sentinels staggering. So it's still a pretty back and forth A approach.
It's also really tough for the Sentinels lineup to be able to get rid of some of this utility at range, given that you don't have the Sova here. You want to play the Fade, which is very good, very acceptable. But
Okay,
lacking
is
the
he
shot
good now?
dust, we have to get the easy clears on trips and Sonics and all that kind of stuff. So it will cause a few more additional headaches.
I wonder if those jerseys are comfortable. I always wondered that.
Harder as well to be able to follow up on things like
Oh, I see where they are.
to flash you through, fault line you through into certain plays.
They look kind of comfortable.
And you run into a piece of utility from one of the Sentinels and things just get a little bit rough in terms of timing, particularly if you're Zek and you really want to get those fast entries. We already saw him being punished earlier on. That will continue in this series unless Sentinels can sort of find a way to work their way across utility. If they can get these early kills on Havoya, that's one way to shut it down.
All right, they're ready.
But at some point, I expect Havoya, he'll need to rein in that aggression.
Yeah, XLG's kind of broke now.
Live a little bit longer in these rounds.
Save round for them.
He has more to play through.
Yeah, because if you let Sentinels get close to the site, John Cutie's going to explode in with all the breach util, so XLG have to either play forward and prevent that take, or out of the sight and out of mind. Because it's not even just the fault lines and the flashes, it's narrated as
Okay,
well.
let's see what they do here. They just can't give up any, like, sheriff picks, dude. It's 4 sheriffs and a...
What's online this time for XLG? Still
I forget the name of that gun. Ghost?
short on
I
the
think it's
side
called a
of Sentinels.
Ghost.
One more kill required for Narrate. Or mid control to come on through. A lot of melee trading over towards A main. Not going to be the case this particular
Ooh.
rounds. And the Prowler to
This guy B main's gonna be...
not to be seen. In fact,
Okay, you know where he's at,
Havoya's
though?
utility hasn't
You're not
even
gonna read this.
deployed
There's no way you read
yet.
this. Okay. Nice.
Heads up! It's in your name! You're all up there like a coconut. You just couldn't get that first blood, but it is just
Instead, it got cracked
sheriffs.
open.
Yeah, it got cracked for sure. An XLG on sheriffs, that would have been the one surprise. Something.
Yeah,
to
it's
get a
tough.
rifle. I mean, I'm just hard coding
Oh.
at this point. Happy way, that is nice.
Oh, you ulted on your...
Being invested too. XLG
Okay.
believe. I don't know if the rest of us do, because Narrate is pulling out
Oh my
shots
god.
like that to put the ball back in the Sentinel's court.
Yeah, I mean, can't do too much here.
Somebody was
Okay, 2v1.
still kicking.
I mean, this has been a lot of damage done. No matter which way you slice it, Happy Way is showing up. He's had a couple.
I mean,
of
it's such a
rounds
tough...
so
He
far,
picked up a
but
gun. Nah, that's it. Alright.
Bang, shut him down. He had the first, he'll take
Excuse
the
me.
last as well here. Bringing through 2 rifles, but I mean, yeah.
Sentinels up another round. 3 rounds in a row. XLG should have money now, though. Yeah.
Pretty good lead.
We'll see what happens.
Boy had a real chance at the 1 versus 2 because he picked up a rifle from mid. So
Okay, I feel like Sentinel's offense is usually pretty good.
And then maybe, yeah.
yeah, we're coming up with.
But then their defense is kind of iffy from what I've seen. I don't know. We'll see. This was their pick. Maybe they're more comfortable in defense here.
Could always, you know, with how Sentinels have been pivoting back and forth, you could have that Omen be part of that with Bang. So now some mid patrolling.
Also in the right, got a couple of kills over.
Looks like G2's at match point. They'll probably take that.
Last time as well, which was causing a few problems. Let's look over towards market one more time though. That was where Coconut fell early. He's posted up.
Okay. Huge pushes mid.
Control this break trip into mid. Havoya, he dropped off.
Oh, run away. Oh, wow.
Wait,
The Annihilation will still be grabbed by that Annihilation, and Zelsis will
Wait,
have to
Zekken died?
avenge him, as now the spawn
Okay.
is open and XLG get hit by a Nightfall. So there's so many
Yeah, there we go. Okay. 2v4. Looking good if you're a Sentinels fan. Got A completely. They're stuck on B. Got this Cypher in their spawn pretty much.
They brought the op in. Raga played a glass cannon op that will be recovered by Viva now.
Should be.
The Sentinels feel
Should
like they
be
have
it.
enough to chase here. Money's actually not too bad, so they're going to go for this one. If they take away the op, that'll be a very expensive loss for XLG.
Oh yeah, XLG bought an op.
In general, be a very expensive loss. Zekken being the only death here that was due to the Annihilation from Havoya. Everything else going very wrong for XLG.
You should probably swing this. Oh, that's so tough.
Beautiful setup from John Q.
Oh no.
And now you're just watching your own win, and the
All right. Well, you got rid of their op.
Sentinels are rich enough, so who
Yeah,
cares?
Zelsis will drop the selfie cam there just for fun, and then Sentinels, that's fine. The rest
Yeah, it's a tough cam.
We have a nearly a hero rifle onto Havoya. That will be the Guardian. We'll see what the buys are a little bit later on, but yeah, this is the one kill that.
Yeah, how did he die here? Oh, he got detained. Okay.
But then of course the ending that we saw, but yeah.
There we go. All right. Sentinels take a 2-round lead, 4 in a row.
That kind of goes awry for them, and it's not going to end up being a full purchase through for Havoya, but he's still only got 500.
Got some Guardians in there.
He's essentially spent most of his bank here, hoping to get something done with the Guardian.
XLG get info. They could Hunter's Fury, but this is too forward from Viva.
What just happened? Oh, wow. Okay.
And Zelsis just catching Coconut on a bit of a hot
There we go. All right. Good round from XLG, I guess.
That was incredible stuff.
Yeah, Viva pops a 3-piece at the beginning of the round.
As well. That is an extremely good one for XLG.
Not too worried if you're Sentinels though. Maybe I mean you got 2 players who are kind of broke.
From the XLG POV to see another 6 in a row from Sentinels in the opening half, and XLG shut it down early to keep this one nice and tight. 1 round between them. That could have gone so poorly, but this early aggression on A, couple times it hasn't.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there. Like I guess Sentinels just pushed up too far and they were ready. I don't know.
Momentum-wise, potentially for XLG.
Dude, there's this tiny bug flying around my room.
It looks like this Hunter's
I
Fury
can't
could
find
just
it.
be used for the retake
It's
after
annoying.
all, especially when you have John Cutie, you're reading he has a rolling thunder. Sentinels could get any site they want. And off the camera info that Zelsis provided, feel
Looks like it's gonna be
into
hit.
market the last time they've read that he was there, but it's a different setup from XLG. You got the tower
Man, that's so awful.
assist, and the
All right,
spike is down.
2v4.
Fury cuts Sentinels at the heel. And it's now Bang that has to look
Oh.
on after the ult, and he gets a surprise. But
That's it.
not enough
All right.
power from Sentinels
4-4.
to muscle that round.
Good looking flick coming through from Bang, but
I'm assuming G2 won.
from the secondary player from XLG.
Yeah, G2 just won their second map, so that'll go last map. I don't know who's gonna win that one. It's an icebox, so could go either way. Sentinels timeout. Dude, these tactical timeouts are so sweaty. I get it, but like so sweaty.
Some more smiles on the faces of XLG as they start to feel better about their chances. No matter which way you kind of slice it here, this is a better look for XLG versus Sentinels than the last time they played, which wasn't particularly good for XLG at all. So, is it the case that, yeah, it's a little annoying that they're consistently having to come
So
in with new
sweaty.
members? It's been 3 players in this one initiator spot, moving from YOU to Midi to No Man to Havoya, the coach. Consistent inconsistency, you could say, in terms of that position. However, it's led to this event being a reasonable good look for XLG, but can it be good enough to take us to a map 3? Can it be good enough for XLG to knock out Sentinels, a tournament favorite?
I think that round could have just been simplified from Sentinels, just having the rolling thunder, have your neon glide in and call it a day, but
Yeah.
that rotate over was really
I don't
tough.
know, man.
What a beautiful Hunter's Fury. Viva
This would be cool if it went to a Haven. I don't know. I mean, the map one was still pretty close. Like, it's not like Sentinels really slammed. Like, I guess they won the last few rounds pretty convincingly, but
Surely this is the round for Sentinels.
yeah, that's a lot of ult.
Some low armors though. 125 across the board.
Hmm.
John QT, Bulldog in hand. No early aggression this time from XLG. Could be another market play for Sentinels. Walking this time into 2.
Oof.
Oh, Coconut still is being dismantled on that top high ground, so
Should have A control here. Got smokes in the back. I guess they're waiting for Breach to...
dislodges anchor of Happyway, who's going to remain within the site, and he gets
Wow.
this one, and dances
Oh,
around
no.
a second, and now revealed.
Okay. Alright, still a 3v2. Still a huge 2 picks, so... Oh, no. Alright, 2v1.
XLG. It's up to Rarga, but I think maybe just keeping the op would be better.
Yeah.
Play this, so this is the thing. How confident are you if you're Raga? You can swap over to the overdrive at any point in time. The real difficulty is eventually you're going to have to play into some of this John QT utility. Haunts back on a line. Fault line is there again. Most importantly, though, it is looking over
Throws up
towards
as well?
that
Really?
ultimate. Swapping over towards the weapon. This is so doable for Raga.
Oh, the rolling thunder's investing.
Yeah, there we go.
Not able to clutch this one.
I don't know. Would you use your ult in a 2v1 like that? I'd rather take that, keep that for like a break somewhere, right?
It's so tough to push into that when you have the 2 corners to get through the wall.
Oh, it's like he heard me.
But a better rolling thunder out of Sentinels.
Yeah, that's a huge 2-piece, so...
That is far easier for you to get an op back than it is for the rolling thunder to come through. Taking that item off board.
It's fair. Yeah, I guess you know he has an op.
Now from Sentinels.
Had an op, at
It's
least.
a good trade for Raga. Would have been even better if he got the kill, but
Got some full shields now.
overdrive he saved as well. So yeah, he had the opportunity to trade his op.
Yeah, their Omen's kind of getting shut out. It's tough. He's in really good positions. He's just not really connecting.
Raga wants to get something done over towards B main.
I'm looking at the overdrive from
Okay, you got info on 2 there. I'm assuming a rotate would come in, right? Yeah.
Sentinels do just like to kick off their rounds over at A main. But
That's really nice with Neon that you can rotate so fast.
that paranoia and be as aggressive and active as they have before.
Sorry, guys. I'm pretty sniffly today. I'm sorry. I didn't sleep very well. Maybe I'm getting sick. I hope not.
Sentinels are really curious to see if there's going to be early movements out of XLG. And
Yeah, it's a really quiet round.
See a couple members push down B. That's where the Baron Mesh is going to be deployed late.
Hmm.
So it's going to let the first 40 seconds pass on through. Baron Mesh will fade away. Full mid control for Sentinels so far. They've had success.
I don't know. It's a good split from XLG, though.
Prowler's going to get past and check everything out, but no members here to
Dude, they've just been shutting Zekin down this game.
Sensor at B is gonna make things sketchy for Zekin if he crosses
Oh.
that path, especially when you have to try and get to that high ground. And there's a Sonic Sensor.
Yeah.
Stun, the
Oh, he got out.
Huge.
Huge.
Out of the Sentinels to back up their duelist.
All right, 3v4.
Top rope now being obscured. They'll have to take a market approach if XLG hope to retake this.
I mean, they can still retake this. I don't know if I like that smoke, though. It's so hard. You smoke yourself off? Or was that... Now, that must have been Sentinel smoke.
One member on Coconut could be interesting.
Yeah,
No
yeah.
paranoia. It's already been spent now, but can they react in time to get these kills?
Okay, they're back
You
in.
don't even have time to use the neural theft. You just have to go and frag now just to confirm the big win for
Why? Oh...
who claims with joy. And
All right.
XLG will tie.
I don't know what that Neon was doing.
Early on, it's been Happyway's day in his tournament so far. When
Okay.
XLG
Wow, what a
look like they are in a
choke.
struggling position. Happyway delivers.
Yeah, that was a Sentinel's choke for sure. I don't know what that Neon was doing. He pushed out behind him. I guess he was just so concerned about the back push that like he just got through.
Across the face for XLG to bring this one again to a tied up 5-5, forcing that economy now.
All
on
right.
the Sentinel side. That could have gone so.
Yeah,
poorly,
let's
but
see what
Happyway
happened
just
here.
able to get these shots in there. Neural theft came in, but he didn't even get
Like, there's the
info.
guy
He
right
just
behind.
sees before
Yeah.
neural theft comes through.
I guess he's
Who wins
stuck.
these duels?
Yeah.
Big conversation about the
It's the
impact of
tough
these
position, I
Sentinels.
guess.
Happyway and Zealous is providing so much, whether on the defense or the post play. And it's not even been about a big duelist matchup between Zekin and Rarga. I believe they're even bottom fragging, but all that matters is how you pull together these rounds as a team. And it's another Sentinels cut into market, the Sonic Sensors to try and strengthen that side of the map for XLG. The barrier is only going to delay Sentinels for so
Yeah,
long.
I
The
mean,
paranoia throws
Sentinels
the
is
mix,
broke as
Sentinels
well.
have to wait.
Okay. Okay. 3v3. Popped ult. Okay. 2v1. Or no, 2v2, sorry. They got bomb down. You know where he's at. Oh, just hold that angle.
One of them with a pistol, open to change that up, and Zekin at the top site wants to get ahead of the game, but it's XLG converging to the market side, and it's Rarga
Got Silva Dart too, though.
loud and proud around the corner. This is the fight to win.
Yeah, there it is.
And it's Viva once again, a strike
Okay. Oh, good try. I don't know. I guess you don't know if he's sticking it, but I might have waited. I might have waited a little bit before rushing out there. All right, last round and a half. I think XLG might have a lead going in to next half. I don't know. We'll see. Hey, take an allergy pill.
Still though, decent damage done, considering this was just a big sting around coming through
Let's
from
see.
Sentinels. If the objective was to, obviously if you can't quite get the round, to at least deal significant damage, you've done that. But have you taken enough money away?
They're showing
Because there
replays.
still is enough money
Yeah,
for
G2 hasn't started yet, so they're still showing replays. Yeah, that was. I don't know. I don't know if I would have peeked out that fast, but I mean,
XLG at EWC and Coconut.
it's a lot of backseat gaming. Oh, dude, Zekin is just getting shut down this match. Map.
Been the ultimate anchor for XLG to keep B as big of a challenge as possible against the Sentinels.
Here's the info.
All right, I mean, 3v4.
A little bit compromise is going to be right now. They drop off Zelsis to try and sell this fake a little bit further.
I mean, they're gonna hear him running away. He's not slow walking.
Barrier mesh, being patient here, right? Doesn't want to reveal his positioning. Now finally it's going to be the full rotation. This will be an A finish. Does Raga smell this one? He's starting to lean over, and eventually XLG need to be ready. Surely that's footsteps heard.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna hear him.
Yeah, he can prowler through that corner box, so Havoya has a lot. Maybe could even throw this Annihilation preemptively, and he claims the breach, and there tries to unleash him.
Yikes, man. There it is. All right. 7-5. XLG leading. Might go last map.
Got a golf clap coming out from me on that one. Just shoots through the cocoon player to find the one behind. Dirty stuff coming through from Havoya for XLG now to lead 7-5. And well, XLG won the first pistol as well. If they get the second pistol,
Yeah.
we're looking at 9-5.
Sentinels needs to win the pistol.
A bit struggling on here. We might end up going to Haven, a map that we haven't seen out of Sentinels for a reasonable while, given that they have banned that one a number of times. And XLG, my goodness, Happy Way once again delivers so huge over on the
Yeah,
other
that's.
side of map.
I don't know. It's not. It's not. If Sentinels haven't played Haven in a while,
Leaf might not be here, but
oh
the
no.
Chinese Leaf certainly is.
This guy's fuming.
You see the pressure to Sentinels really feeling it. They also just seem like a more quiet, locked-in team, at least my impression of them, seeing them for the first time in person. And XLG, they're yappers, man. They're loud, and just every time someone steps up, they're just encouraging each other, and this is a team that could really scale up, but it was Sentinels that closed it out.
It'd be crazy if Sentinels went out
Back and forth, so
right away.
XLG have to keep up this
Just
level of
double
performance,
bopped
and it's all
out.
gonna come down to
That'd
this
be pretty wild. Who do you guys got? You think Sentinels are going to come back?
Mixed language here.
Or you think you're going last map?
Majority Chinese speakers, Russian coach, meaning that they do have to
Wow.
come in English.
Majority Chinese speakers and a Russian coach. Wow. Oh my God, Zekin. Look at Zekin, dude.
Particularly in very rough situations when a lot is happening at the same time, which is why sometimes you do see sloppy runs. We did get
There's no way he's having tech issues again.
double pit situation and various others. But
All right, let me take an
beyond all
allergy
that,
pill
getting
real quick,
past all those
so I'm not
issues,
sneezing the rest of these 2 hours.
7-5 on the second map, and not a terrible opening map on Lotus either, despite that one eventually getting away from them. You can see Havoya is the one that, as I even just take a look at the team, but if you could even hear them, the main one yelling out the comms, leading the team. At this stage, I mean, he might even just be the IGL of the team. He's basically able to just relay all the coaching information he would have been able to give to the team during tack pauses and between games, all of that, but doing it live in the game itself.
Sentinels are also just such a good team at being able to come back Not that there's like they're at a major deficit. It's just 7-5. But Sentinels have such a good read on the game. They know how to download and adapt and do so quite quickly before the game gets away with them. That's how Lotus went Sentinels' way in the end. And they can expose those cracks in XLG and get in their heads. But now XLG know it's going to be a mental game, and they're trying to get themselves hyped up as best as possible, especially when there's a tech timeout.
These moments are good for XLG, I'm not going to lie to you, because this is giving a lot of time for Havoya to, again, send the marching orders down. Of course, I'm not able to exactly hear what the comms are and exactly what the tactics are, but very easily you can see that he's able to just give so much info over, using a bit of time to explain things, again, in English comms to a Chinese team that would otherwise maybe take a bit more time to settle in. This is giving the opportunity for XLG to really come through and find their openings, find their advantages, and work together as a team, because that some of those team moments on Lotus was what let them down, but we can see they have the fragging power, we can see they have the talent, we can see that even if you have your coach in, if you can actually perform, that you don't have that normal downside of having a stand-in that's just going to get farmed and that's just going to get run over in a lot of these fights.
Another tech pause?
Putting up numbers. And then on top of that, he's adding the comm structure, he's adding the leadership into the team that maybe the team didn't get enough of in previous showings with previous members in previous tournaments. It's starting to reveal itself into the 7-5 lead, which could definitely progress even further.
Yeah, and Sentinels have done a lot of maturing over the past couple of Masters and all the time they spent as a team since these new additions from last year. It's about, there's so much more to Valorant than obviously just shooting and being in the game. It's the aspect outside of it of not dwelling on the mistakes, no matter how stupid they are, no matter how silly they are. And this is a Sentinels team that beat down XLG pretty recently.
Wait, I'm back. Sorry about that. I realized I took an allergy pill on an empty stomach with almost 2 Red Bulls, so that's probably not a good idea.
Starting to get real hyped up and looking real good, and it's not even coming from the duelist. A lot of people, when they look at XLG, it's the larger show.
Someone fix Zekken's computer, dude.
But everyone now is firing on all cylinders from XLG, including the coach.
So again, previous meeting, 8-4 opening half at Toronto. Sentinels attacking side with 8. Only 4 on the defense for XLG. And this time around, 7-5 going the opposite
Oh no, XLG looks pretty smiley.
From double ENET to double Sentinel. Havoya leading way on the deadlock. He also did play Cypher yesterday versus DRX and looked okay on that one. Played Raze in our previous map and honestly performed pretty damn good. Now at the moment, the 7-5 a good enough lead with a double Sentinel rather, defense for them to have the buffer required to close out this map now as they have to play double Sentinel on offense. Surely if they can get into some of these points, you can imagine the setup.
Cool earbuds.
Ideally, XLG would.
All right, how's everybody doing?
Obviously, want to go to the third match.
Just waiting on a tech pause because I guess someone at Sentinels has a broken PC again.
But they went to Haven just recently against DRX, which is a 13-6 loss. XLG, it wasn't a good showing, and it was the Yoru ISO, which everyone's pulling out.
I'm just curious what's wrong. Like,
especially cooked up for this international. And now you're
I mean, it has been getting kind of slammed. Maybe there is something wrong with his PC.
Here's a fun fact for you as well. In that previous Sunset game, it was Happyway that top frag 18-17 despite losing 6 and 13 in the scoreline. Fun stat line here is also 5-1 in terms of first kills to first deaths. And that last
They're so smiley. I don't know. Sentinels look so like.
Immaculately despite losing on Sunset.
I mean, look at him.
He's winning Sunset, performing just as well, continuing that trend on that Sentinel defensive side, and yeah, he's
who's yelling like that?
He's getting late kills, winning difficult situations, also getting some first kills in there as well. Although decent amount of first kills have also come through from other members like Havoya that we saw in a couple of those earlier rounds. Deadlock, peeking through early, finding opportunities.
I wonder if you guys can hear the Dota hype coming from.
Oh, it's Dota. Okay.
Think about. There's all the different esports and who's been the loudest. And in Valorant yesterday, I was getting jump scared by how much the players.
That makes sense. I was like, who is yelling like that right now?
And it's been cool to just see all the esports kind of.
Oh, there's a smile.
Side by side over at this B stage. I don't
Oh
know.
my god, I saw a Sentinels player smile.
Can the Valorant players pipe down a little bit? It's so loud that it's coming through the Dota comms apparently. So
that's really funny.
The neighbors.
Now the neighbors are.
They just want to farm their gold, you know, and they're hearing too much pop off from aces and clutches. And they're getting
G2 up
scared, like,
around,
I'm
it
just
looks
here
like,
juggling at the moment.
on
I don't know what's
Icebox.
going on the other side of the stage.
Well, I know one person that's farming, and that's Viva. I've been really proud of him today. Just stepping up as that Sova. Beautiful Hunter's Fury from the opposite sides of the map to just multi-kills holding down on the A side. Just these underdog players that have stepped up in the biggest moment. Hey, I like to see smiles on the Sentinel side. They were very much RBF, but I just call it locked in. But
I don't know what RBF means. What does RBF mean, chat?
There's a PC issue somewhere that needs to be sorted out. Don't think it's Zekin this time, but
oh, it's not Zekin this time.
It was Zekin. We'll just see where that ends up, but still fun vibes over the XLG side, no matter which way you slice it. They're happy to just vibe for now, having their back and forth chatter.
Hearing 2 minutes until we're back into game, at least. Unless I just caster curse that one.
I think there's no rights PC down the end there.
Can I caster curse production? Is that a thing?
Yes, you can.
If that was possible, if that was possible, I'd be curious what extent you could start doing that. That would be a
I'll
superpower.
work my voodoo magic for sure. Because me and Schiff were cursing yesterday. Not like that way, but we were cursing our broadcast because I don't know if we keep summoning the tech issues.
You'd have that basically like a superpower. You have like a Timu Death Note kind of style going. I was like, no, I can't write somebody's name and cause their demise, but you know, I can just make things annoying with curses. So
These are interesting headsets. I wonder what they're using. It's different from what I've seen before.
No, it's just you just curse things instead of actually having the power over life and death. That's what that is about.
Oh, okay.
Speaking of life and death, we are in the lower bracket, of course.
That's insane. Speaking of life and death, one of these teams is going home. That's insane.
Could be a decent lead being gained by XLG if they clean up the pistol again, of course.
Yeah, sorry for the wait, everybody. Oh, looks like we're back. All right.
They can start
Spoke too soon.
some rounds, especially in these post plants successfully. XLG.
All right, here we go.
A great spot.
Sentinels need to win another pistol. They have to win a pistol round, dude. They just have to. It would tie them up. I mean, it would be perfect for them.
Series score. Don't even look at the map score. Just focus on the half.
You guys gotta win the pistol.
Of course, Cypher trips are going to be the obstacle course that Varga has to get through, but that's the joy of having Viva and just, you know, eyeballs
All right.
that too.
All right, we waited a long time. We're going to start things out. Quick stack over towards the B side. Solo to be able to hold off for some
5-stack B. They're in.
Into a fast lane, hit onto B. Nobody's home. This will be a full retake.
It's not looking great for Sentinels. I don't like this too much.
With a prowler, in which corner he decides to check with, and someone has to swing right in there, and I think breach for a retake is going to be a lot more solid.
And again, very little ways to be able to stop this utility from range with no shock darts available. So you're just going to have to try to run into some of these. At least there'll be some information on Viva.
Okay.
Oh boy, you're doing what you
There we go. Okay.
And Sentinels have found their way in. There's a Sonic
No! Oh, 1v2.
And it's a 2 versus 1, all up to narrate. One enemy remains.
He's not gonna read it. Yeah. Oh, Sentinels lost another pistol.
Have that pistol too.
Honestly, Sentinels did a pretty good job there coming through, despite having to run into all of this util from the double Sentinels. But the flashes, the stuns are good.
There it is.
Working off of those,
tech pause again?
The breach util coming through. So, despite losing that round, came within very close margins, but it is the pistol going.
What is going on?
Of XLG in the hands of Havoya, the last surviving member.
Sorry, guys. Another tech pause.
Looking across the stage. As it's going to be, do you want a keyboard? Is this a keyboard issue? I can help you out. I got a spare one ready to go. As got a bit more time now, plenty of time.
He's looking over like, dude, I'll fix it, just please.
Potentially going to be another anti-eco win. Obviously, we're going to look towards a 9-5. And then suddenly you're looking at a situation where Sentinels are going to start sweating a little bit. They should be looking pretty good on this attack, or rather on the defense side, considering attacking double senties could be a little rough. But again, if you can actually get on these sites, it's just really, really rough.
It's rough, but we hope you guys have time to go get a snack, and we're going to make sure the Sentinels are all okay. And we'll check in with Sen City too after this break.
Oh, no. There's a break. All right, well, someone's keyboard is broken. Let's take a look at G2 real quick, I guess, since we're on a tech pause here. Sorry, guys.
All's well as that ends well for the side of Billy. And they have strung 4 rounds together here on this attacker side.
5-minute tech pause.
You have another reckoning. You have the Viper's Pit. Gonna use this cascade to force Jonah P back. They're on the hunt.
Oh, one for a reload. Bit of an awkward timing there as spot out through the wall. Well, I'm just go ahead and leave Jonah P to his own devices for the moment as the spike is now planted. The pit is in play.
Be insane. It would be insane if G2 and Sentinels get sent home.
You don't have that lockdown to try to flush players out of it. As Levy is now confirming presence of multiple players, has to backpedal. Heal flies, and kills are found. K9 going to be taken down at the same time. Scale forward, BLG needing to fight up into the pit.
All right, 3v4 for
They do find themselves stacked up at time.
BLG.
Working against G2. The spray from Trent.
Ah, there it goes.
Right around them.
All right, G2 down, 2-5.
Yeah, love the change of pace here from BLG. Just rushing forward onto B. Again, just maybe looking to try to punish Shaq a little bit. He's going to be tasked to lock down that B side.
Looks like there's some accusations in chat about
early, you're giving yourself a really good chance.
About Sentinels.
The outer edges.
My guy's playing on the most stretched res I've ever seen in my life.
Then once they have to get inside, it is
Yeah, guys, we're just going to watch a little bit of the G2 while the Sentinels match is on break. Should be like 2 or 3 minutes.
Go G2.
Hopefully while they fix their tech issues.
Clear the turret. YZ he's just pushing. I like
You're not missing anything over on the Sentinel stream. So
Ready for the timing. Good kills in response. Those K9
3v3 for G2. Sorry, 3v4. There's a res. All right, 4v2. Can't hit the shots.
Chocobo wins out of range with the stinger. The wheels are starting to come off.
Yeah, this is going to be a eco win. I mean, you had the res in there too for Jog. This is just incredible.
This should be a easy round for G2.
I thought this looked pretty good.
That's one more player to potentially pick up one of these upgraded weapons. Because now they know Russia's position. Just have that spike in hand.
Oh,
sets
wow.
up the wall. Looks like he's just going to try to stay tucked back in the spawn for 44 seconds.
It's going to be a 45-second save.
How we do? Chill out, hang back.
Yeah.
Wait for the timer to go down.
30 seconds
nice.
left.
Yeah, the little relaxation moments that can sometimes just arbitrarily be built into Valorant.
Catch our breath a little bit.
Yeah.
Gonna have
Players
some.
can take the time.
Yeah.
You know, there is a massage room.
Yeah, there you go.
Get a quick 30-second massage.
It's a massage room?
10 seconds left.
They've got a barista up there for the players.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very nice.
So fancy.
Whatever. Chill out. Make sure that you're the vibes are good, and then you're ready to go. Looks like Jonah P got to go on the hunt. Can't see, but Russia can. So we'll be able to find it, but cannot prevent the thrifty.
All right, round for G2.
G2.
Smap will be back in a minute 30. We'll probably get one more G2 round in, and then we'll switch back over. Yeah. If anyone's coming in to watch the Sentinels stream or the Sentinels match, they are on a tech pause. So we're just watching this while we're on tech pause.
Get his kill, the cascade to set up YZ to get up on that tube. Like that play with the Harbor to cover.
So we'll switch back as soon as possible. They have a tactical pause. All right, it looks like both streams are on a pause. These pauses are insane. Okay. Oh, they extended the Sentinels tech pause. I guess we'll just chill out here for now. just chill out. Maybe I'll play some of this. Let's see what music they got going on. It's very loud. All right. Let's see. I guess, yeah, we're just waiting for this tech pause to end, and we'll hopefully get back in the action. I'm hoping this doesn't throw off the schedule too bad, because I think the stream I want to watch is on A stream, so that means this probably won't be done until A stream, or this won't be done by the time the Hunter Thieves match starts, which I want to watch that one, so I don't know. We'll still finish out this one, though. I feel like this is a fun one. This is being played really close. But yeah, how's everybody doing? If you guys are new, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll be streaming all of EWC Valorant for the rest of the week. And we're going to keep watching these matches. Full coverage. Shout out to EWC again for letting me do this. I'm very happy about that. Yeah, I'm just going to chill for a second, I guess. Wait for this tech pause to be done. Someone's keyboard is broken, apparently. So we're just waiting for them to get that figured out. But until then, we're going to be chilling. Chilling like a villain. So, yeah. Oh my god, I thought that was the... Wow. Whew. I thought that was the countdown. I thought they moved it to 13 minutes. I was like, oh no. Oh no. Excuse me. Losing my voice. Been yelling a lot. Been some crazy plays. I hope this doesn't copyright strike me. Really hope doesn't strike me. Let's get pumped up, guys. Let me see if my streamer bot is working now. No. Weird. I wonder why that's happening. Okay, well, I guess we can just close that. Let's have that both chats up. But yeah, Sentinels up a map. Got a tech pause. XLG is leading in this map, in the second map. But yeah, we'll get into it as soon as possible. I mean, there's no time. There's no countdown anymore. So, all right, let's bring this back up then, I guess.
Spot up on the Jonah P, who will just take him down through the smoke, and that seals the deal.
We'll just keep an eye on this until the tech pause is over.
This is a brutal round.
Yep.
Because BLG put quite a bit of money into this.
Weapons have to be saved?
Well...
Looks like we got a save round here.
I think they're going to make their stand here.
Well...
30 seconds left.
What I'm learning from this, though, this whole situation, is that I think that in elimination games, at least the first one that you have to play, we should make teams play with their coach.
Oh, I see.
Spice it up.
Yeah.
We gotta get Termy in there.
That could be a fun tournament. Can you imagine though? Yeah, you get to see like Solo come in
All right.
for
Looks like G2 ties it back up.
Sorry, Foxy9, you're on the bench. I need to play Killjoy. Some shots, distracting Jogamo back the opposite way, and that's going to be a timing foul.
There we go.
Trisha cannot hold on to his weapon. Dancing around will be able to retain the Phantom, so it's going to be the Guardian lost in the end. The better of the two to save, but There's not too many silver linings that BLG are going to be able to find here.
Yeah, love this positioning from Jog. Shutting that blade storm right down.
Yeah, there's not even
down
a
there, clearing net. Or clearing pipes, excuse me.
there's not even a timer on the tech pause anymore. So I guess we'll watch this one for now. Which means I have to change the titles again.
Bulldog. Got some Phantoms and a Guardian, but
Dogamo forward in tube. Waiting for the peak. There's the drop down. Can't quite reset the spray.
Yeah, I'm just changing the titles because that's what I'm required to do. But we will go back to Sentinels as soon as possible.
Just make that a 1-for-1.
Let me just keep the stream up on the side so I know if they're
just tucked
live or
in the
not.
corner. LG just scaling forward.
Yeah. Unfortunately, tech pause taking a while over there.
All
right, let's get locked in here. All right, 3v4 for G2. Tied up. Tournament lives on the line. Last map.
Slides in the backside. Ready to go on the prowl. Sees the gun barrel.
G2 gets a good pick there. 2v3 for G2. There we go. All right, should be G2 round. G2 takes the lead.
Trent comes away with 3. G2 securing themselves 6.
That is
Tournament lives on the line.
Made noise there. You see Knight's gun look up right before Trent is about to swing that corner. Shaq did that intentionally to bait. And Trent, just a smooth criminal here. Bang, you can hear those footsteps right behind him. Shaq plays that so well, and Trent with a 3K. That is so well done.
See how
That
aggressively he was twisting his hair?
with the stand-in coach.
Where is this bug, dude?
So good.
There's this tiny, like, fruit fly flying around.
Son of P, no likelihood should have been able to have that or at least get some
Can't find
damage
it.
in, but the snake bite, so it does get a little bit off timing.
Oh, first blood for
here, scaling forward at A.
BLG.
Finally suspecting that this has been left open.
Yeah, it looks like Sentinels is still on tech pause.
But YZ is there for
So
the
we'll get to
jump,
that as soon as possible.
For now.
But for now, if anyone wants to watch Sentinels, they're on tech pause. You're not missing anything. We're just going to watch this until the other one's ready.
I don't think you're going to get there.
And Jogamo is not even letting any credence to the idea of it. He is
Huge pick. Huge crossfire.
From that idea.
Oh, wow, nice. All right. Should be another round for G2, 2v4.
I think those have been quelled.
Absolutely. Again, a great push and pull for 2 members of G2. This time it's Jog and Jonah P. Maybe just end of the round. We'll have to see.
Interesting. It was 13-3 and 13-4.
Gain the sight. Trent, Shaq not too far away.
Should be a plant, though. They're still thinking it's on B, so...
2v4, though, necessary for BLG. Shaq, oh, elbow spotted.
We saw him.
YZ had been noted, but now...
Nice. All right. Yep, should be round for G2. There we go. All right, G2 up 7-5.
Refused to come through, 7-5 at the half. G2 out in front from the defending side.
Yeah,
This is a really stellar half for G2.
There you go. That's halftime for G2. 6-5.
Have some fun with it before defusing. So yeah, we got these ults, so might as well use them. Valen could TP if he really wants, but I think he's probably being the more sane of the remainers there.
There we go. All right, half for G2.
BLG needing to dig deep.
So
find this pistol as they themselves get ready to move over to the defending side of the map. G2 going to be on the attack when we come back after halftime.
all right, I guess they're also taking a break. Yeah. Oh, this is cool.
On Peter. Find help, boys. Maze, right side. Well done, fight left. Yep. Sheriff Hill.
Nice! I like those full comms, full player cams. That's fun. All right. Yeah, unfortunately, Sentinel's still on tech pause. So, still just waiting for that. We'll just stay on this one until we're done with that tech pause over there. And yeah, this resumes in a minute. So, my question is, I don't know if the Sentinels match will be over by the time the 100 Thieves match starts, because I really want to watch the 100 Thieves match. But with these tech pauses, I don't know. We'll just have to see. I'll keep watching the Sentinels match until it's done, and then I'm assuming I'll have to switch to the 100 Thieves match probably a little bit through. Which is fine. We might miss like half of the first map. So we shouldn't miss too much of that one. But yeah, just waiting on halftime and tech pauses.
We are back. Some moments of celebration there on display from BLG, but not as many as they would have liked. 7-5, the scoreline as BLG now shifts to the defense, having to contend with G2's duelistless comp on the attack.
Yeah, this ought to be really interesting. I mean, we saw the other day, duelistless comps can sometimes struggle on the attacker side, but this is G2. And the way they've been playing, the coordination now really starting to come through, the comms being good. You know, I heard them quickly behind stage during the break between maps just saying, hey, keep the vibes good, keep the comms good, and good things are going to happen. And so far, not too bad at all. Trent just going to let loose with the dart. Cleared. YZ inside of G2's smoke.
Skies in this. Here's that orb being taken. Would love to try to strike, but G2 are playing this very patiently,
All right.
very slowly. Actually,
Another pistol round. Be huge if G2 could win this, because that'd
why is he sticking around?
be some nice.
Here.
He's going to end up
Wow.
being well, finds one.
Ooh, dinked
Does
him.
get taken down, but some damage found that'll force the heal.
Oh, he didn't dink him.
It's a CD out.
Could have sworn he dinked him.
Ultimately doesn't make his exit. Meets his
Sage
demise.
heal?
Already rotations have come through from BLG. Just looking to set up a wall here, at least, is Russia. Now starts rotating back across towards A, but Spike continues to inch forward here in the hands of Jogamo.
And Nep's going to be falling quite far back.
Yeah.
Big attempt. Might just be getting them to bite here. Nep has not seen him miss them on the cross.
They haven't rotated though. This KJ's on A though. Oh, that's gonna be quick. Tough. All right, got him weak. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Goes for the reload. Now it's all on Jaw. Heal back available. Timing there for him, but the weaponry certainly is not.
Yeah, this is probably... Oh, good try. Yeah, all right. G2 lost the pistol. That'll probably be tie game pretty much if BLG can win this bonus, which I'm assuming they will.
Fantastic timing from Levy.
Would be my guess. Yeah, Sentinel's still on a tech pause.
How going to find four for himself? That's really
So I
nicely
don't
done
know
there
what's
on the
happening
Killjoy.
there.
This is just classic
I'm
YG.
assuming a PC just went
So aggressive with his
kaboom,
positioning. Man, oh man,
and
that is such a tight angle.
they're having to deal with that.
Jonah B.
30 seconds left.
There you go. Levius.
We'll see though. G2, I mean, both of these tournaments, lives on the line. Teams, lives on the line.
When they needed him the most.
So we'll see. I don't know.
After the first map, the pistols were a bit of a
7-6, you'd
struggle, to say the
assume.
least.
Oh, it looks like G2 actually kind of forced.
G2.
Okay, yeah, I guess an important round.
I think this is a really good time to gamble it.
Yeah, you kind of have to, right?
I mean, G2 do go for this more often than many other teams.
Got an angle on him. It's a full 5-stack
No
A.
confirmation on the force.
But it's one of those things.
I mean,
even
they
when
know
one's
they're
coming. Sometimes you just can't stop it.
They know they're Viper.
It's just.
They know one guy's going to be on B, right? So it's probably better to just try to overwhelm A.
So this is scary.
No info on that drone, really.
Go up against for BLG.
Drone sees nothing, but BLG are keeping the lion's share of their players towards this A side of the map. Reading it still correctly. It's a heavy stack with the elbow one at the top of screens.
They have any good util to work with? Let's see. Yeah, they got Omen Smokes. They got Sovadar. I mean, they got some stuff to work with here.
Lunging head first into.
And that's first pick
tries to open up
for
mid a bit,
BLG.
but can't get the damage through. Now storming their way in,
Huge,
and
yeah.
has them lined up. Trent able to collect one, but
Well, and that's it for G2 for that round. And they forced too. That's not ideal.
7-7 the score.
Not ideal if you're a G2
There's a
fan.
nice smoke there from YZ to keep that position obscured. To get that big double kill once the smoke drops. Oh, through the legs of the turret there for Levius. There you go. There's K-Knight.
Yeah, that when that jet smoke fell, it's so unfortunate.
Finding value. Then the follow-up is good. That's a big win there for BLG. This should be pretty weak buy, I would suspect.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sheriff's in one, Stinger
That's
for
tough
Valent.
because you lost the bonus. You're probably gonna lose this one too because you forced. I don't know. It was a good gamble. I just don't know if I would have went A with it. I probably would have tried to just 5-hit B fast because you know there's probably only one guy there. It's gonna be a Killjoy or a Viper, right? Like
YZ. Backed off by the drone.
Jet rotated
gonna wait this out.
fast though. Oh no, this is the Jet. So the Viper hit mid. Okay, they're hitting mid to watch a cutoff.
Heavy is sliding through this mid push by Neff. Shaq on the jump peak. Gets the identification. G2.
G2's taking a
Scale their way forward.
bit too
Smoke
long.
goes up behind him from Rushia. They're ahead of the curve. Wall should make this a pretty safe plant.
Get this through.
Okay, plants down. First blood.
Blind spray. Trent ends up swinging into it.
Still 45, still doable.
Cover going out. No, that res fit still.
Oh!
Rushia. This guy with a classic. It's just a deadly combination. Ping now gets a reveal. Shaq forward here. Outside of the harbor.
Oh, man.
As Rushia
All
once
right.
again strikes. And BLG.
BLG taking the lead.
They're trying to close out this map, hitting the bonus conversion.
Rushia just so willing.
That's so
to go to the
unfortunate.
classic.
That's insane to just jump with the classic.
Rushia to the classic is like something to a shorty.
Exactly. I was thinking the same
I wouldn't
thing.
have the balls to do that, to be honest. To like use a classic and just. I mean, look at this guy. Full confidence.
Reads it incredibly well. Just says, okay, I know where you're at. I know you're gonna be stuck in there.
One enemy remaining.
BLG handle this.
That's insane.
Incredibly well, and that's gonna be the timeout.
Timeout.
Now
All right.
here for G2, the pressure certainly mounting.
Let's see. Sentinel's still on tech pause, so I think we'll probably be on a tech pause till the end of this map here.
They want to make the most of it. Talk about exactly how they want to work the map. Thought that round
See what G2 does. I mean, they're getting down some rounds here. Tournament lives on the line.
Had to play up close and personal, and Rushia
I don't know.
let you do
It'd be kind of
that.
insane if G2 and Sentinels get wiped out. What would be crazy if G2 Sentinels and 100 Thieves get eliminated today? That would be kind of like, because I think those are.
Finding value out of it.
I guess G2 is G2 an NA team technically.
Shaq has had a tough time on some of
I
these
don't know if
flips
they're
as well,
considered
so
an NA team.
Need to find ways.
I think they are in the NA pool though. But it'd be like most of the NA teams out that everyone was really focusing on.
Already in a couple Bulldogs though. For BLG. Still decent amount of firepower. Going up against the full buy.
All right, G2 got a full buy now.
Fair.
Kind of iffy.
Gonna get Valen up on top of tube. Looking for trying to get that.
I mean, it's a full
counterplay
stack A.
against Levius if he had been at
I'd just go B fast. Yeah, I mean, they have a Killjoy there, but I don't know. Okay, first blood for G2.
Though, as YZ does get taken out.
This guy's in a tough spot, though.
No, he's got tucked into the
He's got to know he's there. They have a crossfire, though, if he peeks that left doorway.
Playing this quietly.
Huge. Okay.
Holding his own.
3v5.
Not going to be spotting K-Knight, but he's very suspicious about it. Now
Got
starting to
mid
get
too.
surrounded.
Okay.
Links back for a little bit more damage on the net at the same time. Though
4v3.
taken. G2 get the push forward.
G2 really need this round.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Now going to be popped. Wall raised. Valen needing to try to hold the line. Headshot
Okay.
does connect, but kill cannot
2v4.
Valen stays alive.
Omen's weak.
Heal available for
Seems like they
Juggernaut
kind of
as
have
the
info
fight
on
goes
where they're at, so just have to stick together.
For
Yeah.
BLG.
Should be around for G2, you would think.
Snake bite for Neff. playing it quietly. This time a little bit further back in the positioning is G2. Learning their lessons from the previous round.
Get over the top. Yeah, pushing the Viper wall.
Ooh, I don't know. They're kind of playing this far back. Okay, it's full blind.
Snake bite gonna be thrown down, but Jogamo, he will just
Okay.
over the top of that.
This should be it. Yep. All right, G2.
Loses his life.
Oof.
They get the round win, and they get us tied up.
Gotta be so nervous. I mean, you lose this, you're out of the tournament. Like,
Continue to find some momentum.
the
Rough start to
the
half,
nerves would be insane.
But with it being tied, anybody's game now. Like the way Shaq is playing this.
Yeah, this was really good here for that first pick. That was a huge play. Got dinged.
A ton of attention. And kind of anticipating that maybe somebody had gotten on top of that box.
Scared
in the
me a little
corner.
bit.
It feels like he was reading it
Let's
pretty
go.
well.
All right, full buy versus full buy.
Placing swarm
So
grenade.
that reckoning, Hunter's
Whoa.
Fury as well for K-Knight. Just a nano, just in case anybody's up there to back him off a bit. A lot of damage done to Valen.
Trying to be at the same time, though. Pushing forward, gets himself into kitchen. Turrets around the corner.
Man, this is risky.
Levy has to try to play off of this one. Actually drops down out of window. His way back up, and K-Knight
all right.
does win this fight.
First blood for BLG.
But his participation not required.
Right here.
Spike's still going to be dropped outside of A. They try to
Oh.
attention here towards this B site, but Jogamo damn near dies. Down to 1
He's got a
HP, I
heal, though.
believe, then pops the heal. Grab the orb for Trent.
I mean, this BLG guy's pretty
Charges
weak here.
From the Hunter's Fury. G2 certainly on the back foot here.
And Desova's pretty weak. Neff is pretty weak. I mean, it's still doable for G2.
Seems like
I think they're gonna read this though, but they know Desova's back here. You would assume he... Oh, it's the worst timing.
Forward. Had he gone around the back over towards Raptors,
30
he
seconds.
would have been able to get the jump,
Yep.
but instead,
Got him.
just walk away from YZ sights.
Oh, you made noise. Yeah, just get the plant
The
down.
res can come through.
Okay, yeah, they have a res.
Oh, now the Hunter's Fury is
Oh,
perfectly
you're dead
timed.
again.
Valen
Oh, he missed.
Correct as far as the HP bar is
Okay.
concerned.
I mean, he's still weak, but
Jogamo surviving for a brief little moment longer.
they still have time.
Spike planted right of the rope. YZ has to hop down. Damage not going to be suffered. K-Knight going to be taken down at the same time as Trent finds that kill. Players riding the rope. The drop down, bound on the crossfire. Able to find one more before being traded
Yeah,
out.
tough.
Billy. Just looking to overwhelm. Shock
Okay.
locked in. Neff dead. Position known. Rides the
Good
rope
try.
up the top.
All right,
He's
BLG.
right there waiting for him.
Respond with a round.
Kicks him back down to the ground floor. And Billy narrowly regained the lead by one.
Yeah, for anybody curious about Sentinels, still on tech timeout. So they must be replacing a whole setup or something.
Maybe if Valen
Something must be
goes
going on
left
there.
Instead of right, this is a completely different round. You have to invest so much. You know, the wall and
Yeah.
the res. Yeah, you get the Hunter's Fury out, but doesn't really end up gaining too much for G2 in the long run.
Man, G2 might get eliminated here. I don't know.
Pretty quickly by YZ.
It seems really back
I love
and
the
forth.
patience on the early part of the round for YZ.
At least his last 2 rounds. I mean, geez.
He's just, you know, he went for some early moves and now he's.
Great shock dart.
Yeah.
No, gets the armor out, forces the heal. He's understanding Trent's.
He's gonna die mid, isn't he?
Back over in mid. He's getting run down.
Yeah.
He
Oh,
might
this is
just be able to
crazy.
escape
There you
now.
go. First
Levius
blood for
there, out of
BLG.
two, able to find the kill. Spike plant now.
Get the bomb down at least. But it seems like BLG's retake here was really good last time.
Doesn't, however, connect on the reach. Is out wide. I think maybe he thought that wall segment was still intact.
Huge.
It was not. Juggernaut out, up and over the
Good
top.
try. That's it.
And BLG
All right, BLG.
close it out.
3 rounds away from eliminating G2.
Lockdown came through there.
Oy.
Didn't even really need it. There you go.
Not looking
wild
great for
moments.
G2 fans here.
Trying to get some pressure in the tube. Trying to open up that extra angle, but it's handled nicely by Neff.
Enemy remaining.
K-Knight gets up on the rafters. You had Rushia tucked in behind the stage wall,
Yeah.
able to use that piece of utility against his opponents.
I mean, BLG's retakes just look so much better.
Not looking great for G2. After it was tied, it's been 2 in a row. maybe the most important round of the map here.
Uh-oh.
Try to get themselves back
I
into
got
it.
Bizo.
Buy round, a Hunter's Fury, one away from a lockdown, one away from a Viper's Pit.
Yeah, close to a lot of
Cycles
ults.
coming into G2's hands. BLG. This is a trap and a half.
Yeah, this is tough.
3 players set up. YZ.
I'm gonna see one.
Baited for.
They only see one though.
Drone eventually
Are they
does
just
get
gonna
cleared
wrap
out.
off that? Looks like it.
G2. Multiple weapons fire off.
No, man. It's a 4-stat, guys.
For a bit of the area here, though.
You know there's at least 2. The cascade there.
YZ considering going on this push here.
Dog's got a spike.
Just around the corner. Gunbrel gonna be spotted.
I didn't see the Sage on the left. Oh my god.
Caught off guard, just didn't see those pixels out of place, so Jogamo able to go ahead and collect the kill. Now Orb taken.
Got the res,
also
okay.
available.
Can't res though. He's...
They've gained
Oh no, no one's
space.
dead. Sorry,
AJ
I'm
Util is over here
colorblind.
on A. Alarm bot and a couple nanos at the plant spot.
30 seconds left.
So gonna be some
I'm
decent
in
info.
TP. Okay.
Valen going on a check.
Whoa.
You gonna stick that? No. I was gonna say that would be wild if he did.
Certainly end up being bold, but now the attack is ready to come
Okay.
through. The ambiguity gone. Jogamo loses.
Gonna be a
his
bang
life.
out.
Res no longer a concern. The
Oh yeah,
time
Giacomo's dead.
dwindling
Oh
here.
no.
Levius playing down.
Okay, huge pick. It's a trade though. Missed the blind. He's gonna peek.
The swing out, the spike now.
Oh!
On the floor. The round is over. Neff has done it all.
Oh no.
Nothing more for Trent to do.
That's it.
Other than potentially die.
There it
And he
is.
shall.
Man, 11-8. G2 might get knocked out.
Billy very much in control.
Oh
Absolutely
man.
brutal. But this early aggression towards B main in terms of just positioning, even though they lose YZ to it, it's enough to
tough,
scare
man.
G2 off and force them to the other side of the map where they've got that Sentinel util.
Sit down. Timeout. Yeah.
BLG
All right.
just been flattening.
BRB.
attack
This is
attempts
gonna
here
be risky for
G2
G2, man.
So final timeout call to be made.
Yeah. A passionate speech being given here by Josh to try to rally the troops.
Man, nerves got to be crazy.
See if they can
About to
dial
be
in.
eliminated. I don't know. We'll see.
Just a few missteps here and there have cost them some of these rounds. Maybe a little bit of a misread on some of the macro at times as well. Some nice change-ups from BLG, shifting, some of their Sentinel and Viper setups over to the other side of the map. Neff quickly went over to A after he had felt comfortable enough that he had kept G2 away from the other side of the map. Leave YZ to his own devices. And yes.
All right.
Saw the look from Trent there at the end of the round. Seemed like something wasn't quite right. So we do have a tech pause.
Oh no. Oh, tech pause on both streams? No.
Too severe.
No.
This has been going smoothly up until this point.
Oh, double tech pause, dude.
Hopefully it's just a quick one. Maybe a little device issue or something. Can get resolved pretty quickly. See the ref standing back. As things have been pretty wild here in this match. I mean, 2 absolute blowouts to start. And then a pretty close icebox. But these last couple of rounds have just been so
All right, what do you guys think?
smartly
You think
held
G2 brings it back?
by the side of
Saves
Billy.
their skin from elimination, or you think this is
Working that
it?
Backside on A in particular, keeping B under control and forcing them to the other side of the map.
Yeah, this is crazy. The Sentinels XLG match
And making good
is
reads.
still on second map. And I think it was just a pistol round of the next half, and they've been on break for
Seemingly starting to come through here again. It's
a
only
long
one
time.
round in this half.
a long
G2.
time.
Countdown's going.
Yeah, and it took until effectively their first buy round, given the force.
That was fast
in
though.
the
That was
thrifty
good.
attempt.
Good.
Right.
Seemed like they resolved it quick.
Came to see the rally back. Shock dart this time.
All right, they got a res.
Not going to be finding too much.
Not a lot of money to work with though.
God, they have so many ults. Love to find opportunities to use them.
Yeah, I mean they have 4 ults. Okay, KJ ult comes in.
Used to lock down early.
And K-Knight only halfway to that Hunter's Fury, so no real way to try to turn the tides of this one. Push out.
Okay, they got info that he's on the flank. I would have liked to see a plant. I don't. Okay.
Pit now going to be invested. Some spam though, and Levius.
I just don't understand. Why didn't you plant while the KJ ult was
on the floor? The pit still intact. Strogamo has a res, but knows that it's going to be far too risky.
You will not kill my
Sends it, but there's a pixel, and YZ,
Oh
he
man.
collects. Ping revealed, counter spam is going to be there. Jonah P.
All right.
One back.
3v2.
With the advantage. Spike now to be planted, but it's in the hands of Trent. Would love to be the one playing back, holding that Hunter's Fury.
Viper ult still up.
Push over the top, Valen maybe with an opportunity, but it is just that stinger that he has. Positions, closes the gap. A bit more. Paranoia sent. Quick clear on the dart. No ping reveal. Up and over the top.
Okay.
Goes K-Knight, but Trent will be able to go ahead and hold it.
They still haven't
Spike now
planted.
being planted. It's a weapon swap. Only has 8 bullets.
There we go. All right, G2 respond. That was a little risky still though. I don't know if I particularly liked that too much, to be honest.
Themselves around win.
Yeah, just go to something simple, something reliable. Lock down into Viper's pit to get the round through for G2. Good call off of the timeout.
You will not kill
This is where I thought, oh no.
Yeah, I got worried there.
Just all be for naught. Oh, nice reveal there.
Oh, I didn't even notice he got a reveal there.
The fact that Jonah P survived through all this, so huge to keep that pit up. And the running and gunning, and yeah, a little bit of frustration there.
Yeah, that was not super great on G2's side. I'm kind of surprised that they won that.
Immediate response with
Kind of wasted the res too. I would have liked. I feel like you would have rather had the res for this round than that round, but I don't know. I guess you got the good bait. I don't know. They both died right away, so it's kind of like a waste of a res. But it's so tough to know when to pop that, right?
Billy doesn't have a ton of info. That drone though should kind of start giving away things though, especially that one.
A lot of utility being used here.
Deal on the one. YZ playing close here into the corner.
Oh,
May suspect
8 HP.
Tailwind now expiring. He's got to reposition.
Okay, trades in 4v4.
Go ahead and collect one. Held at bay now as the reckoning comes through.
Oh.
Two contained for the moment. The wall similarly does get raised. Neff still in position. That pit at the ready.
Use fast rotate.
Suspect that this rotation is going to be started off. Looks like he wants to try to maybe play for a little bit of contact first before sending it. Not gonna go.
Wrapping from mid, huh?
The cut into mid.
This Killjoy's gonna be here
Smoke
though.
out. Under tube approach.
Oh my goodness, that is a lot going B. They're not. I don't know if they'll read this Viper though.
Good timing.
Huge wallbang. Okay, 1 HP though.
1 health.
4v3 with 1 HP.
Spam through the wall.
Okay.
Swing out, Neff dealt with Valen.
All right, they got info on where he's at.
Noted. There's still so many angles that they need to check.
Last player standing.
All right.
G2 ticking every single box. 2 players down to slivers. 34 health between Jonah P and Valen, but there's just nothing more that Risha's realistically going to be able to do about this.
Just gonna save.
This Valen is on the hunt. He's
Should
gonna
be a
have the
pick.
jump.
All right.
The headshot
10-11 G2. Started bringing it back.
2 rounds now in a row. Just one separating them from tying this up.
This is huge.
It looks like Sentinels might get ready to start soon, but we'll finish out this map. Because Sentinels still a map 2.
Have to respect it as BLG, but they get a little bit of a confirmation. Losing that battle up in kitchen to Jonah P. Which
We got another timeout.
That's pretty brutal. You lost the reckoning as well.
Yeah, my nose is being terrible.
Early in the round, as G2 was trying to scale into sights, you were able to bait out that big ultimate. So now it's going to be Billy's turn.
Let's see.
Pause. Try to figure out what they can do.
I mean, they still haven't started, to be fair.
And pointing at the map a bit there. Trying to let his team know what they need to be looking for.
I wonder if they'll...
I think there were some
I don't know what they even do after that long of a tech pause. Because it's been like an hour almost, right?
A little bit of
45 minutes at least.
Just enough ahead of the curve.
For the Sentinels match, that is.
Recon Dart coming through a little bit late to scout out if they were still holding A main to look if it was going to be a double pump, look if it was going to be a fake.
All right, let's see what
It
happens.
was not.
Tournament lives on the line. Looks like they're going to tie it up. You would assume.
Looked like we were in cruise control. 2 in a row, though. Gets G2 within
Yeah.
1 of Billy, and they are going to be on
Looks like
a
Billy's
bye.
on a bit of a half buy. A hero vandal.
For YZ, Rushia with the Vandal, Guardian for K-Knight, Stinger and a Sheriff respectively for Neff and
Knives
Levius.
popped.
If
They got the
they
orb.
can pull it off.
Okay.
Able to push forward to safety. Grabs the orb, backs away. 1 charge from a Hunter's Fury. It's still being held on to. This round, it's even riskier, given that just that Stinger can do damage.
I don't know.
within
They have the
pit.
Viper ult though.
Also very quickly get overwhelmed.
You might want to use it here on B. You got the drone. Just
Neff just going to be backing away. Stops himself from being spotted. Cannot scale back forward.
oh man, this is
starting to push mid.
a 4 hit, and there they go. He's gonna pop it. Yep. All right, first blood for G2. Wall's going up. Plant's going down.
Takes him down under 2.
Spike planted.
Now walled off. Dogamo just
Huge. Wow. All right.
with that. And finds the kill as well.
2v5. Looks like G2 should tie it up.
This is devastating in multiple ways.
Ooh.
G2 regaining control almost completely. As Rashid
All right.
snappy enough.
Okay, G2 tie it up.
And it's flawless as G2 tied up 11-11.
Man, they're playing for their lives right now.
Trent getting fired up.
All right.
My oh my. And the
Here we
pick
go.
invested there by Neff.
Yeah, and you used the Viper ult too, man.
Just dismantled by G2. That Sage wall, so impactful again. Not only does it counter the Viper's pit so they can get the plant down, but he's then able to use
man,
it
I don't.
against his opponent.
I don't know who wins this. I really don't. I mean, G2's on 3 rounds in a row.
BLG. We do have a Hunter's Fury, so does Trent on the other side.
Yeah, we have both Hunter's Fury.
Sending out some of that util early to clear those front positions, those forward areas, gain some map
This guy's
control.
sitting in spawn.
But on the other side,
Oh, he's
BLG
reading
has
this
some map
really
control of their
well.
own.
He's gonna get overwhelmed, but he
not leading to too much of anything at the moment. You still have Jonah P tucking back inside of the spawn.
sees
He's
one.
really done this, but now he's going to be noted. Think might out to try to delay.
Oh,
Just
no.
scaling forward in garage.
Oh no, you didn't see him. Oh.
A minor tag. Jonah P just saying tucked
Oh
away.
no.
Just back in for the fight. Finds some more damage on the YZ, but cannot get that elimination. A shock darts here
Damn.
at Jogamo's feet. Absolutely tear him asunder. Valen really take it down similarly. So now
There it goes. He got the plant off though.
Fury will
That's a
connect.
2v.
Spike
I mean
does get
2v5.
planted. So the clock is ticking, but it's a 5v2. G2 if they can get up the match point off the back of this.
Drone coming in. Didn't see him. They didn't check. There's one.
Finds the first. It's
Oh my
split the
god.
difference.
Oh my god.
With a fadeaway
Oh
shot,
my
a
god.
little bit more. Finds
Oh.
it. Nearly gets K-Knight.
All right.
YZ at 33.
Ooh, I hate
He
this.
would have had a very solid shot of clutching it out,
Oh,
but
that is
instead,
so.
It's going to be BLG shouting out their teammates, their comrades rather, over on the side of Wolves. With a quick little stand up, but they find themselves now up to 12.
Yeah,
Oh boy. This gets real sketchy if you're G2.
Not contesting in front of B main too much. You know,
Yeah, they're not. They're.
or if they do, they'll be very patient about it. And they're able to punish
Yeah.
that, get that flank angle.
All right.
A great util from K-Knight. The shock darts, really nice. And then the follow-up with the Hunter's Fury. Here you go.
But the kills found, the lockout available, but this Hunter's Fury's been in the back pocket.
Here we
for-
go.
He's going to be one of the big
This is a huge
primary
round.
targets for BLG. If they can find a kill on him, that ult goes off for free.
There's only one there, and they're still
Dodges the
stacking.
shock dart.
Oh, they're still stacking A.
Tell G2 have a very good idea of where that Viper is going to be positioned.
Well, that's just to make sure that they're not going to be able to do that 3-man setup at B main again. Throwing all that util there. Just
I don't know. Do you just pop?
cautious.
I don't know. You gotta pop some of your ults here, right?
Recon there from K-Knight shows that there's no one playing outside of B. To clear the alarm bot, plenty of footsteps being made. They should
Sees
know.
him. Nice.
Where they're gonna be at it.
No. Oh
no! Responding fire from BLG. It's looking like it's far too much. Hunter's Fury ends up getting cleared,
1v2.
Jonah P now on this flank. YZ standing between him and that spike.
This is terrible. This is terrible. This is terrible. Sees him on the, that's it. G2 out of the tournament. Dude, that's so tragic.
They keep themselves afloat here at EWC.
What a comeback.
There it is. Yep.
It looked like maybe G2 had found
All
their
right.
stride, and a timeout eventually.
G2.
Billy continues on here at EWC 2025.
G2 officially out.
What a fight they put up today.
Tenacious, I think, is the best word.
The first team eliminated.
G2. Against the odds, missing one of their key players, one of the best players in the world in Leaf, and still rally back. I think that taking a look at their opening set, that best of one played, it's hard to make judgments. We saw what they were capable of. After having
Tough scenes, man. Tough scenes for G2 fans. Tough scenes. There we go. All right, we'll get to see a key crush, I think, since the Sentinels match still hasn't started.
But unfortunately, this is where their road does end here at EWC. Their key shall be crushed.
Yeah, that's tough. All right, G2, first team eliminated. It's tough. I thought maybe they could do it. It just,
it's going to be very cathartic for them.
yeah, I don't know.
For sure.
Just didn't work out.
You got to hope that that's going to get the mental back up there for VLG. You had concerns after that blowout on Pearl.
Yeah.
That maybe they were just going to crumble once again, but
tough, man. Do they have to stay and watch their key get crushed? Because that's kind of messed up.
Really nicely done by BLG here.
Clutching up when they needed to, almost allowing for that window of G2 to steal it away at the very end, but found their footing. But now, let's go ahead and send it down to the stage where you have Ian Chambers standing by with YZ.
We will
Winners interview.
switch to the Sentinels match as soon as it's up, guys. Here we go.
Performance, of course, as you've said. It's always devastating when you've got a tournament of this magnitude to send teams home, but that is the nature of the beast. It is goodbye G2 and BLG continue their journey. It was a hard-fought loss to Paper Rex yesterday, but a very hard-fought victory here in a best of three. You must be delighted with that performance.
VC 就是昨天你们惜败给了这个 PRX， 然后今天呢你们却是就是成功的、精彩的险胜这个 G2 战队。就想问你现在感受怎么样？
感受就是，其实 G2 就是打得很好吧，就哪怕他们的教练临时上场，然后他们也磨合得非常好，给了我们非常大的压力。然后也是很高兴最后我们能拿下这场比赛吧，就心里很开心。
I feel great. G2 was a very strong team. They had their coach standing in, but they managed to, gel really well, and they performed spectacularly. I felt that, playing against them, we could feel like how synergistic they were, and they definitely put up a challenge. But I'm very happy to be able to defeat them and being able to push through to the next stage.
Absolutely. Now the next stage is, of course, the playoffs. You're not quite there yet. You're in touching distance, but to get there, you'll have to beat Carmine Core. What do you think of them as a team?
Yeah, they have to play. Okay, they play KC.
现在还离晋级还差一步，你们后面还要战胜那个 Carmine Corp 战队，就想问你对他们这个战队有什么看法呢？
其实对他们队没有什么看法吧。我觉得我们只需要保持我们正常好的那种状态，然后保持我们冷静的心态，我觉得这次就是可以的。
I don't really have a view or opinion towards how they are. It's more of we need to keep our condition going. We need to make sure that we are performing in top form, and I think if we're able to do that, we should be able to, achieve the victory that we are looking for.
Well, that victory over G2 gives you a very unique position right now.
All right.
You can be the.
We're gonna swap over. Or let's just finish this because Sentinels match still match 2. So we'll swap over as soon as this interview's done.
Would you like to come down here and crush a key?
Let's watch this key crushing. The first key crushed.
手之能碾碎对手的钥匙的这个战队了，就想问你，你是否想亲自过去碾碎那钥匙呢？
当然想，我想把别人都镶嵌在我们 BLG 的底座下面。
Absolutely, I definitely want to go there myself and be able to crush my opponent's keys under ours.
Let's go do it.
Here we go. All right, the first key crush.
Esports World Cup 2025. It's of course a big moment for BLG. But I'm going to let our key handler, our key crushing master over here on the right, show you how to do it. And you could be the first team to crush a key. G2's key, in fact.
Oh, man. There it goes. It's so dramatic. That's great. No, get the camera out of the way. Get your head out of the way. Get your head out of the way. There it goes. Crushed. Oh, it snapped. There we go. There it is. The key's crushed. Shout out to BLG. They did it. First key crush, eliminated G2. Good for them. Good for them. Yeah, I mean, G2 fought really hard. I mean, even with their, you know, obviously having a stand-in in the form of a coach, they still, you know, did their best. All right, switching to Sentinels now. This is finally going.
From Sentinels, so that first
looks like, let's just do that.
Should be right.
Better.
Should be right on the angle.
Okay.
Shoulder. Team Ace coming
And
then of course we saw
Sentinels just won the round. So yeah, shout out. They you know, they got it done. Crushed G2's key. Now back to Sentinels. Finally back in. I guess there was a long tech pause. I don't know what happened exactly. I'm going to take a guess that it's a GPU problem, and they probably had to swap out a GPU. Would be my guess. I feel like that's usually the issue. I'm assuming they're playing on, like, the 50 series, and I know the 50 series has some issues. So I'm going to take a wild guess that it was probably a GPU swap, which does take some time because you have to do the drivers again, depending on the GPU. But here we go. XLG in the lead 9-6. And yeah. All right, trades in though. Okay. 4 bullets, buddy. Oh. Yeah. This should be around for Sentinels. I don't know though, because Zealous is kind of far.
For XLG, but a 1 versus 2 happy way so far been the massive fragging power for the team.
Wow, he's the ult, really.
Coming through. Sentinels want to make sure they can mark him, take him down, take no risks against Happyway, who's been sharp.
Yeah, it's a good play. Just back him up.
A 1 versus 1 against Zelsis here on beat.
Just a good night
should be around. I don't know if I like this split though.
So a slight desync from Sentinel, the Sentinels.
Like, yeah, narrate's really far, dude. If they get this pick on this guy, like, this isn't great, dude.
Some information for Happy Way to work with, but now
this is really risky.
And it's Happy Way around the corner.
There you go. Okay.
Checked in. Zelsis just blends in a little too much, and Sentinels have not given up.
Very stable there.
Yeah. Shout out to G2, man. We'll finish out the Sentinel series, and then we'll swap over to the Hunter Thief series, because I'm assuming that will still be going by the time this is done. Hopefully, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, they're all elimination matches. I don't really want to miss any of them, but obviously this delay kind of made it desynced, right? So I'm going to assume they'll be starting map 3 around the start of map 1 for Hunter Thieves. So we'll swap over to Hunter Thieves as soon as we get a chance, whenever this series is done. But we have watched most of the series, so I will stay with this one.
Sentinels are starting to form that comeback, though. But how clean can they do it against the Sheriffs? XLG were deadly on Lotus at times with these. Not a thrifty per se, but being able to do a lot of damage with it.
Sentinels calling back, though. I mean, XLG on a save round, so you'd hope this would be around for Sentinels. But you never know. Could go either way. I mean, we've seen some crazy save round wins this event so far. Looks like they're reading this right, though. I don't know. I mean, you got util in. Pop the one-way. It's pretty good. Okay.
At least takes one down with them. And just pokes and prods at the
All right.
XLG flood in.
This might have to be a retake. Oh no. Guys, you cannot lose this. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Alright, I'll up to narrate. That was bad, dude. Huge. There it is. Alright, thrifty round for XLG. I don't know. That's not great.
It's another big round from Happyweight. You can just convert.
Sentinel still has some cash to work with at least, but I don't know if I'm a fan of that.
I do think, however, Zelsis
yeah.
stayed over a little too long. Overstayed is welcome for sure. He wanted to get more value spamming through in the
yeah, I just feel like you gotta just hell with your.
This was really key for second though to take Happyweight down, but unfortunately
not great. Not great.
Getting in that position,
not liking what I'm seeing out of Sentinels right now. I feel like this could go the way of XLG, but Sentinels, I don't know, you know. I feel like you can't count them out.
XLG are not going to let that form for Sentinels. Annihilation doesn't. The Warrior goes
okay. Double kill, match with a double kill. And Sen has numbers.
No paranoia. All the util from Viva and even a Hunter.
I mean, they have the info. I just want to see these players rotate a little bit faster. And maybe group together a little more, man. Like, okay.
Doesn't need to use the overall drive just yet. A single player left to play through Viva. If we get more teammates in this post one, could use this Hunter's Fury.
Is he gonna read the? Should be a kill. All right. Round for Sentinels. Keep the op. Not bad for Sentinels. I just feel like it's so Sentinels plays so risky on the retakes where they just kind of like. They don't group together on these retakes, and I understand maybe it's better to hit it from a bunch of different angles, try to shoot someone in the back, but sometimes it's like, hey man, swinging might be better than, like swinging together might be better than solo retakes across the map. Like that round could have went really bad if there was a little more info for those XLG player, if that XLG player, like. That round could have went a different direction, you know?
Zelsis will find his kill. Operator retained, drop back into Zekin's hands. As we move into number 19.
But we'll see.
And Zekin is hungry for an opening.
And he's got pinged, and the Sentinels have gotten first and second blood in one of these previous rounds from just these early peaks.
I don't know if I like Zekin this far pushed up.
It's good conditioning from Sentinels.
Yeah, okay.
Fall back into market, some space for XLG to work with, but the retake is already there.
Okay. All right. There we go. Pop the ult. Oof. And that's 1 up for Sentinels. See, I just don't know, man. Like they're just
1 versus 3, Spike going down, and Bang has paranoia, and there's so many corners to check. At least Coconut.
Yeah, I mean this guy.
Bang has the 1v2 ahead of.
Yeah, I mean you just can't. Not looking great for Sentinels. It's tough though. I mean these retakes are so difficult with all the util they have. But we'll see how it goes. I don't know. All right, timeout Sentinels.
Defense where they're actually on site, yet Zelsis
because they didn't have enough time in the tech boss, I guess.
Even on that off angle. And I feel like ever since we got that thrifty coming through from XLG, momentum is looking decent.
It'd be interesting to see a Haven. I don't know if I've seen a Haven this event yet.
To claw their way back to an even score count in this map to give them the opportunity to close out the series 2-0 and move on.
Yeah, Sentinels tried the same early round approach of just kind of saying hello and not getting greeted the way they like this time, but this time not kind of waiting for a whole retake to form and kind of letting them plant. Sentinels are trying to be on prevention duty, and I think trying to find their way through that chaos is what Sentinels have to talk about. Also just composing themselves, because this has been very close, very back and forth rounds. No one really win streaking in this half too much. And it's 11-8. XLG so close to forcing Haven.
Zekin, of course, he saw the operator this round, so tried his best coming in with the overdrive, but only so much you can do there. As we come back from attack pause, 11-8, as mentioned.
All right.
Not great weaponry on board for Sentinels either, but they've essentially bought themselves out, and they want to
see what happens here.
Well, very important for Sentinels to win.
I gotta sneeze. Oh, excuse me. My allergies are getting the best of me today. I'm sorry.
Try kind of unite again with the initiator of Narrate. You got Prowlers, you got a Paranoia, and it's him with a double.
There we go. Narrate with a 2-piece should be okay. 4v2 for Sentinels.
Solid from Narrate, and now there's guns on the floor as well. So what do you do?
Yeah, huge 2-piece from Narrate there.
You're down to minimal numbers. You're starting to pass over the potential of gun upgrades if Sentinels are allowed map control here. And so for XLG, retain position, push back over.
Viva's having a map, 22 and 10.
That Bang is going to be nearby, but you called it. Narrate's been huge so far on this defensive side. Does Viva have what it takes to take down Bang?
See, I just don't like this 2-2 split from them. I'd rather them all group together and just like play retakes. You have Cypher utility, you know, if they hit B, like, see, like, there it is. And then you have, you see what I mean? Like, why not just group together? There's 2 left. Just 4v2 retake if you guess the wrong site. Like,
spotted this neon. Zekin plays with his food. The spike in front of XLG to defend, and Happyway puts one down, and it's 1 to go. Getting XLG
yeah,
up to match point.
I just don't like that at all. Like, why not? Okay, you have Cypher utility for B, right? You got Cam, got a tripwire. Why not just group up with your teammates there, and then at least if you guess the wrong site, you have a 4v2 retake? I just don't understand that play. Like, why would you not? Why would you not just group together there? Maybe I'm not a pro. Like, maybe there's a reason for that, but that just doesn't seem like a good play at all, in my opinion.
It's just another gorgeous Happyway round that allows XLG now to push this into map point.
I feel like they're just not playing their numbers very well at all. Like, they're taking these 2v2s for no reason. At least send another guy there. Like, then it's at least a 3v2 if you feel like you have to keep one on B.
It wasn't a good map for XLG on their last visit, I believe, against DRX, but this kind of momentum they've built up and how they've been able to be resilient even after the tech pause says a lot to XLG's work, from winning Ascension to getting to this point, stage champions, to going up against one of North America's best. That's a XLG with a 2-3 split at the moment. Could activate Rarga with the overdrive.
Good news for Sentinels, plenty of ultimates. That's what they have to work through. Find some decent value there, find some gun upgrades, and suddenly you're in business.
Okay,
there is the first.
Huge first pick.
Neural Theft as well to confirm the position. You're going to be understanding the Coconut's right there. Can Zelsus get this clean up? That will be huge.
Okay, Bang dies on the other side. Okay. 3v2. Okay, now, see, look, now they're grouping together to hit the site. This is what I would rather see. You know, you have numbers, just 3v2. I mean, play your trades.
Yeah, can these two players on XLG do it again in these clutch scenarios? It would be insane for them to just consistently win. However, for Sentinels, they have the ultimates to play through. They have utility for Zekin as well, and he's got a gun.
He slips and slides, and there's only one place XLG.
Oh my God, what a 3-piece for the game. Wow. All right, XLG takes the map.
I said this at the start, it's a happy
Tough
day
scenes,
for
man.
Happyway. Unreal 3K.
Tough
2
scenes.
versus 3. Can you call that one a clutch? I guess in some ways, absolutely.
All right, on the last map, Haven. Yeah, it's tough. They're just looking the wrong way. I just feel like Sentinels played that map so weird, like just so separate. Like, it just didn't seem like the team play was there for those retakes, in my opinion.
And still, XLG. I mean, what an unreal turn.
But yeah, after that crazy tech pause, and then you come back and just still slam. Good for them.
More comfortably as well.
Yeah, more than
good
that,
for them.
I would say like a turnaround in terms of the expectations going into this
yeah,
map.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
3 out of 4 picked up by Sentinels the last few times
if you guys are new, I'll be streaming all of the Valorant matches on EWC, obviously within my reach. There's sometimes 2 matches at a time, so I can't do that obviously, but I'll be streaming the whole week, all the way to finals, every day. Live. So yeah, if you guys are new, don't forget to like and subscribe if you like the stream, if you're having a good time, and I'll be right back and we'll finish out the Sentinels match.
Able to pull this together is very impressive. This is the second time they've swapped comps as well. They swapped their Lotus comp and had a better result. Again, they've mixed in the Deadlock here and it's gone a lot better. So they've really been prepping for this tournament, it seems here.
Absolutely, and as I kind of was expecting the big Zekin versus Rarga duel, but I don't think this was about the duelist. It was a lot of the carry, a lot of the work from the Sentinels,
Yeah.
not the team, but the role, and also the initiators and the impact that the double Sentinels have had for XLG to make Zekin's life such a living hell.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a bit of a rougher start on the Neon there for Zekin after he was pretty dominant on the Raze over on Lotus, but you got to give credit where credit's due to XLG. I totally agree. I think Happyway and Viva definitely taking the cake there, Kev.
Player of the match, unbelievable performance. I mean, just ending that one with a perfect 3K as well.
Dude.
Taking the game into his own hands.
How many times did he take a Sheriff into that B site and just snap two people's heads off? It was ridiculous.
And still selfless enough. I mean, look at this 2v2 as well, but still selfless enough in one of these rounds. I think it was the one of the last 3 rounds that we saw. He didn't bring in a rifle.
Yeah.
He gave his rifle to another player. He's the top fragger on the team.
Right, he
currently.
doesn't need it. He just needs a Sheriff.
This guy should be the guy taking all the best equipment. You gotta get this guy going. But he's selfless enough to give his gun to a teammate and say, maybe I'll just use a Sheriff and still be good enough on that. And they end up winning that round anyway. He ends up upgrading and I think making the impact to win that particular round. And obvious MVP. It's just no contest.
I mean, yeah, 300 ACS for Vivo though as well. Those two really dragging XLG, kicking and screaming through this series, avoiding elimination here at EWC. I think fantastic performance for them. Narrate very noteworthy there as well, though a pretty great performance in his own right there on the fade for Sentinels. But look, something kind of didn't click there for Sentinels, unfortunately, there on Sunset, despite the fact that this has been a pretty good map for them, even playing some of the better teams in the world. So I don't know if that's external factors. We did have a couple of little lulls there during that match.
Last
that can
map.
throw some people off from time to time.
Sentinels
Just XLG
facing eliminate. Both of these teams facing elimination.
Adjustments going into this game of Sunset.
Yo, can you put on Titan Esports Club? It is not on, sir.
The level of
it is,
tempo that XLG played at,
I believe, let me see what the schedule is.
He's not only the MVP for me, like this series, but really this whole tournament, and even before. And I think Viva also has some very critical kills. And
I don't think Titan plays until later, if they do. Do they even play today? I don't think they play today, dude.
Even going back to watching Chinese
no, Titan plays,
Happyway, you know,
they should be playing next.
Tournament. He was able to pull off these
but they're not live yet.
He was able to have
unfortunately.
A lot of impact. I think he really turned a lot of heads back then, and since then he's continued
they're
to
still
impact, and it's great to see him bring that level of form onto the international.
Says at 8:15. Well. Yeah, well, that was before the 1 hour tech pause that Sentinels just had. Sentinels still on second map. They just hit third map. So Titans is gonna be late, dude. Like, I'm gonna take a guess that once Sentinels ends, 100 Thieves will start, and then I doubt Heretics will start on time either. Because that map, sorry, that match is supposed to start on this stream, and this stream's like hour and a half behind. So, yeah. You have another bet today? What's the bet? What are the odds? What's the line for today? But yeah. Titan probably won't start for a while, man. Unfortunately. Because this match has to end, and then they'll probably try to sync it up with the mainstream as well to finish on time. But how you doing today, man? Benjay Fishy and Miniboo for 64 kills combined maps 1 and 2. That's a lot of kills, dude. It's a lot. It's a lot of kills. How much you got on the line, man? Don't tell me you bet the house on this one. Transform gameplay and fan conditions worldwide with AWS. 500? Oh my god. It's a lot, man. Yeah, 100 Thieves is just about to start, which kind of sucks, man, because I want to watch that one. But we've watched all the Sentinels match. We may as well watch the whole thing. It's a lot of wing wangs, man. It's a lot of money. 64 kills a lot, man. I can't believe that's their line. It hit yesterday's playing with profits. Fair enough. But yeah, let's see. So G2's out. We'll see who gets out from this one. 100 Thieves and EDG is about to play, which we'll probably be able to catch the end of that one. And then Heretics Titan will start at some point. Whenever, I don't know. I don't know when Heretics Titan will start, to be honest. But we'll see. The G2 match was really fun. It was very close. Unfortunately, G2 couldn't finish it out, but you know, they did their best. Oh, my monitor's about to turn off. Let's not do that. There we go. And I think, I don't know who plays who tomorrow now. I think Billy plays Gen G tomorrow. So that should be interesting. Because Gen G played their match pretty close. With Fanatics, obviously taking it, but what about Edward Gaming? They play 100 Thieves next on the mainstream. So here's probably what we're gonna do, right? We'll probably finish out the Sentinels match. The 100 Thieves match should be on their like second map, depending on when this starts. We'll finish out the 100 Thieves match. And then we can finish out with the Titan match. I have a bet with them also. Yeah. I'll definitely be watching the 100 Thieves match as soon as possible. It just depends on when this B stream, because I mean I've watched all of the Sentinels pretty much, so I kind of want to finish out Sentinels. And then we can swap to 100 Thieves and then finish out with the Titan match. I think that's gonna kind of be the way that this will go, because this Sentinels match was delayed by a long time. This should have been done around when G2 was done. So unfortunately with this delays, it kind of makes it a little iffy, but yeah, that's probably the plan for today. Hopefully I'm gonna assume they just had some GPU issues today. That usually seems to be the problem, but a lot of these PC esports events is the GPUs kind of burn out because they're usually using a 50 series. So I don't know. Hopefully they kind of fix the tech problems on the B stream for tomorrow, because this is kind of rough having the matches like all over starting at different times, and it'd be nice if they at least ended around the same time so they both start around the same time. But I mean, even Sentinels today started a bit, but I don't know. I think the mainstream started a little earlier than they were supposed to, because I think they were all supposed to be like 1:15. I think the mainstream started 15 minutes early, so Sentinels started on time, but obviously with the tech pause, they're just super behind now. But hopefully now it's smooth sailing. They fix their kind of tech issues. Yeah, I think 100 Thieves is starting now. So we'll finish out this map, catch the rest of the 100 Thieves series. I'm assuming the Heretics one's probably going to be late, so we can watch the Heretics one then. And we'll be good to go.
Esports World Cup 2025 Valorant. We are here in the Group B elimination match that was supposed to be a bit more cut and dry, but things are definitely heating up at this point. We've headed through to a third map between XLG as well as Team Sentinels. And
I had Sentinels winning the second map,
I mean,
but
which way this one is going to go? Haven is going to be an interesting one, Jen.
Yeah,
I'm excited to see Haven. I haven't seen a Haven in a long time.
It's about to get cut after this map, whether we like it or not.
Yikes.
And after just Sentinels battling their way through in that best of one, going to overtime, to like going to the exact same maps that you beat XLG on, this was a series to win for Sentinels. But you go to Haven, and it's the double duelist Yoru ISO from XLG.
Her name is Lemon Kiwi. That's cool. I like that name.
In that best of one. Not a fun map to revisit.
To be fair, DRX though are probably very sick of playing against that. T1 popularized this comp with their Bangkok run, and a lot of teams did kind of copy that comp, and that was popularized in Pacific, so they're going to be quite comfortable playing against that, I would say. But we have seen in the past Gilai play some different comps, so I want to see if they are going to go towards that, because I remember Happy way on Haven, playing Cypher like he just did on Sunset, and I have good memories, Kev.
Yeah, I think there's the opportunity.
My CSGO are looking like shit. Your CSGO.
What we saw yesterday versus DRX. That She Like Gaming didn't have a lot of faith in what
You betting on? Are you betting on CS as well? Is there a CS tournament going right now?
Early exit for She Like Gaming in the lower bracket. It still may be if Sentinels can really rock.
Or is it just like their group stage or something?
But looking at the end of Sunset,
I feel like CS kind of CS is weird. Like it is going right now. Are they having like an IEM right now?
12 first kills, pretty nice coming on through. They want to
CS is so weird. Like they'll like go dark for a while, and then out of nowhere just have the most streamed event of all time. Like CS is so weird over the past couple years.
Yeah, it started to get really good for XLG.
I feel like XLG just looked cleaner almost after the tech pause. Like it was kind of a moment to calm down, lock in, and Happy is especially shooting like way better. Just laser focused. That 3K on the last round was
Yeah, I gotta admit these tech pauses are pretty rough, but I mean I'm sure they're doing their best, man.
Because he was the ISO player and Havoya went to the Cypher.
Yes.
And we just saw how good Happy was on the Cypher, so I kind of want to see him back on that.
Yeah, look, Avoya does have experience.
I wonder what the maps are for the 100
when he was
Thieves
a
series.
bit more of an active player, so it's definitely not something that's not within
They're
his
still doing.
wheelhouse.
Yeah, it looks like they're delaying the 100 Thieves series a little
I could see
bit.
them flex towards something else. We'll see if they do opt for that kind of T1S style of the
Just
ISO
tactically,
double
like putting
duels,
extra
or
interviews,
whether
stuff
they're
like
gonna
that.
Switch back to something else. At the end of the day, though, I think the fact remains the same. Although they did just get it done, to be honest, without Raga having a big game, they had Beaver and
I feel like there's more explosive plays in Val. I gotta stick with this one. Stick with this on 1-for-1.
I still do look
Yeah, I agree. I feel like Val has more potential for like crazy plays, just because of the abilities, right? I think that's why people like Val so much. Is like it combines the best of like CS and Overwatch, right? Where like you're still the tactical element of CS, but there's still the cool abilities of Overwatch. I think that's why CS is just, or Val is just so massive, right? Also, Riot tends to do this thing where they're like, hey, we're going to make this game. It's going to take us a long time. And they're just like, Riot just like has this weird method of like, they'll be like, oh yeah, we'll make an FPS when we want to. And when we do, it'll be the biggest thing ever. But we'll take our time with it. And it like seems to pay off for them.
Over to the Sentinel side of things, we are going to a Haven, which their last performance on Haven
No.
was against G2 in the NA finals for stage 1. They haven't played this in a while. Well, I say in a while, it wasn't that long ago, but at the same time, there's been an entire Masters event since then. Largely at that event, this map was avoided by Sentinels. A decent number of Haven bans had come on through, so they didn't really want to play through here, which is why maybe it surprised me a little bit that they did come on through, so they didn't really want to play through here, which is why maybe it surprised me a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Val definitely has the ability to have more like crazy, I think just because of the abilities, right?
Icebox, which, you know, they did lose to BBL yesterday, so
but we'll see. Getting into map 3, Sentinels, looks like 100 Thieves is just about to start. So we'll finish out Sentinels, switch to 100 Thieves, switch to Heretics. That's the plan for today.
It's the exact same comp that we just saw in Sunset, just swapping the raid out from his fade over to
it's the most stock standard.
Because worst case scenario, we miss like the first map of 100 Thieves.
XLG had to play against with DRX, who is very flexible with their comps. They played the Genji style of the Viper with the Neon, which is very.
No way you're still talking about tech issues, dude. You had an hour break. Come on, man.
Slower moving rather than throwing up the Viper wall and just sending it from all angles.
I think it's who is going to have the pop-off player. And so far, XLG are having that occur more often, at least on the most recent map. Narrate had some pop-off moments on Sunset more frequently. Bang had a couple 2Ks, but it's about Sentinels really making
nitpicks, come on.
And he had that. That's what
they gotta be nitpicking.
Post plants at the beginning of Lotus. They need to have stronger offensive rounds because they've only been.
I think Sentinels had the tech issues yesterday too, didn't they?
Well, look, we've had some promise from some of the NA teams.
All right, here we go though. Starting on time, ish. Not really, but you know, starting.
By a Chinese team. Let's see if another Chinese team can
see what happens. Map 3. Tournament lives on the line for Sentinels and XLG.
Over to you, Lemon Kiwi and Avril.
See what happens.
That they own the Chinese region. We have to settle the score here on Haven.
And look at this, different comps all the way around. It's like we swapped sides entirely. XLG are
going to be the ones
running the tried and true Raga now onto the Jet. Something I was thinking about.
Zakin's taking Neon again. He kind of got
massive face up. Both teams contacting each other.
Well, oh my God, Sentinels. There we go. All right, Sentinels win a pistol round.
The way that we want to see Sentinels synchronized from here on out, just tightening that up. would have, I think, had Sunset go the distance. This is already a better map for
I mean,
Sentinels.
this is essentially, as we watched.
Can't believe Sentinels won a pistol round.
Something. I mean, look, he's been legendary on Sunset, but a 1 versus 4 would have to be ridiculous. So he'll get back.
There we go. All right, Sentinels take the pistol. That was their kind of falter on these past couple maps, man. They just keep. I feel like if Sentinels wins the pistols, they're able to capitalize a lot more. I know that makes sense. Like, of course, if you win a pistol, you have better economy, blah blah blah. But like, man, these pistols are so important, and I feel like with Sentinels, for some reason, it's ultra important. Like, you can really dictate how Sentinels games will be if they start losing their pistols. But we'll see. Setting up good. I mean, if Sentinels can get that momentum, win the pistol, win the boost, or the bonus.
Without necessarily needing to be one, although the double duelist would have been sick.
It's a lot through mid.
Off of this breach, puts the anti-eco obviously in favor.
I mean, they're just. I mean, they basically give him sight. I guess play for the retake.
From Zekin, who is going to be smoked off. A B approach from XLG, but having 5 on the retake. It's going to be difficult for.
I don't know, man. Sentinels. Okay, first pick for Sentinels. Good flash. All of them flashed there. Oh, oh no. Okay. There we go. All right, Sentinels win the bonus.
And it's the pain sandwich that XLG
Pretty fast-paced stuff. Love to see it.
It's perfectly well played by the Omen of Sentinels. Bang, and it's all over. Paranoia setting up second for.
But there we go. Sentinels win 2 in a row.
Despite it only being a marshal, it's good enough for Sentinels to cleanly walk away from that.
Zekin buys the op.
Onto John. And now the operator's on.
I'm assuming he's gonna play C long, right?
Coming on through, as this is going to end up being a very critical round where XLG might.
This map is fun. I actually really like. I like Haven. It's a shame he couldn't get more there. That would have been a crazy clip if he could just.
We almost got into Zekin's YouTube video if he would have just kept hitting headshot to headshot, and even unscoped, that would have been sick. And he's having such a fiery start. It's only been 2 rounds, but I'm excited to see how this is going to end. Now the first rifle round for XLG to not let Sentinels get too much momentum off of this as the A approach looms.
And yesterday as well,
Okay. Sentinels set up for this pretty well.
A lot of success earlier on against XLG.
It's gonna be a 3v5, but I'm not a huge fan of them not having anybody heaven. But
okay, no, it is going to be a counter for XLG. It's thinking about how far Raga really wants to take this one. He's going to respect the fact that Util has been played.
I don't know though. Cypher snuck in. Gets caught out.
Yeah,
should rotate.
At this point, XLG
yeah.
know that A is cooked.
And John Cutie just acting as a semi-sentinel.
I wonder where this. I wonder where Zekin is with this op here. What angle is? Oh, faking the rotate.
It looked like they went elsewhere, but this lurk from Zelsis is what matters. He's got, of course, ears and eyes on C with the turret there, and he tries to keep his eyes peeled on mid.
I mean,
so Sentinel's still confident in their read.
Are they going to see Narrate though? They need to get Narrate down.
Yeah.
Viper Walk is still coming to slow this down a little bit more.
Okay.
Nothing more than what the Sentinels defenders
2v5.
Of course, using a lot of those
that was a really good play.
Wants to keep the op, so
good retake.
XLG will show face on their first rifle round.
Looks like should be. Yeah, I mean, Zekin's gonna have to save this up, right? He committed so much this round.
It really was the op from Zekin that could have been the game changer, but XLG unwilling to walk.
This guy's just gonna watch exits.
Steadfast in their confidence to push their way.
Good response out of XLG.
Utility had been spent. Snakebite was gone. Zelsis really hoping that somebody's going to walk through towards the end. The scans are going to come through just to make sure it's not going to be the case. Already have advanced movement for Voya to scout out that they can safely retreat.
Exiting the wrong way. Yep. All right. I mean, you saved that up at least.
I imagine Zelsis should probably die to Spike here so that he can drop his judge, because do you really want to be bringing a judge in the next round is the question. And he is.
Guess he is. All right.
Probably not the worst. You can still play within smokes and stuff like that, so we'll see.
Yeah, and XLG
got some half shields for Sentinels.
Building up your economy is just
I don't know. XLG's got full shields, full buys. Let's see how this goes. I feel like Sentinels retakes have just been off today. But if Zekin can get a fast pick here. Has Thieves started?
Too much insurance in terms of a gap in the score.
It looks like they have. It literally just started. But I'm going to finish out this map here. Because I watched this whole series, and I've been swapping around all day. So I'll catch like this probably second map of Thieves.
Just be the turret there to see everything else, and Sentinels playing for retake.
But if you want to go watch Thieves, I won't judge you, man.
Walked off.
We'll swap to that as soon as possible.
No eyes on
But this is at least, I mean, last map, one of these teams going home. I'd rather watch this one and then just like, if I have to, miss first half of Thieves or first map.
Sentinels have a recon, of course, no drone, and Sean Cutie with an op, but it'll be difficult for Sentinels to break through, and it's actually a proactive paranoia from XLG, thinking they have.
Because I think this one's going to be kind of a banger.
Even an early fault line too, so
it's a good blind.
XLG hold the door now, racing in.
Don't like. Oh wow.
Big opener against Viva.
Okay. Just like that though, you get. There we go. Yeah, the retakes are just off for Sentinels.
It's the players that are playing offside a little bit further back that will find the success here. Happy way.
All right, Sentinels will have to save now.
The insurance policy even further back into
Well. Looks like Bang's forcing.
Drop them paranoia that early, but they still had Utah to play through defensively to prevent Sentinels from finding too much more. Brilliant entry from Zekin, to say the least, to at least get Viva down early, but beyond that, they just couldn't quite handle the last couple of members. Good scan, as we saw, onto the Jet.
I don't know, man. XLG might send Sentinels home. Starting to look a little scary. You don't want these guys getting like, you know, a huge lead at half, right? And then you just have to claw your way out. Lost the op too, man, yeah. Save round for Sentinels, we'll see. Seems like they're reading this at least.
Going well so far with back-to-back rounds, looking for a corpse for Happy Way with the neural theft advantage, and Rarga makes that space.
Okay, all right. 3-piece from Zeus, 4-piece from Zeusis.
A Sheriff 4K to turn it all around to reestablish the Sentinels.
They did not check the double box to their right. That is very basic, and unfortunately that makes.
Oh my goodness! Wow. What a crazy 3. We got to get a replay on that one.
1v4 before, and it's just too many members of Sentinels to break through Zeusis when things were getting awkward.
That was insane.
BBL game, Zeusis still held
Here it is. Let's see this.
First customer was Raga. Zeusis popping in, but you have to
1, 2, 3. Oh, they just weren't looking at him, man. That's so tough.
Noticed things far too late. A very common box for players to hide in.
They just didn't notice him.
That just wasn't checked.
Tough.
Out of all the weapons that round, it's a Sheriff that almost gets an ace. Jeez. Sentinels got ults to work with, just mainly the overdrive, and narrate one off the Hunter's Fury, but Sentinels haven't been aggro for A orb, especially with the smoked off. Despite Sentinels having a deeper smoke, they're countered by the XLGs. So
all right, well, Sentinels with a full buy again.
For XLG, and with the breach, you're happy to break in.
Yeah, I haven't really played towards this angle. Seeing Zeusis hold this
blind
position.
out. Clear out that corner, yeah, for sure. All right, gonna need to be a retake here for Sentinels. There we go. All right, 3v4. Coconut's super weak.
So XLG have their attention.
Zach can get shot in the back. Are you actually having 60 views? I don't know. Am I?
But the info that Bang is there is half the battle.
It appears so, sir. It appears so, Fahim. I think we got a lot of lurkers in here, though, but that's fine. I mean, that's kind of like I've noticed with YouTube. You just get a lot of lurkers.
Nice and easy, 2-piece.
Well, there you go. XOG getting another round.
Maybe not actually given the fact that I did mention
I'm the lurker king, dude. I get so many lurkers.
So a response from XLG. Insane round from Sentinels to be able to win a Thrifty, and XLG not to be deterred.
Timeout for Sentinels. All right.
Sentinels timeout now. Still the op around. A little frustration there. I want to see Sentinels, whatever happens here, go out kicking and screaming in the best form that they can. But losing to XLG would...
See, I don't know, man.
They shouldn't really be kicking and screaming at all. They should be the ones piling themselves...
See if Sentinels can bring this back.
...into a qualification for top 8. It's XLG that had the lowest of expectations from everyone watching, considering the circumstance with their roster, considering the circumstance with how they ended up playing. in the opening match versus DRX.
Let me check the Hunter Thieves
We
scoreline.
just saw G2 get knocked
Looks
out.
like EDG's up 1 round on Hunter Thieves.
Versus Billy,
So
and they fought hard for it, but
not
again,
bad.
lost circumstances can often really come around and bite you, and it certainly did for G2. But for XLG, it's somehow empowered them. Havoya has improved this team by being on this team now.
Just a really high pressure environment in terms of how high the stakes are when the prize pool is this big. We're back into game.
Okay.
Good ults, but also just a stinger for John Cutie. One away from the pit. Viva, Hunter's Fury. Another B approach from XLG. Dash in off the smoke from Rarga. He can always make the space, and holding it is a whole different story.
I mean, they broke in.
Slow things down considerably. They do beat the
Gonna need it.
timing of the
Oh.
smoke. Here comes Zekin. He wants to dive on in off the.
Oh. They're all weak. Yeah, that should be it. Should be Sentinels round. Yeah, that was a good ult. They're probably gonna read this guy here. Yeah.
This will go Sen's way to try and help their economy going forward.
That was
They
a
were playing into
great ult.
a real potential trap there. And as soon as you see the snake bite come through, you have to start thinking, do we really want to continue or not? But it was
And there's the info. Should be a bait here. I mean, there's so many to look
in
at.
a situation where, Zekin,
Yeah,
full
there it is. All right.
on in, slides
Sentinels
through,
respond
following the rate, laying down the
with
target
another
for him,
round.
And the Hunter's Fury could not have done better. Full scans. Actually,
I wonder who Sentinels. If I wonder who plays who. Oh my god, what am I trying to say? I wonder who the winner of this plays. That's what I want to say.
They were considering the possibility that Sentinels weren't going to have the best weaponry. You don't want to be walking into a place like B when you know Stingers could be a possibility. But it was a Hunter's Fury that obviously closed things out.
Narrate, still one of my favorite players.
No PRX in EWC? No, they're in EWC. They just they already won. So they already won in the group stage. So this is all elimination bracket, right? These are all the people that lost, and if they lose these matches, they're out of the tournament. Tomorrow is, I think, they play. Actually, I don't know who plays tomorrow. So yeah, PRX doesn't play until Friday now because they already won their group stage, right? So they're in winners bracket. So today and tomorrow, all elimination matches.
Only on 81 HP for the time being. That's info.
So yeah, PRX is already in winners bracket. They're in a great spot. They look pretty good from what I've seen. Oh, and there we go. All right.
And Fang was stunned as well, and still he goes down.
Sentinel's looking good now. Regaining, it seems. But yeah, PRX is here. They're just already on to winners bracket, so they don't really have to worry about too much. The way that the early part of this tournament was basically first day, everyone plays. They're all one and done matches, so it's one map, and then if you lose that, you get to play in the losers bracket, which is right now the elimination. So if you lose these matches today, you're out of the tournament, and then yeah, and then whoever wins today plays the winners. Plays the losers of the people who were in the winners. Yeah, it's confusing a little bit, but it's all elimination matches today and tomorrow, and then people who won are in winners on Friday. So sorry, I know that's probably a really complicated way of explaining that. Which team do you support? I don't really have a team that I support. I'm pretty even keeled in terms of Valorant. Like a lot of the players I used to like are retired, so luckily I don't have anyone to really support, which I actually prefer because I get to kind of like every series I get to kind of support whichever team. This one I actually kind of want XLG to win because I feel like it'd be interesting to see. But I still feel like Sentinels is probably the better team. They'll probably win. But yeah, I don't really have like a favorite team, which I prefer because I get to kind of have fun with. I don't get like bummed out if a team loses, you know. But which team do you support? Do you support PRX?
Right, plant should be good.
Okay, 2v2.
To help Zekin.
Yeah, we'll switch to the Hunter Thief series as soon as this one's over, because they're still on map 1. This is last map, so but we'll be covering. We're covering all the matches that we can. There was a bit of a delay, so.
Just within the site. And yes, Havoya could be on the flank coming from behind, and Zeki
Oh, yeah. Should be around for, yeah. Wait, he defused it!
What?
Oh my god, he hopped it!
You are kidding me. You are kidding
Even with the ult?
XLG had the 2 versus 1. The Hunters.
Oh no.
Havoya even earned the roll
Wow.
off of that backstab.
Yes, I'm Asian, so obviously PRX. Yeah, PRX is in a good spot, so you're lucky. They did well. How did they miss that defuse? What happened? I guess he didn't hit him with the Hunter's Fury, so he figured it was just a tap?
Terrible day of eyes to watch that round unfold.
That is unfortunate.
It's what they needed.
Okay, the TP up top. I like that.
Actually a deep one.
Careful. They use Viper. Okay. Oh, they're gonna. Yeah, I mean, you're dead, dude. Okay, I was gonna say, someone had to hit him. Oh no. Okay, Sentinels with another round, kind of running away with it now.
Position, Coconut, I mean, he reveals his spot over into heaven. Of course, he was considered that maybe he was revealed anyway. It was just good shooting from Sentinels to just throw in some shorty shots. But
We'll see though. Sentinels might not do as well on the offense.
Plays a little bit more patiently.
Looks like 100 Thieves took the lead by a round. For anyone who's interested in that series. But yeah, Fahim, you're in a good spot. PRX is looking pretty good.
Again, that Ninja defuse round at number 9.
Tactical timeout.
Kind of shaking the team up here a little bit, and now they're just dropping more and more rounds. See a little bit of frustration of Voye there, communicating with the rest of his team, and this is the problem.
Sentinels is actually trading. I still can't believe.
In terms of what the game plan is.
I kind of can't believe that they got that diffuse off, to be honest. What a crazy, like, just plain sight hopped it, just didn't hop off. Like,
several moments where that cost them
pretty insane.
Situations that they probably should have won in. And no better is a position where they allowed that Ninja defuse to happen on 2 rounds ago. So,
yeah, I guess he called the ult and just shot it a little too far left. And so it didn't ping him in the Hunter's Fury, in the Sova ult. And then he just held it.
How do you get away with that? That's got to be frustrating. But the thing that XLG have to hope for is an 8-4.
It's pretty.
It's currently 7-3.
It's pretty wild.
You're on a save. I guess a hero rifle, or gonna buy up what you can if you're XLG, but not the half they were hoping for.
Not a great half for XLG.
What, they put the hero rifle in the right place hands this time. Happy where he's been solid so far. Let's see if he can make it work. Although he did lose his life very early on over towards A, and that may happen again. Yeah, he's in a rough spot.
Oh, and he's dead. Well, there goes your Vandal.
Out for just this guy. He is worth pulling it in whole ultimate just for 1 kill. Sentinels, well played.
Out of the picture.
Yeah.
So XLG can go forward.
Which game do you play most? Oh man, I play a lot of different games. I play CS, I play Call of Duty, I play Skyrim, Morrowind, I play Valorant. I don't play that much. I haven't played in a while, but it's been kind of watching this has been getting me the itch to play it again. I just kind of play whatever, you know. Wow. But yeah, I'm all over. Well, that's around for Sentinels. Yeah, I kind of just play whatever. Like I guess I'm very much a variety streamer, you know. I like playing competitive games. I like playing story games. Just kind of play whatever I feel like would be a good game to play, you know.
They are going to have 4 guns to come on through. Hero rifle dropped immediately. I'm not too pleased about how aggro Happy Way is getting in some of these rounds.
But there's definitely like competitive games at my heart, you know. Like I still like playing CS and COD, and I did play Overwatch for a while.
So I'm not too sure if they
so being able to stream EWC is awesome because I still love like comp. I still like competitive games a lot.
Just comes on through and just deletes everyone, cleans it up.
All right, let's see if XOG can get another round before half. I guess this is not a great half for them. Probably not how you want to go out of the tournament.
Would be critical
with the way you looked on Sunset, but
win that 1v1 against Bang if they ever encounter each other.
Who knows? I mean, look, offense is really tough on this map. Like I remember playing this map a lot in the early days, and it was tough back then.
a trap setup where
with pretty much the same comp, except for Neon, obviously, and then Killjoy was a little later. But this is a really tough offense map. Huge pick. Okay. Got the Cypher ult. You know where they're at. Should be. You would think a round for XLG here. Well, okay. Okay. Gets hit, but he's in the smoke. Okay. Okay.
The job gets easier, but it's not done for Nary. He's even pre-shooting, but one from main.
There we go. Yeah, that was a good dart. All right, that's half.
The best you could hope for XLG.
8-4. XLG got around there towards the end. How's 100 Thieves looking here?
Come through late in the round for the cleanup. You know you ain't sharp enough to do it.
Looks like
But the entry coming through from XLG
100 Thieves might have just hit half as well.
Down nice and early, and he was in a good one and done spot where minimum could have potentially have traded for one. But the structure there from XLG to check both sides.
I'm not sure. It's a tech timeout, so I'll let you know what the score is as soon as I can.
John Cutie and Sunny numbers advantage, looking strong. Zekin only sliding in with
Looks
one kill
like
on the overdrive, and then happy way with the coup de grace over
100
the end.
Thieves is in the lead.
So a minor recovery here, but some sloppy rounds
But I
in the
don't
middle for XLG. The Sentinels are all
particularly
too happy to take
know.
advantage of.
Sentinels have been really strong on the defense and pistols, but overall, XLG have
I think 100 Thieves is up a little bit.
this series. But Sentinels got really lucky, just not lucky, but they really did surprise XLG when they just walked up through C and just farmed XLG off the pistols. So XLG will be.
Yeah, 100 Thieves up 3 rounds. So if you're interested in that match, we'll be going to that as soon as this map is over.
Determine, I think, whether XLG have a chance to come.
Yeah, let's see. Again, I told you, like, if Sentinels wins pistol round, like, they're solid. They're fine.
Or if Sentinels are gonna run away with it like they did.
Now, if Sentinels loses this pistol round, it might get a little iffy.
It's time to get serious yet.
Because they're only up, I mean, they're only up 4 rounds, realistically. Like, it's not, you don't want to give them that guaranteed 2 rounds.
Not without taking some scratches and bruises along the way.
And I don't think you're going to get lucky with a Sheriff again, you know what I mean?
From 7 to 11 that were very
So let's see.
for XLG to lose. But a strong finish on 12 will at least give them some confidence left. That
Bang's having a crazy map, 14 and 5. Omen is really fun on this map, though.
and maybe beat Sentinels. But when you have Bang and Zekin together, particularly Bang winning the types of rounds.
I'm surprised I'm seeing a Killjoy on this map.
On this Haven so far.
Like, I guess it's good, but I feel like the range is kind of tough with the Killjoy, right?
More than 1 kill.
What a chow.
Which is more than I would get, but I still want to see Rarga have his pop-off moment, one that we expected. But Sentinels have a trying to sell towards B, maybe even fully committed. But after losing
Celsius is dead.
that plan to go A has been maybe ruined.
All right. 4v5.
Actually, off the back of that one, sometimes is the case. XO, hang on, contact will be found again. That's going to be info. Coconut spotted. John QT. I was going to say, typically, sometimes you kill.
They're going to fast wrap A?
Rotate off because you're considering, well, that wasn't the team coming through onto this side of the map.
We still got this Cypher C long, though.
The mind game saying, well, maybe we'll just abuse that and walk over towards A. But once that info was spotted against John Cutie, Sentinels have to back out, looking like the potential for a B finish here. They could also be walking into Happy Way in a short moment as well.
Eva still has a recon too, but is trying to watch for a garage flank potentially from Sentinels and also just trusting into the
I like the pace. They're slowing it down. I mean, they're not panicking.
Now something is suspicious. Happy Way is going to call for reinforcement. Here's the
This isn't great.
being slowed by the cage, and Happy Way
Okay. Good plays. Zekin had to run. And there's Viva with the 4-piece. Insane. Well, there you go. Sentinels lost the pistol. Didn't work out. Probably got another round guaranteed for XLG, and then things get a little bit scary. Just a little bit scary if you're a Sentinels fan.
You can see the team was also more than willing to believe in Viva's own personal mechanics, giving him the hero rifle a couple of times there as well.
Looks like 100 Thieves is in the lead by 7-3. So 100 Thieves should take map 1, you would think.
He loses that deal, but Viva just cleans up. My goodness, that was required for XLG.
No force from Sentinels, so XLG need have a clean anti-eco to bring as much into the bonus and have more of a marathon than a sprint. try and catch up. This is the biggest gap we've seen between the two teams. Setting up camp now at B.
Oh.
It's the breach from Pavoya. Still flashes in hand.
Oh.
Hunts down Coconut. Nary takes care of business. And Sentinels facing some trouble, but at least time is on their side, and it's Happyway saying hello.
Nice. All right, 3v2. Zekin's super weak though. Oh, good dink though. All right. There we go.
Well, they still got good guns in their hands.
XRG won.
One shot, of course. And Happyway.
I mean, you probably expect that, right? It's a bonus, but
Contribute to the fight. And well played by Sentinels first and foremost. They got it just like cleanly, got a couple of kills. 3 versus 5 was what XLG had to work through there, but XLG actually...
yeah, that was insane.
Look at this opening from Zekin, beautiful stuff. The Happyway cleans up Bang, turns it into a 2 versus 3, and Raga and Viva combined,
tough.
just so sharp. And Viva, as we said, in that opening pistol, good for...
all right, things get a little bit scary here for Sentinels. Like, unless you got to start stringing some of these rounds, because you don't want XLG getting some momentum here and pulling away with it.
To another multi-kill for Viva. We want to see more of this guy.
He's got the Hunter's Fury now, off the back of that.
That's so quick.
Round 3, Hunter's Fury, 4K into a 3K. Into, did he get the defuse as well? Must have.
He's getting pressured back while Happyway is smoked off, but could be ready to swing at a moment's notice. And
okay, big pick.
And Happyway don't want that smoke, especially with the better bio from Sentinels.
Could have played off Havoya there. I'm a little surprised. He just dry swings in.
Okay,
well.
2 picks. Should be a C break here. This is going to be a C retake. XLG's kind of separate. This Killjoy's being annoying, playing back. This should be around for Sentinels, you would think. But 5v3, I mean, you don't want to count them out. Don't have the best weapons.
Again, I think the biggest issue for XLG is just not connected, and Zelsis will find
Zelsis picks him off. 2v5.
XLG have one pistol and an anti-eco. They have not been able to convert that bonus.
Okay.
First rifle round from Sentinels. It's usually good for it, but let's see how this finishes.
You just want to save, maybe?
Save that rifle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Really nice shot.
Oof.
Really good stuff.
Yeah, he's sharp, and at this stage, I mean, you could tell that XLG have kind of abandoned the round because Havoya is just trying to take the rifle and run, but given how sharp Raga there was, it was a real possibility as you start thinking back, and I was like, wait a minute, should Havoya actually just made the play happen? Because that looked suddenly clutchable, but you never know. You never know if Raga is going to have those
Sentinels with a much needed round win, I think. He really needed that one. You don't want XLG running away with it.
So there will still be some licks taken.
Nice shots with the Bulldog.
Done to economy against Sentinels, but it will be Sentinels taking the round.
3-round gap between the two.
Got an op though.
It means there's 4 members not on full armor for Sentinels, by the way, with that kind of damage done.
True. Still waiting for that Hunter's Fury from Viva too. I think this could be the round to pull it out. Now that you have a good buy-up and even an op in this picture.
Where does this op peak though? Where is he?
Been the lurk over on the A side.
Okay, he's just sitting A short.
Also in long.
Oh.
Happyway. Holy.
Yeah. Nary dead. First blood. I mean, XOG invested a lot in this round.
And now hoping to help out Viva, who's usually been at that double door, but this time it's Coconut. Some swaps and positions for XLG.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade.
Sentinels just hoping to play off contact, now avoiding the drone, but presence in mid, that's what XLG have to work off of.
It's going to be difficult without no rate, no recon, no drone to get them in.
Yeah, it's true. Your Sova's dead already.
Set up from Bang here to do it. Zekin's caught in the trap and will eat the stun.
Okay, good punishment.
Okay. 4v4. And 2 are dead.
And friends are not looking so hot because of the work that was done on the right side of the map.
And how patient was Raga as well, knowing that eventually Zelsis will walk into me, I'm going to get this shot, and he does deliver. And late in the round now, rotation will finally be called. It's Coconut's turn to show up.
Oh,
he doesn't versus
huge pick.
Zekin and Bang together, 2 top players.
Okay, 2v2.
Now winnable, 2 versus 2 in a post plant.
Where's this op at though? Okay, this op. Are they?
Around the garage area and
Are they both gonna hit Okay, they're just both gonna swing this probably.
It's just gonna be the face-off, 2 versus 2.
Don't line up.
Good start. Just bait for him, and the shot
Okay.
force some movement. If
One way.
wanna
Oh wow.
uncomfortable. Tararga with the flash, the dash, gets the focus of Sentinels.
Oh no.
Raga. Tricky plays coming on through.
And
would you look at
that's
that?
tough.
Both
All right.
Sentinel turn around for him. They forgot about Viva. There's 2 members of XLG alive.
They both got distracted by the jet. That's a huge play. All right.
And then still turned. Both members really.
Well, Sentinels pretty much broke, so this game will be almost tied up.
You have to be concerned a little bit about Raga, but you know the play. I mean, you can just see the play in slow motion. You see Raga drop down the progress through the Omen smoke. Obvious he's dashing into that one. 2020 hindsight says you don't have both players turning your heads to look at that one, and what Viva says, thank you very much for the round.
Yeah, it's not great.
It's forced to send into a save and chance for XLG to
Good shock dart.
stay within 1.
Got bang weak already. I mean, yeah, this is probably just a throwaway round for Sentinels unless you could try to grab some guns. I don't know though. I mean,
now because of all these cipher trips, the cameras just have to scale up slowly.
Yeah, this is so tough.
Over there, but mostly pistols.
Bro, lineup.
One trip down, so now B is a little bit of concern. Zelsus is rather Zekin is going to try and sell this one at least a little bit. He did pop ultimate. He's going to transfer that one over towards C.
Oh, what a. Oh no, and knives are out.
Good flash.
The knives and everything.
Oh, he missed all the knives.
Let's go back to the op, and it's dropped and something.
Okay, hold on. Dinked.
2 versus 3.
Hunter's Fury in. Oh, that's it. Yeah. Oof. That was a good try. That was a good try.
Team Ace coming through. Team effort coming through.
I kind of would have liked to see Zekin not just fly in like that, but I guess he popped the ult. You're gonna try to get something going with it. Looks like 100 Thieves is 8-5, so. Oh, tech pause. No.
He's been sharp at various points
no.
in the past. This tournament again has been a bit of a struggle for him mechanically, individually. Thankfully, though, late in the round. Secure as always.
Not again.
Consistent as always.
Someone find Sentinels, dude.
Small tech pause from the Sentinels side.
Nah, chat's got to be going.
So release all those emotions, because this is as stressful as it gets. Not the way you want to end Riyadh.
Dude.
Good way to bounce back into it if you're Sentinels.
Come on, guys.
You thought you could have even just closed it out on Sunset. You did so in the past in a lot more convincing of fashion. And I think being able to talk to the coach and have that break between maps allowed Sen to come in firing.
I'll tell you what, the next series is a lot to live up to, because I think I'm going to switch teams here and say that this is match of the day. Yeah, I mean, the narrative was there already. I just didn't know if I wanted to believe in XLG, but after seeing...
Come on, guys. Please not be an hour.
Start to call me a bit of a believer now. But the original team that I believed in for this tournament is one of the top 3, maybe top 4, is Sentinels. Expectations high for this NA squad.
What is the problem?
As the next NA team
this game crash?
Hold the mantle for the region. If not, it falls to NRG, who have already qualified through into top 8. And for both Sentinels and G2 to fall would be very heavy pressure onto NRG, although they do look good currently. For Sentinels though, still opportunity to close this one out. They lead on Haven, but a couple of sharp rounds from XLG keep them in the game. It's really
is someone on Sentinels just unplugging shit? Like
Sentinels that they got in the first half, the XLG.
What is going on over there?
I'm gonna be very annoyed with, and more than annoyed with, if they do end up dropping this series and dropping this map, because that would be where they lose this map.
And what's nice about this format is no matter what, you get to play 2 days, so no matter how bad things started out, it's how you ended that matters and what you learned from day to day. And if you win, there's just, can you be consistent throughout the several days that you're in groups and then a single in playoffs? It doesn't get any more cutthroat than that.
6-day speed run through the tournament. On a condensed down 16 teams through 6 days.
Okay, it is a 16-team bracket, okay. Or a 16-team
after
pool.
Toronto as well. An international into another international. Stakes are high, particularly for the teams that didn't even get to go to Toronto. This is their Toronto right now in Riyadh. Their opportunity to show what they could not show
Yes.
Why teams like BBL and NRG are so fired up because it's their time to shine. But for teams like Sentinels and She Like Gaming as well, who felt like they had more to give in Toronto, what can they give now?
All right, guys. Just
Backs against the wall.
hopefully, small tech pause here, and we'll get into this last map.
And Sentinels said they've been on a good trajectory to success.
He's having his earbuds in, dude. Come on, man.
Just keep on growing from Masters Bangkok to Toronto to now. And you're facing obviously a weakened XLG, one that they're not even playing with the same fifth that they were at Toronto. Keys are going to be crushed very soon. We'll be excited to show that. I think on the A stream, either way, that gives kind of this whole other element.
Yeah, I wonder what they're doing here, because I don't know if they have the Crusher here.
XLG weren't as lucky at Toronto. They're already really impressing me when it comes to EWC. And just to go to map 3 speaks to this encounter being completely different.
Come on, dude. Whose keyboard is it?
It's been the day for tech pauses. Hopefully we'll get through this one nice and quickly. Obviously, took a hot minute to get through our opening 2 maps of the day.
Ooh, scroll wheel with the middle finger. I think I scroll wheel with my index.
Team Heretics facing Titan Esports.
Yeah.
And that was our match of the day, so it's like we just got back-to-back bangers. I don't know, guys.
Give you an update on how A Stream is doing while we wait for this one. 100 Thieves currently 8-4 up against EDG on Haven. So another Haven.
I don't think that's right. 9-6 actually. Don't listen to them.
Had some struggles so far this tournament, to say the least. Had some struggles so far this year, to say the least. As coming off their win at Champs last year, top of the world, best team in the world, straight into roster issues, straight into, in a similar fashion to She Like Gaming, actually, this one position on their team, they're constantly juggling, trying to find the right member to fill the gap. And it seems like for EDG, those woes do continue for now. And China overall has had a bit of a rough run this tournament, minus Billy, who get their cleanup versus G2 Esports. And even then, not the cleanest game. There was still an insanely one-sided map 2 in there, with G2, despite their issues coming in this one, absolutely clean up Pearl. Left no quarter, 13-4 versus a Billy who took it to OT against Paper Rex. And, well, if She Like fall and Titan fall and EDG fall, it will just be up to Billy.
This has been such a fun tournament of upsets, and unfortunate to report
Yeah,
that G2
sorry for the silence, guys. I'm just checking some things here.
They did go to map 3, so it's kind of a good effort, as best as they could without that fifth. And then stage 2 is on the horizon. Some that I think it started in China, but very much.
But yeah,
for a lot of regions.
another tech pause, just waiting on.
Into the mix, and then having to prep for that and prep for this, and
waiting on them to get started.
This is Burnout Central. But man, the hard work is gonna really pay off, because this prize pool is nice.
Yeah, I think it's 7 million, right?
The teams that didn't get to go to Masters, right?
Something crazy.
This is their major event. This is their version. This is their international. For some of them, it's their first. Talk about BBL, their first international. But for She Like Gaming and Sentinels, they've had a couple runs now, including against each other. And what a revenge match it would be for She Like to win with a coach stand-in of all players. As, again, particularly from yesterday's game versus DRX, many, myself included, would have assumed that this would have been a nice quick 2-0 cleanup from Sentinels.
See, everyone who said that really just cursed it. But some teams are blessed. We, of course, already sent some teams into the top.
What is that?
X from Group A with that 2-0. BBL from Group B, the 2-0. NRG from Group C, and Fnatic in Group D. So you are watching, of course, all the action from Group B to get our first eliminations going. We've, of course, already eliminated G2. And still waiting for updates from, of course, the EDG series that Avril just talked to you about. And we're going to be eliminating someone between Titans and Heretics.
Could be a really good run for North America this event as well. 100 Thieves are going to take down
Yep.
Gaming, which...
Sorry, guys, about the delay.
On map 1, Gen G in their way.
Obviously, someone's headset had a problem.
Absolutely cleaned up Edward Gaming. And
let's see. Edward Gaming coming back, it looks like. 100 Thieves up 9-7 against EDG. Sorry, 10-7. Again, as soon as this is over, we'll switch over to the 100 Thieves series.
Incredible game. Yes, a huge comeback from Fnatic, second place from Toronto. You'd expect them to be one of those top teams.
But yeah.
for NRG, they've already gotten NA's big win so far. Sentinels want to join them there. 100 Thieves
Looked like he had a
just an unfortunate
headphone issue.
For EMEA, they've already got 2 teams. Pacific have got 1. Currently looking like a decent run so far.
A headphone problem.
For EMEA.
Just some surprises of some teams that didn't make it here, from MIBR, EG, even Wolves, who had like such a good Masters Toronto. They lost out in the qualifiers to Titans, and that's why I'm kind of Titans filled. I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to do against Heretics, but I think everyone thought that that was going to be match of the day because Heretics have hit a newer low in that BO1.
It's like Mitch said, though, sometimes domestically, this is maybe speaking more towards Titan Esports, but you know, domestically in China, it's a different story. Some teams can beat other teams, and the power rankings may shift a little bit more. But
oh, that's his. Oh, that's the dongle for his thing. That's cool.
Managers don't do much against RQ at all, but domestically, yeah, they understand the Chinese teams that they go up against extremely well, so they have the.
I'm not gonna lie.
To beat some of those teams. So I do think
I'd be super mad.
So let's get back towards the game.
Okay, we're back in.
9 and 8, close
Here we go.
Right now, 5 rounds in. It's 4 and 1 for XLG on the second half.
All right. Yeah, Sentinels haven't really been able to get anything going on offense. This could get sketchy.
That he's had to either go into Ace Sewers and
full buys on both sides, it looks like. Some half shields. Full shields on XLG side. Got an op on XLG again. We're kind of waiting to see that come into play. Nothing really has happened yet. I gotta see again.
If we've actually corrected the technical issues or not, but again, if you see that 7-11 5-round.
Excuse me, sorry. Been sneezing a lot today.
XLG, and if XLG end up losing this map and overall the series, that's what will have cost to them. They've done well to be able to close the gap on this side so far. 2 pistols in terms of pistols.
Again? Dude, someone?
Bonus, whatever. But then you get
4 right.
5.
I'm gonna blow my nose. Sorry, guys. I mean, it's not as...
And the issue is on
stuff happens, you know?
And I mentioned that just because he's already feeling so much pressure from being the IGL and kind of having to have the perfect read on the game against a more troublesome Chinese Titan in XLG. And revisiting the same maps and have to iterate on that. So now having to stay composed when this is obviously not the environment you're used to. And being on your last life in the tournament, kind of unexpected.
This will also be the longest Valorant match in history. So a lot of patience from these players in terms of maybe jumping back a little cold after our previous super long break, but at least we've gone through some rounds and see some great mechanics come through despite that. But yeah, it's going to be another slowdown here as we sort out a couple of issues. As I said, might be John Q this time. We've had a couple different players that had some issues, but such is life at LAN sometimes. We're also the first game among a few others.
Let's take a look here at 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves up 10-9, so the lead closing in. I would love to watch that, but
yeah, maybe Dota will be kind of stoked that we're having
kind of. I mean, this is last map, so we'll switch over to 100 Thieves as soon as we can, guys. I'm sorry about the tech pauses. Obviously, nothing I can do about it.
9 and 7 now. EDG are closing the gap at least a little bit on that second half. Of course, they're also playing Haven. That's their first map of the series. Extreme is already on their second BO3. We're still working our way through our first BO3, of course.
Looks like they're talking in game chat. Probably say, "What is going on, dude?" That's the third, fourth tech pause on your side.
XLG are enjoying the break, and I just love their video that they had for No Man when he joined, and unfortunately that he's not playing, but this team looks like it's got a bunch of fun personalities that have gotten together. It's unfortunate they just have to keep swapping their fifth, and surely this is going to be the one who lands, or
I mean,
maybe this is just a stand-in. But
looking at Havoya so far, maybe it's best for him to just stay on the starting roster. I don't know if you're going to get better than this.
All right, are we getting into it?
Although who knows, we didn't really get to see much of No Man, as she likes saying no to No Man.
Dude, look at this guy.
And on the other side, Sentinels have had this roster for quite a while. And that's the big thing in esports, whether you keep the roster and try to improve with kind of the meta that changes, the new patches, a new map, or do you kind of swap out the pieces that are not working? That is That is the big question. But I think it was mainly a language barrier thing and a big shoes to fill for Midi. It was kind of that last-minute fill at Masters Toronto, and that wasn't obviously the way you wanted to start such an important tournament, having a last-minute player like that. But Avoya has had a really good day too, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Sentinels on a bit of a loss streak at the moment. Coming out from Toronto.
Okay, time to go. All right, everybody. We're back.
To end that loss streak right now. After dropping to BBL yesterday, they want to clean this one up. They're still 1 round ahead. You're starting to see XLG heat up on the second half now. Sentinels.
Op invested here.
4 rounds to close.
Could be some picks going down. Missed it. Damn.
He just got to hit those.
Oh.
All
right, B control off rip. First pick too, going to Sentinels. Looking good. Gonna be a tough retake. Got your Killjoy lurking, probably hit C connector late. All right.
It's good crossfire from Sen when you have all 5 on the post plan. There's not too much you can do if you're
Yeah, I don't. What do? You just save the op, maybe?
Up and down on the right side to the reestablished smoke.
Looks like they're just gonna save.
Not really having to use any bells and whistles to get here, because Raga just gave that sight to you.
Really was the missed shot.
So they're trying to catch exits. I don't know if I'd risk the op here though.
Bladestorm usage on that C site as well. They still won that round, but this time that missed shot on the op will cost them a little bit more. Still, you could argue, despite that miss, if he had hit, obviously numbers would be slightly better. But
just save.
Could Sentinels have still just kind of annihilated members on site? As
I don't mind that.
Killing Hapuway.
I feel like that's smart.
He's approaching from C. Really critical there. Now Sentinels find double digits.
See what XLG do here. I almost don't want Sentinels to win because of those tech buzzes. I know it's not their fault. I'm just petty.
While Narrate has Hunter's Fury. And
All
it's
right.
post pause that Sentinels have stayed composed, pull out a round win, and double digits 3 away. I'm staying alive.
Need to trust Raga to be able to hold down C this time. We've seen his patience.
Yeah, I mean they're just not going C. I think I agree with Sentinel's play here. Actually, I don't. I would have just kept hitting B. I mean.
But it's going to be B once more. Hapuway closer this time. It's going to be
Oh, is it a fake? Ooh. Oh.
Zekin with the fake and.
Someone must have made noise. Someone must have made noise. Oh no. Okay, good trade. Back off. Wait for your teammates. Okay, you got info.
No, he doesn't come in. He doesn't stick it, especially with the spike. That's a risk when Sentinels didn't have the sight fully.
Oh no.
Comes from short. And XLG just get
Okay, I mean, he kind of wasted the Hunter's Fury. Okay, 2v2. You know where he's at. Sorry, 3v2. Just hide, dude. Just literally just hide.
2 players left to play through. Given that he dropped the operator, they want to play for this as well. Fault line's going to be huge here. 2 away, Havoya from the Rolling Thunder, probably too far.
Havoya, fault line does hit those below.
There we go. All right. Sentinels hanging on. I do kind of want to see this XLG squad continue, but you know, Sentinels win, they win.
Have not been able to stop this pressure coming through from Sentinels from B, now over on the A side as well. And as mentioned, Hunter's Fury from Narrate wasn't even required at the end of the tag.
All right, so Sentinels have a KJ ult.
Amazing so far. You really need to see players like Coconut.
XLG has a Cypher ult. So there's still some things to work with here.
Viva at least got himself the one, and Viva's been tight so far.
Still probably not your preferred.
But yeah, losing him early will hurt, and he's on board again. Get something done.
Sentinels going for heavy A. They only have a Sova here.
It's going to be Havoya rotating.
You should run.
KJ ult in. Don't know if I like that too much though, because I feel like you give them the spots to watch it still. Yeah.
It's going to be a threat. It is smoked. Havoya did get some damage. XLG with 2 hero rifles, gonna do what they can, playing up close and personal. Sentinels.
Huge. And that's all dead for XLG. Yeah, one more. One more.
And we come back from the pause, and Sentinels are in command. The early 5 rounds,
Sentinels
13-17,
1 round away from sending XLG home.
Back, but from 18 to 20, it's been all Sen all day. And we're about to convert Riyadh to Sen City instead. Sentinels,
okay,
one of the likely favorites coming through from
see what happens.
in general for this tournament. Now looking to close things out, 1 away from victory.
Winner of this facing
Damn, poor
DRX
XLG,
for the
man.
final spot out of Group B as a second seed. Ooh, dodging the op shot. I don't want to dog on Rarga, but gotta hit those against the Swifty Neon. Now I don't blame him as much. Now to the opposite side of the map we go.
Yeah, I mean they're just gonna.
After hearing that op.
They're just gonna run, dude.
Needed to hold on. Smoke down early is good. Paranoia available as well. Holding on to that one as he's about to set up his 2 teammates. However, didn't have sent that one a little bit early.
Oh man.
As a rotate will now come through from Sen.
It's a big rotate. No, also, I mean, they got a Viper ult, and XLG is a breach ult, so they could still counter something if they get a plant down, but
Very good read out of Sentinels to abandon that.
this is going to be just like a peak battle. Zakin's getting a little pushed up, though. I don't...
Viva, by the way, holding long this entire way through, which is why now the smoke being sent in his face will cause some issues and start to see shifts now.
Okay.
A single smoke will cause rotations.
Yeah.
And allowing Sentinels to walk over through on towards B. This is going to be a fast.
Okay, no breaches there.
Avoya better be ready for it.
All right.
There it is. There's the ult.
Early rolling thunder.
I don't know.
Don't get a punish and the smokes in place.
That's not great. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on.
Victory from Garage completely cancels out that round from the
All right.
Sentinels.
Wow, even with the waste of the ult, they still...
Attempt to get something done over here.
Okay.
Please put some damage on the Raga. Put that operator away. Second even will hold
Okay,
the gun. There's not
2v3.
time to win the round for Sentinels anymore, but Zekin, after this round is over, he's actually going to enter the next round.
Wow.
with an op if he doesn't swap
Okay,
it
they
right
got the op, though.
now. Yeah.
It's not over yet.
Okay.
XLG on their last life.
Ugh.
What a turnout from Havoya, from a rolling thunder that they couldn't fully utilize. Pulling that early.
You still have your Viper ult, though, man.
From Zekin to rotating
I feel like
Garage,
Sentinels should
getting an
just...
insane 3K.
And what a read as well from Havoya to say, okay, pressure on towards A. May have to start the consideration of the rotations, but he's saying, no, let me just stay on B a little bit longer. We can play a retake with the Rolling Thunder.
I don't know. Sentinels has so much cash, too, man.
Was in fact beat, and that got value.
Zekin's really good with these fakes. The wall's up. He takes damage.
Saw him. Should be a fast kill. Oh, it's 3 down. Viper ult comes in. Oh, man. Should be it for Sentinels here.
For XLG to live on before they say goodbye to Group B. And Sentinels, time is on their side. They just have to hold the door.
Yeah. Just don't have time now. You just got to push in.
Taking away the last life for XLG. It's Sentinels that hold it down on the corner.
That's it. All right. Sentinels eliminate XLG after an hour of tech pauses.
We've seen them win this before in various situations. This combo, Raga and Viva, but not
There we
this time
go.
around. Too much to play into.
All right. Well,
Everyone on site to play.
it looks like we got
Just the fact that you just have no time left.
some crazy round count at 100 Thieves. We're going to switch over to real quick.
Most part, a man disadvantage, a paranoia that catches all 3 players. That's an easy dive in, as all the control should be taken back.
Oh, and 100 Thieves just won.
Running out of it.
All right.
Slow to follow up on that paranoia.
100 Thieves win first map.
They get their vision back, and they're right back to winning ways. 1-0.
So, we'll finish out this 100 Thieves match as well, and then we'll probably cast the end of Heretics, and then that's it for day 1. So far,
2 taps in a matter of seconds.
XLG eliminated. XLG eliminated. G2 eliminated. So, there we go. Congrats to Sentinels. Made it through. Some crazy moments. A lot of tech pauses. Obviously, just unfortunate. But, yeah, there we go. We got 2 teams. Oh. 2 teams eliminated. And we're gonna wait for this one to go through. I'm gonna go grab a water. If you guys are new, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll be streaming all of Valorant all week, as many matches as I can. Obviously, with tech pauses, it makes it a bit difficult. I have to kind of switch around, but we're gonna catch the end of this 100 Thieves match and then probably end a Heretics match, and that's end of day 2. So yeah, thank you guys for sticking around. I appreciate it, and yeah, got a lot more Val to watch. So little 3-minute break. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit just so it's not blindingly loud, and I'll be back.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea.
All right.
Two worlds inspired by each other.
Ooh, I'm back just in time. Bro, that 100 Thieves match was crazy. Yeah. It's a shame that the Sentinels match had another tech pause, because I probably could have caught the end of that one. But we're fine. We're going to catch the other 2 maps of this one, or 1 map. Could be 1 map. 100 Thieves could just win again. But here we go.
Welcome to EWC 2025, where we have got, for the first time ever, Valorant players on site ready to compete.
I'm going to be giving you an image. There's going to be a map from Valorant, but we have altered something in this mini-maps. It's for you to tell me what has changed.
This map is Ascent. Everything's in place right now. I don't know what I don't know what.
That's just not there.
What's going on there? For whatever this is, I couldn't even describe it.
ZMJ at 25. I need him for 38. I need 13 next map. Okay.
And get into business.
Map. Pearl.
What is that?
This is not fair.
I wish it was there. I would take this duel every round.
That should not be there for sure.
You sure?
Yes.
Yeah.
Something tells me you're gonna like this one.
Icebox, here we go. Wait, I don't know what it is.
I think that this is the kind of thing that either you spot it in the first 10 seconds or you're gonna be looking at it forever.
Oh, I know what it is.
You know what it is? Okay, Brock, I'm gonna give you 5 seconds to spot it.
Honestly, it's pretty hard for you.
Right here, right here.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, I like this. Okay.
What is this map? Bro, can I look?
The split?
Right? Split. It's already wrong. It can't be that big. This map is small. Actually, there is a safe thing here.
That's a tough one, and you got it.
Yeah. That is the bit. Well spotted. This is Abyss. Yeah. Play this.
We have...
This.
Exactly, that does not exist. Good
What is
job, Abyss.
Excellent throw. Excellent. Okay, I'm not
actually, thanks for letting us know.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Map?
Haven. This.
Yes!
Yeah. There's a missing connector.
For you, so you have more time. Look, if it was this way around, I would say.
Okay, bro, get better.
I need you to stop fighting, guys. You know, I need you to fight against other.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you very much, guys, for joining us today for this game. Definitely best of luck in your games, and thank you very much for watching.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. All right, Under Thieves. Oh, I can't believe that Sentinels match was delayed that long.
That man on your screen cutting calories and cutting down EDG in map number 1. It was a close one of the closest matches we've had so far in EWC. And we've had some games go to overtime, but none as impactful as that one, as their keys and their tournament lives are on the line. 100 Thieves go up 1-0 over the reigning world champs in EDG. Welcome back. D-Gon here alongside Big Time and Baby Bay for Valorant.
Don't tell me they're delaying this one too.
What a match that one was. And again, I touched earlier, tournament lives are on the line today as it is elimination day. And on the B stream, we had our second match finish on up. Sen City getting the job done after a huge one. I think 13-9 over XL.
You gotta watch the Titan game. I'll watch it after the. I'll watch the rest of it after the 100 Thieves game.
Somewhere in the middle of the pack, Sentinels, they had a good Masters Toronto, but didn't quite fire off in that first round. You're getting worried
Because I'm really curious how this plays out. I mean, maybe 100 Thieves will just slam right away. I'm gonna take a wild guess that Heretics match won't start on time, just because the B stream's always late. So I probably won't miss that much from the B stream, to be honest.
Yeah. Off of the back of some great operator shots from Conqueror.
Yeah, I mean, I was getting worried.
Because B stream's just been delayed the whole day.
Even down to the very last round when I felt like it was EDG's and 100 Thieves snatch it out of nowhere.
Because something's going on with that.
A really well-deserved win, and like you say, Asuna
with
really
that
going
stage.
Crazy. This man has been on 100 Thieves, but probably about as long as I've been alive. So he's born there. I think.
But yeah, we'll probably finish out the 100 Thieves game, and then if we can, catch the rest of the Heretics game, because I'm assuming that one.
Yeah, 100 Thieves again rolling.
Will also be delayed.
Here. Now let's take a look at that update there from the Sentinels and XLG match, and
I really hope they fix the tech issues on the B stream tomorrow, because it is kind of like weird having these games out of sync, because usually there's one match out of the group of 2 that are supposed to happen at the same time that I'm interested in watching. And so when it's all like all over the place, there's like 2 matches at the same time that I want to watch. So it's like
they still have another one.
The thing is, they're not through just yet.
Exactly.
Right? There's one more game, and that's the same for the winner of this game that we are in the middle of right now. So your lives are on the line, but you're absolutely not safe yet. You know,
all the PCs that had problems today, just absolutely just replace them. Just replace them. Just get it over with and replace them.
Was round number 5. Let's take a look at that one here, because again, the train was rolling here for EDG, and it got stopped by 100 Thieves.
Sorry, just real quick. This is such an NA, this is such a 100 Thieves play. I've seen them do this set play so many times in BCT North America, and to see them bring it here on an international stage and see it work and kind of suck the momentum out of EDG because of it, it's just so clean. And we talked about the initiator setting up utility.
Yeah, exactly. That's really why we wanted to show you this, because it's like the men behind the duelist, right? They're really able to enable him. This map, it was Asuna going absolutely crazy, but yeah, 100 Thieves using stuff that they use all the time in NA. They're not coming here making massive sweeping changes. They're using what they know, and yeah, very classic NA style, as you know all about, Baby Bay.
Yeah, just completely running it down C-long. The crazy thing is I've seen them do that back to back to back to back before. Yeah. And I'm just like, you're tripling down? It's insane.
All right, well, with that, 100 Thieves on the cusp of knocking out the world champs. On the call, let's send it back on over to Mitch, Man, and Tom.
Thank you, D-Gon. Yes, it's time to see if EDG can bounce back now that we're on to Sunset, their battleground.
Sunset, okay. I actually don't know what map 3 is for this series.
As dominant as that first half, I wouldn't be in the EDG camp. I wouldn't have a lot of faith. But they bounced back, made it damn close in the end, and a 4v2 is what ended up sending them out of Haven. This one, I'm expecting to be bringing us to a third.
Yeah, I think it would be interesting to see how it goes. I'm glad, of course, that we have an expert like Baby Bay, the king of running it down on the desk, because that's when I watched his career, that's what it was. I do remember you playing Phoenix on Ascent once, which I'm now only bringing up because it's funny. I think he got 3 kills, but we'll carry on.
Insane.
Running it down, Baby Bay was the best. He's very close to where I am. I hope he doesn't come beat me up. He's too friendly.
The best, at least the most consistent.
Yeah. It didn't mean he was getting the kills. He was running it down.
But he did run it down.
He ran very
quick. Got a breach on EDG.
Very quick. We love you, I promise. Either way, we're getting into the compositions. Like, we haven't seen them play
this is interesting.
Sunset since it's been added back in, and they have gone for, you might be thinking, hey, that comp looks very familiar. It's almost like we have just seen it on the previous map. And that is because
they took the same comp.
We have just seen it on the previous map. This is the exact same comp, and I don't mind it.
Okay.
The sort of flashy, aggressive style.
Let me make sure I'm caught up here.
Was clearly something very difficult for EDG to deal with. It did work. Okay, it's all ground to hold a little bit on their attack side, but guess what? It's not on the defense. A little bit on their attack side, but guess what? They're starting on the defense, so it doesn't matter.
Well, exactly. Which, you know, I think for Asuna is a more aggressive side than when they move to the attack.
See if EDG can. I'm assuming this is
finding so much
100 Thieves map pick, probably, right?
Maybe cool off a little bit when it comes to the wall bangs, which will be nice.
I think this would be an. Yeah, I'm assuming Haven was EDG's map pick.
But for EDG, this is really where we expect them to come in hot to the touch from the get-go.
I might be wrong.
It was a slow start to Haven, and as I said, I was very worried that was just going to be EDG's story of this tournament, coming in, getting decimated, and going out without too much of a ruckus. But
all right,
pulled out all the stops in that.
Let's see how this 100 Thieves match goes.
Con certainly did.
Oh no, this was EDG's map pick. Okay.
Into Sunset. Kicking
Ooh, Ascent last map.
The pistol round. Well, the barriers will be up in just a few seconds.
Yeah, similarly to the last map, when we saw them play this it was actually last week, they ended up with a 9-3 defensive half for EDG. So maybe even again, if they have a slower attack side, it's not the end of the world. Cryo,
and that's a pick. All right.
This defensive side from him.
Quick trade.
Straight down into the mid pressure. Now, one of them is able to get out of there for free. EU doesn't have that luxury. He is just going to have to stick it out in mid, at least for the moment.
Nice. Okay.
Had a tough first map.
Equal trade so far.
On the board early here. Con. Oh, a few missed shots. That was almost EU sent out of the round. Nobody on his way up to do.
Uh-oh.
Or at least make an attempt at the same. He's wall-banged EU down to half. Prowler's on its way.
You need DMJ for how many? 13? I think you should be able to reach 13 as long as they don't get slammed.
Goes in for one anyways. He's hit a wall-bang headshot. ZJC
desperately
low. Picked off
by what a peek.
Easy follow-up onto a Con it should be with 10 HP.
Should be pistol round to Thieves, you would think, here. Yeah. All right. Pistol round goes to Thieves. Will this be the first 2-0 of the day?
That spam kill was not aimed for ZJC, and he's the one that dies to it in the earlier battle. Like, the man is feeling cursed right now. Needs to go back to his old name if he wants to get a little bit of luck. But
yeah, Heretics hasn't even started yet, so we'll probably be able to catch this one, unless it goes to map 3, which then I'll watch it anyway, and then catch the end of the Heretics one, or the middle of the Heretics one.
And even still didn't manage to close out the map, even when
sorry, I'm so sniffly today.
Taken us to overtime. For 100 Thieves, I think they're going to be very happy starting on this defensive side, because firstly, there is no tape on what they were going to be doing. They haven't played it since its reintroduction. And then on the other side of things, very recently, we saw EDG play this map versus Titan. And, well, the player to watch out for in that match was nobody, because he had an insane performance.
Well, not a bad start. That's the one pistol upgraded that they have. Con's able to grab an opening pick for this side. EDG's response is to execute into A. A stun being
Can you
lined
let me
up,
know
but
when that
after
starts?
the
I'm watching on my
stun,
monitor. Okay.
the stun gives him away.
That's tough.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, that's so funny. Because you understand exactly why he did what he did. But at the same time, there's just
All
a
right,
little
4v4.
gap between where the stun actually is and when it hits someone. So
I mean, it's still possible for EDG.
Are you good, bro?
I mean, B's clear. They got, yeah, they're gonna enter from mid, so they won't run into any Cypher problems.
Very valuable one indeed. Oh, Con. He's threading the needle. That's a big gap left open. They have to be aware.
You can
of
hear
it.
him.
Surely,
Don't choke. Don't
they're not
choke.
even
Okay.
looking. They're just running as if
He's gonna get the gun too.
gone into market. Okay, spike planted. Recovered weapon.
You should die here. Yep. Okay. Took care of him. All right, 3v3.
Sander was a little deeper. Asuna. Oh, it's a
Okay.
little shaky, but he gets there onto Chichu, and a lot of the danger of this round already subsiding. EDG need
You got a
big
lot
play.
pushing in.
Both players with classics in hand.
Oof.
Okay, nobody. That's one.
And that's
down,
around.
but
Okay.
All that she wrote. Still.
I mean,
2
DDG
players
made it
left,
close.
5 for 100 Thieves. All things considered, that's a great round for EDG. They came
Yeah.
in with a sheriff and nothing else.
Did they both walk past the spike at the end? I feel like they didn't spot it just behind the box, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, and all in all for EDG, like you look at that round and if you come in with what they had, a single sheriff and classic.
Oh man.
You literally see him and he goes, wait, what? What? How's the stun come through and I've not been hit by it? It's unfortunate, but hey, 3 kills. It's
Yeah,
not
how
bad.
did that
It
happen?
At least reduced the amount of money the defense has. And interestingly, 100 Thieves clearly feeling very confident because they've still bought anyway. They're using this as a
Yeah.
full buy. There's going to be 3 players
All
without
right.
any real remaining credits. So if they lose this round, it is not a bonus.
And who could be surprised?
Yeah,
to see
100 Thieves
Asuna
investing a
getting
lot.
Aggressive.
Well, with Cryo and Zander, no, I've not seen that before.
A paranoia on the contact? This is such a strange play. I wonder when they thought of this one.
On Haven.
Before the previous map, yeah. The flash ready as well for Cryo. If Con steps forward, this will be the end of him. Even with the
Yep, all right.
not good flash, stun goes out. Cryo's
Uh-oh.
He can't follow up. That's gone about as well as it could.
Okay, got
Not
out,
HP
though.
left on Con, but it's enough. They've got the opening pick. They've dealt with that
Wow.
early aggression right
Okay.
off.
And in the meantime,
Not great for 100 Thieves. They invested a lot in this round.
Versus Chichu. It's going to be re-aggression. That's the thing with this composition.
Holy
You kind of need to get aggressive, and when it fails, the dominoes start to fall. Kankan desperately low, so a trade onto him.
Huge.
Should be easy.
Oh no. Oh. Okay. 1v2, 1v3. Should be around for EDG. Yeah.
He's had a great round away from the rest of the team.
Not great for 100 Thieves. You're broke
Talk about
now.
This guy and his lurks on that Sentinel, but that made it very
Yeah, I don't know if I would
difficult for
have.
the rest of the players to
Yeah.
even group
I
up
guess.
and
I don't know.
I mean, Con had a weaker weapon, a paranoia and flash lined up for his contact, and still, he's able to walk out with that aura.
Yeah.
Sure, Tom. Sure. I suppose he did.
Nice shots.
I've heard.
Oh, I love it, mate. Chichu as well, like you said, away
He's
from
at
attack,
4.
cutting off all those rotations, keeping so much
He'll
space
get there.
for
This will
squad.
probably be a close one.
That's about as good of a round as you could hope for, and it might make 100 Thieves
100 Thieves
twice.
broke
Early
now.
aggression, Contact.
Oh.
That's an aggro of his
And
own. It's a double
that should be around for
At least
EDG.
able to follow up. It's pistols for the most part. I'm not
Okay.
sure about that play.
Okay.
But Chichu's there to clean up anyways.
Whatever.
This is almost like a level
Waste
of
all, but
disrespect, just wanting to get into the site quickly, and I feel like with the investment from 100 Thieves, this is kind of the bare minimum. They've got a couple of kills, they've made
Yeah.
things costly, but
All
that's
right.
all she wrote. Not bad for either side. I don't think 100 Thieves would have gone into that expecting to win the round, and this is where they will have that purchase.
Yeah, it's insane.
The
What a chow.
as well from nobody is just
Oh.
fantastic. Like, it makes things so much easier for Kankan, and well,
So many smokes. Oh.
backup was at least there. 2-2.
Oh, and up.
This time
Okay.
the early start went the way of DDG, but
A lot of investment in this round again. Like, you got no cash.
if there's a
I guess you kind of have to force, but
operator in for Cryo, it's going to change the dynamic
I don't
of how
know.
he plays this.
this could
defensive
steamroll
side.
pretty
It looks
badly.
Like he is going to have a lot of congestion. That's exactly where he is.
The right angle. Although, they're backing off.
Yeah, they're just gonna wrap.
Initial reveal, they don't want anything to do with this. It's going to be a Prowler sent through by nobody. Goes directly into B main. It's not even the off that shoots it, but still, EDG send this in the other direction. Trap hasn't been broken, so they know there's no real aggression. They clear that first corner.
Clear out B main and start wrapping.
Well, a lot of steps being made by nobody. That's going to be a quick acceleration
Oh boy.
into this site. Still though,
Alt out.
the players waiting for
Doesn't hit anybody. Okay.
Good for a double. That's 100 Thieves with a quick response. Boostio gets one before falling.
Okay.
Asuna does
All right, 3v1.
wayside, but it's still a 1v3 needed for Smoggy.
This is a lot to ask.
I mean, he's in good position though.
Has actually found a slight gap, but I think very quickly EU makes that realization of, okay, there's one spot that he could have gone that we're not currently covering, and immediately fills the cap in. Even still, Smoggy has managed to hit the headshot, but he's completely blinded. Still makes it.
Still got away though.
The B site is open, but he's not necessarily looking to go there without at least finding the kill. EU playing this
Yeah, they're just gonna
incredibly safe. 30 HP. Okay, a plant should at least go his way, but the round, no chance.
Even
Did
the
he get
plant,
it
I'm
off?
not sure.
Oh, he got it off. Yeah. All right. I mean, at least he got the plant money, I guess. But there you go. 100 Thieves invested a lot, so I think 2 of them are still going to be kind of broke, though.
This is the reason they're able to find that. He shut down that split immediately.
It's a little bit
one
broke.
Head off the snake, and none really grew back.
Heretic still hasn't started. No surprise there.
A lot of what has been the story
Yeah, it's
of
tough.
this game. Arsenal
Just
in
swung a
positions
little.
where you kind of expect
Swung a little
maybe that he'll
funky.
Get one, maybe he'll do a little bit of damage, but he's been over-delivering in every position he finds himself in. And how good's your lip reading?
Not good enough.
Okay.
Their fears betrayed them.
Heavy A hit.
Listen, I got my one. Off and play for Cryo. It's gone mid this time, but they're bypassing it yet again. EDG direct
Heavy A
play to
hit.
A. No Asuna this time to hold on to control.
Oh.
Great reveal, in fact. Somehow Concon still gets one. The spam takes down EU.
3v4. Cypher ult in.
TP'd into the breach util. A shock for him for sure.
All right.
Still manages to
2v3.
get one, but
They know where you're at. Got a shotgun.
information, a player behind.
There's Boostio at.
Both, yeah, both players have. That
Okay.
additional information.
Hold
Nice
on.
shot.
Ult's out.
Boostio at least, but the remaining 2 have made it difficult. The IGL
Okay.
having to try and take this over the line, and he's managed
Does he have
to get
time?
rid of
He sees him.
JC.
He sees
Both
him.
Players with knowledge of the other
Good
Smoggy.
try.
Health
Yeah.
Serum will be there to close.
All right.
A close round for either
Oh,
side,
this
and
one's
a
going to go down the
decent
wire. I already know.
attempt coming out from Boostio in that remaining position, but it will be.
Oh my God, this guy's like 2 inches away from his
as long as
monitor.
to get it over the line. Another round for EDG, and I actually really like.
I just
the
couldn't
call
play
in
that close to my
round.
monitor.
For that aggressive A-side push, you get shut down immediately. They double down on it. You're not going to stack up that position twice. And well, their gamble pays off.
It's all about that short fight. And the fact that Concon goes diving into the smoke, even gets revealed.
That was probably a
still
way
finds
closer
one,
round than it should have been, though, to be
and
fair.
also gives the information away. There's another guy close. It's so easy to follow up on. Cage to
They're
deny
making
some of
so
that
much
early
noise.
aggression. Asuna jumped through
Super aggressive A.
it, but not able to really spot anyone
Kinda just
out.
baiting him out.
Giving up the control now, looking to move in the other direction.
Oof.
They see a push on A. They look for space on B. Holding for the mid crosses as well. There's not going to be any commitment from this side just yet. Knowing that they're up against these pistols and weaker weapons, they're expecting some form of aggression from 100 Thieves that they can catch off. That's why you're already seeing Concon on the B site despite everyone else waiting outside A. The problem is, this is again, Asuna's contact gets a paranoia, this time from much
It's a crazy
closer.
3v3.
And that slows down the play, but they don't get the
Can't
pick
get
they
out.
wanted on the back of it.
Okay. Fast rotate back.
Right read by EDG
100 Thieves is pretty set up for
at
this,
that
though.
point. 3 players pushed up. Surely the B side should be easier.
See, that's what I feel like Sentinels should have been doing on their Sunset. Like, that full 3 rotation. Like,
A little bit awkward with the weaponry for Concon. They haven't checked the corner, and
tough.
Cryo's got away with
Well,
2.
answer with
It's
2
a
piece
good
right
thing that G2
away.
manages to find that trade, or this could have got truly dangerous for EU's also then thrown in a Hunter's Fury. A little bit too much distance between him and ZJC for that kill to come through. It was desperately close, but He at least
2v2.
had once, leaving the breach low.
Not the best weapons to work with if you're 100 Thieves. Good shock dart.
A shock dart to the face. Smoggy.
You know where he's at.
They don't have that rolling thunder to work off of. It's all
Nice. Wow.
And EU with his 3rd kill of the round. Hunter's
Okay.
Fury, shock dart and a stinger. And it's enough to give 100 Thieves a 4th.
Oh, my neck hurts.
He's so good. Like, all of his utility seems to bring value to the squad. He was actually
Oh,
a
my
little
neck.
bit unlucky that the distance between ZJC and the Hunter's Fury.
I can't believe he got a 2-piece of the classic there. That's so lucky.
And then the shock dart.
There is team damage, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's gotta be.
Perfect. It's Robin Hood.
That was a wonderful round. A double classic kill, a stinger, a shock dart, and a Hunter's Fury. I mean, it's not a nice one to lose.
Yeah, Heretics still hasn't started. If anyone's interested in that one.
Build up to gain the lead first of all, and maybe even build up a couple of rounds. Put 100 Thieves economy in the bin, winning this one, and run away with the lead. Instead,
I wonder if he knows he's there.
They're put down to pistols. A rifle on Smoggy is all that they have to work with. He's hiding inside a smoke as somehow an entire portion of the map has gone EDG's way. Concon's got a double with a Sheriff. Smoggy strikes towards the A side.
How did this happen?
They're now ready to fight with 3 weapons.
All right, well.
In a 5v2.
And these last couple of rounds have just
It's not
been
great.
utter madness. Like the supportive utility that was about to be put into play for Concon became completely useless because he killed both players before it hit. Just so you know, he headshot both, and then the Rolling Thunder went afterwards. Or just okay, we've bounced their corpses a little bit off the ground. Like, that was
Yeah, I
just
guess you
pure
just save if you're on
individual
these because you
menace. And
don't
the
have
worst
that
thing
much
is, Hunter's Thieves knew
cash. I
that.
mean,
they were spamming him. They spotted him.
Asuna's got cash, but I would have thrown it away, right?
Your explanation of the
2v5,
was
I mean,
a visual cue that
that's probably not gonna work out for you.
No, I was talking to you.
Okay, well, I mean, I got it. It was very good.
Exactly.
I wish we could have shared that with the world, but
So basically, what you're saying is you want the return of the TikTok stream.
absolutely, Tom. I mean,
your
I'm doing all these dances for nothing right now. What's the point? 4-4.
If anything, I'm seeing too much movement.
Oh, man.
Look at that, man.
Yeah.
The Rolling Thunder, see?
Yeah,
the movement.
Yeah.
ZMJ is so gross. Yeah, that was a nasty 2-piece. Oh, timeout for 100 Thieves.
Oh, look at him go. Oh, Tom, you're going crazy. Oh, God, if you guys could have seen that. He did a flip into a handstand.
I'll be right back. I'm going to use my nasal spray. That's what I'm going to do.
100 Thieves call a timeout. They want to touch base with their coaching staff as, again, they had a very crazy round themselves where they had classic kills and not a lot to work around but managed to win it. And then the exact same things just happened for their opponent, resetting everything. EDG had the chance to run away with it, and that chance is now theirs yet again. OT, I saw OT.
Okay.
Part of the play, part of the strat.
Well, maybe that was from the last map.
He probably assumed, yeah, we're going OT. Oh, they won a 2v4.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's a rough one because when you win an explosive round like that and then lose one back in response, it's like a lot of what you're going to be talking about is the mistakes, but realistically, you kind of shouldn't have been in that position to begin with. So it's definitely been a fiery match, of course, for the side of 100 Thieves. You want to try and get this done in 2. You know that if EDG, they already got the momentum in the last map, and you could see that fire really starting to build within them. For now, at least, they spot the ball going up and don't opt to challenge. Of course,
Should clear out my nose a little bit.
A bit more of a bite to it with the Sheriffs alongside the rifles. But they've already lost a lot.
Oh, whoa!
Well, that wasn't pretty.
No.
Happens to the best of us.
Enjoyable to look at. Poor Boostio. Having a tough run of it.
Spike planted.
Shots from Asuna. Not landing anything in the flash, primed and ready for ZJC. Chichu picks up one, the deep push.
Yeah,
towards
another
the spawn,
3v5.
well. He's gonna keep on going.
Oh.
Jared waiting for it. Cryo's only good for one. Chichu
Okay,
keeps on going
yeah,
for his
can't do it.
triple.
All right,
And of
EDG
course,
takes the lead.
Is there to close it out. EDG, a much more direct approach to this round. just blitzing.
It's been such a back and forth.
And I think maybe even a response to the fact that, you know, mid's been left so open, expecting the gap to now be elsewhere.
Yeah, a lot of what they've been doing is just leaving G2 around that position to just catch anybody trying to push around.
No.
This time, he's actually directly taking control.
Oh my god, does he have like tape on his fingers?
Work for them. He's right at the top of the board alongside Kankan. Seeing those two in form is probably
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Gets for the 100 Thieves coaching staff, because they're a big part in their successful run at Champions. And well, G2 did just disrespect now. He's taken what Arsenal was doing in the previous map and said, you know what, I'm in form right now. I'm going to try and fight you back. And well, I think he's seeing ghosts at this point. Was expecting
4v5, still doable for 100 Thieves. They got some guns. Oh, he heard him. Yeah, okay.
Corner and he'll take him down. The jump up, poorly timed. Exact
big kill.
Xander was holding. Stun goes in. You can see Boostio caught towards the backside. Cryo comes in to support him. Looks for the round, no left. Finds two.
Okay, 3v2. Ult out.
Pressure on that backside, but Kankan.
Oh man. Yeah, wow. What a three-piece. Nice.
It looked like there was a bit of a bump in the road in the side take, but again, Kankan's
that's a tough
the one to
ult.
close it out. Yeah, he's just unbelievable. And G2 as well, I just want to mention that cage that he put down. He's put that a number of times, and it's always been to deny aggression. This time he uses it for his own aggression. And up against Asuna, that's a little taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, it's insane.
How much raw individual
Such a good time to pop that ult too.
Like you see that double. Oh, damn, okay. You see the double
All
coming
right.
up from Cryo.
Scared me.
Okay, that was sick. And then 2 seconds later, you see Cargo go, okay, double. I'm
Let's
getting
go!
I also like the judge. It's like, come on, push the cage again. I'm gonna judge this time. I'm gonna push my cage, and then so he doesn't push. It's like, this judge is not that useful anymore.
Yeah, Chi-Chu's, I mean, they're going for the same strat they did on their low buy. Blitz up to mid, stun on one side.
Oh, man.
Kankan opening it up. 2 players waiting around the other corner, though. But they're running away. Oh, this could be a mistake. Xander hoping for some impact.
Oh! Oh!
Double alongside Xander.
Wow.
Catch that JC looking the wrong way.
What is going on?
Win. As soon as I saw Asuna go the other way, I thought, oh, this could be it. At least the trade will be found, but not even close.
This has been such a peculiar match to watch. We've had so many low buy victories.
What the?
EU just crispy as ever, pushing backwards into a judge as well. Like the thing is, I kind of understand EDG's attempt to go into middle. It has been a spot on the map that's been very, very open. But
Sorry, I tasted my nasal spray.
Yeah, I think that's how everybody's feeling after that round. Another low buy victory. Thankfully for EDG, they still have the finances, and well, it's going to be the operator for Kankan in this round.
My ult is ready.
See if he can find the same success as he did on the previous map.
Oh, I can hear the comms. The other match start yet? Let me check. Nope. It looks like it's about to start, but it still hasn't started.
Some form of aggression. Someone to take a peek that they shouldn't step into that op.
You wouldn't believe it.
Space being worked by Chi-Chu.
But B stream's late.
Making the noise, hoping that the rotation comes through, but it doesn't. With 50 seconds left, they have to decide on where
I've seen the spot.
It looks like they'll go towards mid
In the
again.
last series, it didn't seem like anybody could really capitalize on it.
Xander not catching the steps across. He can't see the feet from where he is. The timing's been poor. So they've got this space to fight with, but 100 Thieves are giving up the space, not looking for the fight, and then grabbing the information on that player still outside of A. Cryo is going to go
Huge.
for it.
Oh, what a flick.
Ran in, but nobody's just picked up both. A beautiful spray from him.
Oh.
Well, finding no targets. He using the same bolt.
I mean, you're running out of time. Just play time.
EDG, but they managed to get into the site, find the opener onto Boostio, and then put themselves into the post plant.
Did you save, I guess? No, I mean, they got cash. They don't really need to save. Okay.
He eventually gets the information that there is a player in behind. EU.
3 on site's going to be
He's gonna way through the
tough.
edge of the smoke, but he's just waiting for his teammate
Oh,
to
what a
come
good
through.
line.
It's the
Oh.
usage of that paranoia. Starts doing damage. They are whittling away, but Khan still survives at the back of the site.
Yeah, that's it. All right.
It is going to be EDG to go
EDG
in with a lead on their map.
getting a bit of a lead.
It absolutely was. The second half could be where EDG bring us.
Yeah,
to
Heretics still hasn't started, by the way.
We'll find out if they've got it in them after the break.
All right. Some crazy plays. I feel like 100 Thieves probably got this, though. If I'm being dead honest. Got whipped his headset. You see that? I'm watching on my monitor now? Okay, cool. I mean, I'm curious about that match, too. I'd rather watch this one. I feel like I'm gonna get copyright strike for that. So I'm gonna turn that down. Turn it way down. Hey, at least the break's only 1 minute. Oh yeah, I think my nose is clearing up. Thankfully. I don't know why I didn't think about using my nasal spray earlier. God, I'm such a nerd. My nasal spray. My nasal spray.
Well, 7-5, EDG leading after the first half and moving on to the defense where we've seen them before put up a lot of rounds. Up against Titan, it was a 9-3 half. Yeah. Definitely looking like this could be their map. Tom, we saw 100 Thieves though. They
all right.
off a little bit towards the end. It looked like there was a lot
See
of
what
control
happens.
there for EDG. They were pushing and pulling the map very nicely. Now that they're on the attack, though,
Actually, don't know where my
you could see
water.
100 Thieves bounce back with their hands on the reins.
But that's the thing. The advantage that 100 Thieves had coming into this map is, firstly, you left open a map you haven't played. Chances are,
I did not mean to open Steam.
Better maps, they're going to pick it. So I think they knew it was coming. So that's why I'd look at.
Actually, I opened Steam. It's not great.
You
It's
have
fine.
this hyper-aggressive comp. You have this double duelist. You have Cryo who can.
Okay, let's see what 100 Thieves can do on offense.
Having as much of a risk.
Wasn't a bad half. I mean, I probably. Oh, there's Steam. No.
There is a very good reason for that.
Oh no. And that's a two-piece. Sorry about that.
He's going to be doing stuff like that all half.
Well, that's two down for 100 Thieves on the pistol already. Not great.
And he takes both down with a beautiful spray transfer. And I like the discipline too. Here he finds a double and backs off. He's in spawn right now as they push down on mid as a
Another
response.
loss. Another pistol round loss, man. These pistol rounds.
These last players and leaving EU and Xander in a 2 versus 5. Very much winnable, but not when they stack up like that. Swinging in
There we
was
go.
Smoggy with 8 on the board now. EDG
No deaths.
have their lead extended. But for 100 Thieves, like you said, they've got that double duelist. There's weaknesses to that on the defense. You expect to see a little bit more from them here on the attack, certainly comp-wise. And in terms of preparation, for a map that you don't play a lot,
Yeah, I guess they do have a double duelist.
more on the defense in terms of your reactions, your rotations, and we definitely got to see that in the first half. Here could be a little bit more of comfort.
Yeah, my only worry is that I think when you look back at the last map, which when you're running exactly the same comp you can, they sort of struggled when the element of surprise was lost, which is normally the case on the attack side. Like, you will expect players to run through a blitz, especially Neon has been a mainstay on this map for quite a while.
That's 2 dead already.
2 players have just
Boost round should, or bonus round should be.
That was just maybe a jiggle peek. It didn't even look like they went that far.
Should go to EDG.
And of course, this is nothing invested. So even a kill here would be nice, especially when there's investment on every single play. Even ZJC has gone for a stinger.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
at least drop a gun. It's not looking too likely. Oh, there you go. At least one.
Well, I
Will
think
be the stinger
ZMJ hit
who's
your
gone in the end, but, hey, the 4 rifles
hit your line
Yeah,
there.
that's the main thing. A very
Guy's been
little
frying
impact
this whole match.
realistically, and a solid shutdown. A brave play on a round like this to go swinging into mid. We didn't get to see it on the stream, but here you go. There was no slow down, nothing like that.
Just hitting it, huh? Good spray transfer.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I mean, if you're 100 Thieves, you're not.
And I think
It's
one of the worrying factors
it's a bonus, like.
is that EDG on the previous map.
But this lead's starting to get away from
we saw
you.
them a number of times on their attack.
Yeah, 100%. He's at like 50 combined. There you go.
Here, well, like I think Asuna has
Let's see how these double duelists work when we have their util. I'm curious how EDG will play this. I mean, 100 Thieves might just
easily at times. So for 100 Thieves, then if that's not working, well, that's all that was working really, and on what you need to be working about this composition.
Yeah, I think as well, just the comfort of Kankan on that Neon. He has been a menace.
I mean, EDG's still on their last buy, right? So I mean, they still got Bulldogs. Even for the breach, you just got a Ghost. So.
But we're yet to see a proper buy round just yet from 100 Thieves. So, as I said, I believe that they will have come into this with a game plan. Nobody, though, he is being watched for.
Well,
okay. He had a bit of a quieter first half individually. Like,
not
okay,
great.
But as I said, when you look back to their previous result versus
I don't know if I like this from Boostio.
And we're getting glimpses as to why. That was as I said, it was a predicted push from the side of 100 Thieves. And now you're looking at the timer, 35 seconds left, and they are going back to mid. Like, it doesn't seem like they have a plan set in motion just yet. They're figuring it out as they go along.
Well, the only thing going for them is that they're heading towards the site with just one player. A chance to pincer, but they're
not great for 100 Thieves here. I thought they'd get some more.
They're spotting for it. Going into the A site, still up against Trap, up against Con. It's not going to be workable. And they decide, to save after losing that player inside of main.
5-round lead.
Seemed a little
It's
bit
not
desynergized. Those two players are sitting
it's not great.
tiles, not crossing mid.
Okay, insane.
That is a bold play from Con, but you understand why. Confidence is sky high.
Also, realistically, what has he lost? He's lost a Bulldog in a bonus round. Why does he care? He's going to either upgrade to an operator or upgrade to another rifle. He's trying to remove some of their guns and maybe upgrade for free.
Oh, that's a cool keyboard.
His teammates out there with a Ghost is probably thinking, I would have
you know, it's...
I would have had that.
I think if you're a teammate of Kankan, unfortunately, you have to accept the fact that you are not Kankan, and so the decisions he makes, you're not allowed to question.
I mean, to be fair, probably 9 times out of 10 he gets that kill and then goes, "Hey, I've got a battle for you." So, fair enough.
He's also currently 19.
100 Thieves kind of broke again. So, yeah, 19 and 9 is insane.
That was the right play. Go. Press tab. And shut up.
Who do you think you are?
That's tough, dude. This guy's just a thorn.
He got to win the fight last time around, but that's the upgrade. See, he's got a Phantom now.
Well, I mean, 100 Thieves kind of mid control, but this B connector flank, this Omen's gonna die for sure. He's gonna get shot from B.
As you said, the comfort of the Neon here shining.
I mean, A's completely clear on the plus side.
You know, they're in a 5v4, and Chichu's making again. You see this discipline, the wise call of not playing on the A side. If they need to play retake, they will. But if he stands there and goes down, now all of a sudden numbers are even, and it's a different game altogether. Instead, look at the mini-map.
Okay, let's see if 100 Thieves can. I mean, it's a 4v5 still. It's not like it's all lost. They got some guns.
Yeah, they're waiting for it.
They're ready for the swarm. There goes the stun. Paranoia immediately thrown through. Boostio tries to make a play off it, but can't find anything.
Are they gonna read this guy here? Oh, huge pick. All right.
Combining a trade back at least.
2v3.
Once again, he's been having a solid game, and now that advantage swings firmly in the favor of 100 Thieves. It's going to be left all on to Chichu. Chances slim.
Okay.
100
Thieves battle back. Get around.
Round from him individually. And considering they had some weaker weaponry after the last round and they lose the opening pick, that's an incredible recovery.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to, like, you have your stun and your haunt thrown through, but that counter paranoia just deletes it, and then your actual push to the side is dry. You don't have a lot for the retake. You just swing it on in, and those picks being won out by Cryo, by Xander over towards short as well. Pivotal to keep this under their control. 100 Thieves, they win out in round 4 of this half after 3 in a row for EDG, but the big danger has now just come online. Con with an operator. You bet your ass he's playing aggressive. Straight down the mid. He spotted
saw the barrel. Oh.
And he's eating good tonight. That's Asuna down and out already.
Ooh. Only just about escaped.
Yeah, Asuna kind of got shut down this game.
Damage, but yeah, the man advantage is the main thing, and you best believe there's.
What do you do now? I just feel like Thieves doesn't have any ground. Like they just have no control right now.
Spot on. A couple of other players
Like they've only gotten to a site once, pretty much. Realistically, with that A plant,
the risk really isn't there, especially when you
they just can't seem to break a site right now.
That Hunter's Fury is available. Now the idea from EU is sell a fake, sell a ruse, try and bait them into a rotation, and he has at least kept players on the A site. The problem is,
oh, he's reading this one.
Shot, the round almost feels like it's over.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh.
He's hit it, but not on a player. It was only the decoy. The stun got Chichu the pick though, down to 2 HP.
Okay.
When he could tank a body shot.
They could get site control here. They got to be careful of this Omen mid though.
Needed in return, one shot from any weapon, and he's
okay.
out. Xander's the one
1v3.
Smoggy though has kept things heavily in their favor. An accidental weapon swap for Xander, and he's trying to bait them in. But look at the 3 players pushing from the same angle. Jump spot to start. Beautifully.
This is looking like an EDG map easy.
Nobody's the one to find the kill that puts EDG up to 11. And we talked about this map. It's somewhere that should be favored to EDG. Looking at history, looking at the lack of history for 100 Thieves. And doing so dominantly certainly resets what we saw over on the previous map, where that first half was abysmal. But now, morale will be sky high going into that final map. Just 2 more rounds to lock it in.
Oh man.
And I think definitely caught off guard by how 100 Thieves.
See how Heretics is going.
You could see it in the.
Has Heretics still not started?
They were a lot more comfortable. In the second half, that the same seems to be the case.
Tactical buzz.
From the coaching staff. Zig's given a chance to communicate with the squad, give them the last few ideas that he can come up with to try and turn this game into their favor, because right now at least they are in a pretty bad spot, not really able to string any rounds together, and more importantly, like keeping that operator into the hands of Kankan. It completely changes the dynamic. If you're slow and he finds you, you're dead. And if you try and go for something pacey, he still might hit the shot. There's decent
starting in a minute, there's a timer. They're not going to start in a minute.
Sliding at full speed, that he might still hit it. And that's then taken out of consideration, that you still have to deal with Chichu smoking over the NZJC.
There's no way they're starting on time. Maybe they will, you know? I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't know. Something going on with those B setups.
Good on containing that space.
Oh, he missed.
A rare miss from Kankan. The 30%. Yeah, indeed. The Stinger back in return. That's a potential huge upgrade for 100 Thieves. A great weapon to have in their hands.
Okay, they got the up.
EDG to get pushing towards this A site. Ready and waiting.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of just overwhelm them, right?
Side of that cage. ZJC has an idea, and he'll get it.
I mean, they still have the weapons to hold off a push, you know what I mean?
A little bit of damage done. The operator has been handed over to Kara as well. I think he's missed the timing. He has. That walk up is going to go completely unspotted, and it might not necessarily be the death of him.
Man, Boostio's getting shut down. 4 and what?
The Spike is the last man through.
4 and 17 is a tough KD, dude.
He's following, tracking. He's got the scent.
Oh, is he gonna read
the
it?
biggest weapon that they have is dead to rights, but
dude.
nobody, he wants a little bit more. He is playing this so incredibly well. Here's the spike being planted to swing out, and it's actually EU to put him down at least.
Okay, I mean, it's basically a 2v. Yep, never mind. All right, EDG.
12 rounds onto
1 round away from tying it up.
And 6 in a row needed for 100 Thieves to even try for overtime.
Great read by Nobody too, realizing that cam was being blocked out by the lantern in middle.
Oh man.
And here you see actually exactly what you mentioned already, Tom. If you deal with Kankan, they still have so much to fall back on. And Nobody's
just barely missed him. I can't believe he missed that shot.
He was the one taking it before take.
What a good nade.
That pushed Asuna out from that plant spot. The cam had already spotted him. They were ready to take him down, but the utility got ahead of it. The spike left in spawn by 100 Thieves here. You can see it's just going to be contact play across the map.
Yeah, I assume that will be Xander to collect. does have the ultimate available. They're trying to bait Kankan. That's the thing about Kankan. You think like, okay, he's just gone for that face in the same position. Surely he'll be a bit more passive. No.
Man.
And Arsenal not expecting what was a bit of an off angle. That's already as bad of a start as you could have. You've lost one, a second gone as well. Now the spike has finally been reclaimed.
Should be map.
This is already feeling like too little too late. The TP at least puts a little bit of danger, but he's been seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, the idea here, nobody had already put Nightfall through. Didn't spot anyone. Gets past the first player, but now shot back.
Okay.
Xander
Hold
and
on.
Cryo able to bring this back to even numbers. The timing. Oh, it's terrible. For
Oh.
Cryo. He's picked off going into
That's
his ultimate.
awful timing.
Free rotation, information, droves of it. Smuggy.
Oh, we're
That
even
wasn't quite the TP he was looking for, but he's gone into the smoke. Spike
Okay, it's a 2v1.
Con hot on his tail, swinging around. They're both in utility.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That was
Okay, 100 Thieves sneak around somehow. That was weird.
At least one more round.
If he'd won that would have been the worst round I've seen in Valorant this tournament by far. Like that was
Smoke and drones.
Yeah. Well, yeah. One player getting caught using their ultimate. One player get caught pushing.
It's weird
one
timings.
Player get caught TPing, and almost 2 players being caught with utility. That was wow. That was almost an absolute nightmare. Like that was a split second between disaster. But hey, the 100 Thieves live to fight another day. 5 in a row needed. Operators still in hand.
All right, let's see what happens.
Can't take flight. He's been battling.
See if EDG can close this out.
Throughout the map so far.
I mean, it's
while
only like 5 rounds. I don't know. 100 Thieves could do it if they can ruin EDG's economy, which would be this round. So if they can win this round, ruin EDG's economy, they got a shot.
He's just taking that control for free.
They do have a breach ult.
He is
100 Thieves has 3 ults to use.
He's still going.
Boostio's hiding at least behind the box, but he's going to be cleared. It's a free pick for nobody. You know, not ideal to say the least. Chichu's got now we're down to a 4v3.
Okay.
Picks off another
3v3.
Okay, that's dead. That's a big player out of the round.
That's okay. Are you still not
before he's dropped?
Watching your back? All right, 2v2.
And there's a second flanker coming up. ZJC's got a freebie, and that's the spike on the floor. 30 seconds. EU has an idea, and he's even shot him through the wall, straight to the dome. But Smoggy still drawing breath. 25 seconds left. And look, they're just playing the regroup. ZJC back with his teammate now. 20 seconds left for EU. Time running desperately low, and he still has to get past ZJC. He's already tagged up the other player.
Okay.
It's winnable. 12 seconds. He's got to run. He's got to be fast, and he's got his knife out as he goes through the smoke. Smoggy's inside already.
All right.
For him to step on in. EDG.
Ooh, last map Ascent.
In this series and done so
oh boy.
Yeah, it was a solid performance from them. You saw some life in the likes of
oh boy.
Xander, who definitely put up a decent performance individually, and there was some competitive runs, some messy ones at that. But for EDG, they are not going to care. Scoreline is level.
All right, EDG fighting back. We'll see what happens. And Ascent would be fun with the op. I don't know. ZMJ with an op on Ascent makes me a little scared. If he can take, dude, if he takes Jet, I'm calling it right now. If ZMJ takes Jet, I think he could call game. If he can take Jet on Ascent, I think it's over. I just don't know how they're going to counter him. He had such a... I mean... We'll see. We'll see. Good map out of EDG, though. Good map. Good bounce back. Solid win, 13-7. I mean, can't complain. ZMJ going 22-14. Poor Xander. I mean, Boostio, you can't have a guy going 4-19. Like, end of story. It doesn't matter what. Like, you can't be going 4-19, dude. That can't happen. Yeah, it looks like Heretics is about to start finally. Maybe. We'll see. I probably shouldn't. Let's do this. But yeah. Little 3-minute break. I'm gonna try to find my water real quick. Gotta stay hydrated. I'm starving. but I will save my food.
This land is calling.
So, do you know what club championship points are, and do you feel any pressure to perform and get those points?
I think it might be harder for Sentinels because there are like organizations that have like games, and we don't have much. I think it's Valorant, Apex, StarCraft. Not much, but I just hope we do our best.
I need to do laundry today.
It's cool. It's sick. It feels like actually like you're
How's everybody doing? How's everybody feeling?
It's more about organization, obviously.
Again, if anybody's new, I'm streaming all of EWC Valorant. If you guys have liked the stream so far, don't forget to like and sub. It helps the channel out a lot. It helps me out. Helps me continue to do stuff like this.
I mean, the pressure is definitely to qualify. That was like the biggest thing, where you know the org is definitely treating it like champs. As a player who's been on 100 Thieves for 5 years,
you have a little bit more, I want to say, duty to deliver. You know, I want to make sure.
Suna's been on 100 Thieves for 5 years.
For the event, so definitely means a lot to be here.
It's kind of insane. Nice. I feel like I'm gonna get copyright strike. But yeah, about to head into this game 3. Loser goes home. We'll see how it goes.
And the rest of
All right.
EWC finally woke on up and were able to go the distance here and get themselves a victory to push us to a decisive map number 3 against 100 Thieves.
See how it goes.
Elimination day, so one of these teams will be going home, and more importantly, getting their Esports World Cup key crushed. Stegon here alongside
Sure
Big
will.
Time and Baby Bay, and again, it was close at times. We're starting to see the life between both these squads, but it's all about who can come up big in those final moments, Big Time.
Yeah, I like this map pick overall as well, I have to say, for EDG. This is a map 100 Thieves have not been great on, struggled all last year, so I like that they took it in that direction. But more
Sentinels play tomorrow?
I like that Kong's awake. I mean, I felt like they were shooting. I felt like they had free reign over the map, which is what this team thrives on. This is what they need, right?
Yeah, I mean, they saw his performance on Haven and were like, yo, I think we got to step it up a little bit for the man. But
They haven't
I mean,
updated the website yet, so I don't know who Sentinels play tomorrow.
It was the neon
But I'd be
slides,
curious.
Great use of the ultimates that ultimately ended up pushing EDG over the edge.
Yeah, it's so fast, it's in your face. This is the kind of thing China is known for, and especially this man going absolutely
Yeah, this guy's
crazy.
insane,
I
dude.
mean, he's a hero of Chinese
He'd be
Valorant.
such a fun player to watch in finals if he could. If they could make it to finals, he'd be such a fun player to watch.
Home early in EWC.
Yeah, baby. I think it was at halftime when you saw him pop off, and then just this smile and grin like came back into life and brought EDG with it. We love Kong because of how he's kind of altered and warped what was possible within Valorant.
Yeah, he's always been that showman. That's kind of what set it up, set it all apart for.
Why does this keep happening to my air conditioning remote?
Chinese players, look at Suifat, how he was popping off. You know, and I gotta mention how Dong with the standing stuff. But I mean, he's really paved the way for Chinese Valorant.
Yeah, I mean, just can't have a guy going 4-19, dude. It just can't happen.
Zone. I think that's why the rest of
Like,
his team was just starting to pop off in their own right.
Yeah, I mean, I think it also helps that we have
just
that
can't
flip
happen.
side, right? 100 years not being able to put a stop to him. Busio, unfortunately, struggling this game, and he has to be Kang's counterpart on the Cypher. You have to be the one putting a stop to that Neon, and he was just way ahead in that individual matchup there.
Yeah, and if you look at the opposite side, Asuna, after we give him all the praise there in map number 1, Duelist versus Duelist, he was not having the greatest game. I think it was 9 and 17, something like that there for him. So now let's look on over to our final map of the day. It is Ascent. What have we seen so far from Ascent? Because we've gotten a lot of Icebox, we've gotten a lot of Lotus in the first couple days.
Yeah, I'm glad we didn't get another Icebox. So it would have kind of sucked.
You're going to see some standard.
Seen so much Icebox.
Thieves, and that'd be same thing for EDG, except one teamer is going to be running a Killjoy. I'm certain it's going to be 100 Thieves, and the other team's going to be running a Vice. That's EDG. So it's pretty standard across the board, and this is like what's cool about Ascent. It's like your cookie cutter map where whoever has the better macro gameplay, or sometimes it can come down to the Jets if they're really feeling it.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Be the difference maker.
Yeah, I think that's what.
If ZMJ can take a jet.
Looking back to Kang, right? I mean,
I don't know,
he
man.
really is the star of this team, but he's famed for that operator gameplay, right? That's absolutely where he's
Or
at
Kang
his best.
Kang.
Ascent is textbook. There's so many different
Is that what
plays
they're
you can
talking
do
about, right?
all the way around that map, especially on that defender side. So once again, it's how well can they set him up for it.
I wanted to give you guys some lore. So the last time, like I know I was talking about 2023 a little bit. 100 Thieves in 2023 won map 1. Map 2 went to EDG. Map 3 went 14-12 OT. I mean, we could really see history repeating itself, or EDG breaking that mold as well. And I know it's different rosters, but still, I think this is going to be a banger map.
Yeah, and again, today is Elimination Day. One of these teams will be going home and having their key crushed. Earlier, Sentinels was able to take care of business after a nail-biter 3-map series against XLG Esports, the #1 seed from VCT China, and their key was crushed. Their hopes were crushed as well, as we have some footage of that epic moment. Just kidding. The epic moment will just have to wait. But it did get crushed. I promise it did get crushed. All right, final couple thoughts here as we're going into our final map, 100 Thieves and EDG. Who do you want to step up with? We got 30 seconds.
I want EDG. I mean, I'm a fan of China. This is a storied team. Still a lot left to prove after not making Toronto. So I want to see a bounce back here, but I wouldn't mind 100 Thieves either.
Hey, listen, I love my duelist. I want the duelist that is taking the more aggressive fights to take this one home for their team. I want to see disruption. I want to see some crazy, I don't know, 4K knife plays. I got to see something insane.
Love that. I need to see Boostio get back on that horse. He cannot finish at 4 and 16.
Yeah.
It's all gas, no brakes for full torque. Let's send it back on over
All right.
to Mitchman and Tom.
Here we go. Last map. Loser goes down. See what happens. Some cool looking mouse
Thank you
pads.
very much, Degon, and our wonderful analyst desk. You guys are looking great out there.
See what
today,
happens.
Just like EDG
Here we go.
were in that previous map.
Oh, look at that.
Shutting
The
down
B stream has a
lot of
tech
the things that
pause.
were working for 100 Thieves in the previous. You
Looks
look
like we'll be able to
at
catch the
Asuna
Heretics
getting
match
aggressive early on.
after
They
all.
dominated over on Haven. EDG had such a problem on their attack side dealing with it. Wasn't the case here. Full control on Sunset, but that was 100 Thieves' debut on it. Now we move over to Ascent, somewhere I think both teams will be a little bit more comfortable. Map's been around a while.
It has been around for quite a while, it seems. And I'm looking forward to what we're going to see here. Of course, the standard jet battle could be the more interesting of the two. Of course, a lot of sort of standardized compositions that have come in, but we did see Chichu at least, I believe last time he played, lean more into the Vice, which I have enjoyed at least seeing a little bit of play of Vice on this map. I think it was Chronicle, right? It was playing it the other day. So, but hey, never mind. We don't have we don't have Vice, but we do have Waylay. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you. I wasn't expecting that. I think the only player that really springs to mind playing the Waylay, or at least that I remember casting, was Miniboo, and it wasn't great. I'll be honest with you. It didn't get, like, at least the slow, when he was throwing the slow, that was kind of cool, but it didn't have that much success.
Well,
it worked once, actually.
Correct me if I'm wrong, for the viewers at home, like, Waylay is going to be a little bit different than when we saw Miniboo playing her. The faster pull-out time for the weapons, the stun, I think radius is bigger as well. But this will be somewhere that I guess Kankan could thrive. You think about how fast he's been getting into those angles, sliding in with the Neon, well, you're going to see the same kind of thing here. And also, I think the Refract, which is the teleport that you can place and then recall yourself to, it's now more similar, unless I'm mistaken, to the chamber recall. So the time that you have to be taken down after you press the key is very, very short now. So your invulnerability starts much earlier. I think for EDG, it's an interesting look. And hell, I'm certainly... Kankan can be activated. I mean, he has been here the entire series. The first map was a struggle. They got there 13-11 in the end. Obviously, EDG lost that map, but it was a hell of a climb back. And I think coming into this one, my eyes are on Asuna, who was shut down a lot in the previous. Cryo, who did decent. And on the Jet, we expect to be putting up numbers. But Kankan, no matter what happens, I think he will.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. If you want to see anybody play this agent, you want to see some of the best duelists in the world, someone who can play these very aggressive roles. I think in EMEA, at least, we saw quite a bit of camo pulling out this agent, and it can definitely work. I think there's a lot of sort of angles that you can get into that normally you won't be able to make, those sort of like that space being garnered. I think as well, the saturate as an ability is something that...
All right,
I
here we go.
Works as almost like a stun that you can throw yourself. So it's definitely an interesting one, and I think with what we see with these sort of Jet setups, it actually opens up more doors because you can get way further into position. So
see what happens.
It's one hell of a time to bring it out for EDG. We'll see if it works.
Yeah, exactly as you said, it is a bit of a
big pistol round.
Bold move at this stage of the game. Elimination on the line for whichever team.
Be insane if 100 Thieves went home, to be honest. But I mean, EDG looked really good. I mean, ZMJ's nasty. Like,
at least one of those
hopefully Boostio can get some kills, man. Like that last game, you cannot have that happening. You just can't. Oh my God, look at this guy. Good try. Good try.
Yeah. The open up. The Smoggy immediately.
Okay.
In fact,
okay. Oh no.
Those mid lurks on Sunset were a real
right.
problem for the side of 100 Thieves, and it seems like
looks like 100 Thieves gonna lose the pistol.
Repetitive theme for them. With him just
I mean, they're just gonna search him out.
Arsenal now on a
not much you can do. Okay.
Nice couple of shots to start, but there are so many more to find and so little time to try.
Okay.
It's
a good try.
It's a nice amount of headshots, unfortunately only rewarded with a singular kill. And back to winning
was a good try.
EDG with the first under their belt.
Yeah, Chichu's been having a wonderful performance. I think you look on the other side, this is a really rough series for Boostio.
Yeah, he's had a tough time.
Opening duels. I think the previous map, 4 duels at all.
Kind of seems like 100 Thieves is like
shut down, and by contrast,
shaky. Does that make sense?
That they've had on the attack side because of Chichu, the punishment on some of those rotations.
It just seems like EDG is so much more composed.
He has been leading the way, at least in some of the rounds. Overall, it has been Kankan, but no one's surprised by that.
He's first of the other players.
Exactly, yeah.
To be honest, that's always something I feel with EDG. I think that at least, again, in the Champs run, that Chichu sort of got his flowers. Like people, you realize how good this guy actually is, but it's always going to be difficult when the guy who's most of the time
look at that line of fire.
Rounds,
I mean,
winning them.
It's all classics, but
like,
at least it's something.
You're not going to stand out more than that guy. Also has some of the most poetic lines I've ever heard, and stood up and did the sniper. Like, the cool guy. That's all I can say. And well, he started off this round with a bang.
Well,
we've seen them
not surprising.
Take quite a bit of damage in some of these rounds, so I'm sure.
I think 100 Thieves would have liked at least one, but
guess who's waiting for that rotation play?
Yeah, this is going to be impossible.
Nobody's coming in.
It's a good try.
Might be needed for the trade. Cryo on just 9 HP. Recovered a rifle, but he is not long for this world.
Ooh, could have lined him up. At least you got some for 100 Thieves. I mean,
3 carried forward though.
I don't think you're too unhappy with at least getting 1 or 2 there.
Key that's under threat in the 100 Thieves camp.
Yeah, looks like Heretics is still being delayed, unfortunately.
5 rifles for the next round, so or they'll have to gamble it. Either way, it's definitely better than nothing. Yeah,
okay, let's see.
Both of these squads,
This could get dangerous. Oh, Cryo with the op already.
Clubs that are also fighting for that massive prize pool that could contribute to all of the other
The
esports.
100 Thieves likes to force, huh?
Becoming one of the first teams to get your key crush and not earning the points that will help to that leaderboard is not something that either of these teams will want, but also they're both gunning for their own trophies.
Oh.
What a start he's had in this
Oh.
round.
Oh, the ace! No, he didn't get an ace, but he got a 4K.
The one player that did
Nice.
dealt with immediately. He was a shining light on the last map, and it seems like he's not going anywhere.
I gotta sneeze again. I'm so mad. I keep sneezing.
I'll connect those beautiful final 2 kills as well. Great timing on the spray. That's got to be frustrating for nobody.
Yeah, it's tough. Oh,
Concon not quite able to
nice
convert
shots.
that pickup, hoping his teammates would at least find him.
Nice shots.
Coming out of that smoke, well, they didn't make it very far.
Nice.
100 Thieves. There's the vibe check. They're looking good. Operator
Okay,
in play
big
for
round.
Cryo as well, and that could definitely be where things take a turn for the better for this squad. He's going straight in for this mid aggression. No dash even activated just yet. And it looks like nobody is just about to walk.
Nice
into it. In fact,
pick.
it was ZJC who backstepped a little too early.
Didn't have the information over middle. Again, something that we've noticed
The guy B
with
main, though.
EDG, especially on the first map, was they love those sort of set play executions. And sort of
Good way to
peeling out
back
the
him
map
up.
And then falling back to one side. And when they were being pushed and pressured by 100 Thieves, that was when they really struggled. Well, the set play didn't work in the last round. And they've been pushed on this round, so both those sort of win conditions for 100 Thieves are in play. Now they have to make sure they clean this close angle. Kankan's dashed over the top, but he is yet to be spotted. That's a
Okay.
freebie, at least for one.
Big
but
pick for
the
Boosty.
trade
Oh,
back
no.
is there, keeping things at least
All right,
in a
2v3.
workable position. However, the defense do have an advantage.
Well, it's not over till Concon's dealt with, and Asuna, he thought that space was close. Concon's double has got them a plan.
ZMJ saving him again,
now
man.
in a 2 versus 1. And Xander, the player who picked up that 4K in the previous, has to pull off the 1v2 clutch.
Get his
He's
position
already
off
been
already.
spotted.
Yeah.
And as you said, Concon has the ultimate. Could think about deploying it here as soon as they hear those steps, those boots on the ground.
Tough. Yeah, you're
Spotted by
done
the
for.
cam as well. Time ticking away. Pressure on for Xander.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Peek it.
It could be a free.
Wow, what a clutch.
He's done it again. The round.
Oh my.
100 Thieves.
Wow.
How did he know? Like,
What a
I'm gonna
clutch.
give credit to EDG. They were both backside. They got spotted and they went, let's completely reposition. Let's go somewhere.
insane.
As he just TV'd. He's just TV'd to get the off. I love that. That's how much they value the from the shadows, that they'll trade it.
I mean, they're putting on a show.
Yeah, it was the complete reposition from the attacking side. That
My
was
God,
like,
I'm
okay,
getting
that's
sweaty.
brilliant, because he just seen you at the back, so why would he expect you to be there? Well, guess what? He expected you to be there. Like, that was a brilliant
Wow.
read from Xander. I don't know if there was a step made or something.
What an
I don't
that was an
think there
important
was.
round too.
Xander's coming up clutch in this early half. He's already picked up 2 rounds for this squad. A 4K and a 1v2 clutch, and that accounts for all 6 of his kills. The A-side push, it's going to be fast for EDG. Old put through. Concon chasing down Xander. He will
Good,
be getting
okay.
away with any big
Got rid of
plays
him.
this time. Shut down off rip. But they've still so much more to contend with. Cryo, hop up top, good for 1. He'll get out of there even without the dash. Actually he won't get out. The player's joining him. He's looking for a fight. He's caught Concon. He's
Oh, wow.
and that round
Nice.
for 100 Thieves, it started off a bit shaky.
All
but
right,
Cryo
they're
came in
starting to
I like that. He's trying to escape.
starting to get some hype.
Keep going. Go back. No, you're fighting them. Fight them all. Hey, if I'm his teammate and he can do stuff like that, why not? Just cleaning up the round with the operator.
Yeah, I don't
You
know,
can see,
man.
hey, it seems like
I said earlier, like if
getting rid of the from the shadows to save him an operator.
if ZMJ gets a jet, he'll probably call game, but it's so tough if a jet's doing well on this map. Like,
he got 33%.
I'm surprised they didn't go for a jet. I guess maybe he's just not comfortable playing it. I haven't seen much of their gameplay, so I don't know.
with the judge, for example.
That is true.
Could have saved the game with a 4-piece. Well, 100 Thieves now 3-2 up. EDG, they started out well.
100
Big
Thieves
plays
stacking
by
some
Xander.
cash too.
The operator in the hands of Cryo.
He's playing this so
Change The
aggro.
course of this map, perhaps even this series. Cryo going in aggressive.
I don't know
It's
about that
Concon
one.
waiting for them both.
Yeah, that was kind of a throwaway. What was that?
in 100 Thieves early fights. EU's going in for more. It's
Why are you just 1v1ing constantly? You just gave him an op too.
Kankan all the kills he needs, and now he's got an off. That they will live to regret giving him.
Yeah, that was not a smart play.
You look at this match so far and you go, oh, yeah, Kankan's really good on the waylay. I don't think there's been a single piece of utility that he's used that's been successful. I think he's just out-fragging everyone. Like, that was 3 kills that he got from them peeking him. That was nothing to do with, he threw the really cool slow or the dash. Like, of course it helps him take space, but it's just Kankan. I think he could be playing a Jet and it would make no difference.
It is a tax out. He's ended up dropping the op as well. Just going to keep the rifle for the next. And I 100% agree with you, Tom. I think the only impact we saw from that specific utility, aside from the ult that was used to push into the site, fair enough.
But even then, the guy he killed wasn't hit by it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess it forced him to reposition.
It made him move.
Yeah, but the only real impact was that it got him killed on the dive into the
All right, good bounce back by EDG. This is probably going to go to the wire, man. Unless, I mean, offense is so hard to win on this map. Like, if EDG can...
3-3. We're tied up here.
I don't know, man. This could get iffy for 100 Thieves.
But if they keep pushing into Kankan, it might not be.
You just want to give them the least amount of rounds on offense, right? Because like offense is so hard on this map. I feel like you don't want them having a lot of rounds, man.
Well, they're having a great time. You can understand why. 3-3. We mentioned it before. Like this map, especially for 100 Thieves.
Cryo with an op again.
Played it. Heavy defensive side success.
Back in a flash.
For EDG, they've proven, at least versus Titan, they could have great attack sides, but historically, again, it's that defensive side immediately. They have thrown in the Hunter's Fury. EU has managed
they're already in.
Dodge that completely. I don't know how. It looked like it was going straight into the back of the site, but
this is not great. Okay.
Taking the lick of damage, and instead,
you gotta get that trade.
But guess who's there to trade? And what? Chichi just goes running.
There it goes. Yep.
Blinking, you
almost.
Try, but you didn't get the raid, boss.
Started to believe in the ace there. Forgot Kankan was still alive. That's my bad. A little bit of a misread. Yeah, his three-piece matches up to Cryos, but the numbers keep on increasing on the EDG
Don't want to give them this many rounds on offense, dude. You really don't.
I'll tell you that. I like his glasses. Well. Oh, I didn't catch that the first time around. Nicely done by Cryo. The op didn't even play that much of a role. It's becoming expensive as well. That economy constantly being pushed to the brink, and I think coming into the next, it should be somewhere they're struggling, right? Potential eco for them. EDG running away with this early half.
Well, you know as well.
When it comes to like doing our flood, we need to like.
What?
Well, when it comes to doing their flood, they need to. And I think that's really what we've been missing here.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. It is going to be a tactical pause. 400 Thieves.
Tactical timeout.
What I was say is when you look at Kankan, I think that he is someone coming into this event. You can see how pumped up he is. Like we're in that sort of elimination stage. The early stages of the tournament, especially for a team like EDG, they still had relative success at the first international. But I think you look at this guy right now and you go, this is a guy who didn't make the last international. I think that was the first one that EDG could have made that they didn't, because obviously before China wasn't within the way of getting to those international events. But he does not want to lose. Like now that he's back at an international, obviously they'll gun for champions as well. But he seems so pumped
Heretics
up
match still haven't started.
Round.
We'll should be able to watch that whole thing as long as they're on so many tech pauses.
The pressure is on. They have a nation at their back. One that was very proud when they took champions home, but
oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, a KO. Oh no. Oh no.
Makes up for it with a quick pick and nobody
oh wow.
So they follow suit. It's all pistols. The rifle recovered by EU, but he doesn't get much more than the one. And so Boostio is left all alone.
And he's dead. Yep.
Spotted out by
all right, 3-5.
Retrieve a weapon. And it's an immediate punish on 100 Thieves. But like we said, that was a low buy. That was the pistols. This is a round that EDG earned with their previous. Now's the real challenge.
2 ults. Like, they
That's true.
immediately pop both of them. I do think part of that is just respect for 100 Thieves, because 100 Thieves have been so good at the low buys. Like, their pistols, shotguns, like, alt rounds have been disgusting. So I think that was just a moment where EDG went, look, if we use null command and then the convergence path, they're not winning the round. They have no utility, and they should be set. Now, I'll be honest, I don't think the convergence path hit anyone again. But we'll ignore that, because it's fine when Khan can build it up every 3 rounds.
It did force a player to move, who then got a kill. So, yeah.
Oh.
Peekaboo.
There we go. He spotted the info. 100 Fury goes through. Good connection. And
Oh.
Khan down early.
Okay,
A very
4v4.
valuable pick. A scout
Well.
taken who's almost got as many kills as the rest of his team combined. Nobody down and out. Damage done to ZJC and Smoggy with the Hunter's Fury. 100 Thieves,
All right, 3v4.
they have a big advantage to play with.
Two of them have no armor.
They've rotated heavy to the A site. Based on what we're seeing here, EDG may still walk into them.
Huge pick.
It's been the one player you really haven't wanted to face off against.
They got
on this
Boostio,
100
though.
Thieves side over the last couple of
3v2.
maps. Having an incredibly impressive performance. Getting a little bit dangerous, though.
Chill out.
Back to a 2v2.
Chill out.
I have the spike. He's going to be able to get out of there and retrieve the spike. Now,
They're gonna have B.
They have already cleared the majority of middle.
Oh, no.
The B site's being looked upon, and it seems like they already have. Well, they definitely have all the information, because you don't run through a site like this if you don't.
Okay.
Yeah, Chichu got
This
all that
could
space
get
for them.
this could get scary, man. 100 Thieves invested in another op.
Take op in hand for Cryo. In terms of utility to break back through, they don't have their drone. Probably have to wait for the reveal to come on. That's just come on now. So they've at least got that to move towards the site.
I just feel like
Chichu stood in this
isn't
alleyway
gonna
waiting
go
for the
well.
peak. If you can find this, they've got a good chance. He's at least avoided the danger at the start. Reveal pops, and here goes Cryo, but they're ready.
Wow.
Each fight taken and each fight won. EDG.
Near me broke again,
bounced
too.
back. Again, that start of the round was perfect.
Yeah,
for
that was
100
kind of a
Thieves.
choke. I'm not gonna lie.
They came crumbling down, and that's
That should have been 100 Thieves round easy.
in the sails of EDG.
Just kind of weird picks or weird peaks. God, what a shot.
That Hunter's Fury
This, yeah, this one that was weird. I don't get that. Like, why even peak tree?
Secures control of the spike at that, and then is able to just rotate into the B site that the lurk of Chichu is
Okay,
already
3 more
found,
rounds in half.
highlighting a lot the impact
You need
of
100 Thieves to
Khan
get some
Khan,
rounds
but his
here. If they
wingman
could get
has
6-6 tied half, that'd be
Chichu,
perfect
just
for
those
them.
late
But
lurks, catching rotations, making sure that any
they're definitely. I mean, I don't know. Unless they can get this thrifty, that's a death already. Yeah, I mean.
Obviously, it's only a pistol for Cryo, but I don't think no matter what gun he had there, he didn't get a second to breathe.
I think, again, looking at that previous, you just have to highlight that, you know, Boostio, he's getting diffed by Chichu when it comes to those late round lurk-ups. Chichu's having all the impact in the world, and right there, losing Boostio, losing all that utility on the B site, that's what gave them an easy route in and an easy plant. The man who was standing up to start this series out is being sat down a little bit. I love that. Khan gets in, uses the util to stun them up, and then TP's right back out. He's got info. He knows one was playing up close.
Okay, Xander's dead on the on A choke.
And nobody punishes. Doubles up as well.
I mean, they were saving, but
oh, that looked like there was some real opportunity. But in the end, it will
all
go
right.
the way of EDG as per
EDG
usual.
taking a pretty good lead now. This gets scary. I mean, I'd be
dangerous territory for
I'd be pretty
so you've had
worried.
A lights out attack half, your defensive half in the last
Two more
games
rounds,
versus
you gotta
MIR
get
and
something.
RG
Yeah,
have been your
time
better
out.
by a considerable margin.
I could see that.
Ended up being 39,
Guys, what are we
13-10.
doing?
They are struggling, and they're going to use the pause once again. Like, try and get themselves back into this match, because
But
I
yeah,
think if they don't
tactical
get back to
timeout.
5,
See what 100 Thieves can do. Maybe get 2 more rounds under their belt. I don't know.
and more importantly, you're then looking at the defensive side of EDG and go, okay, that's going to have to be rough. And I do not believe that's going to happen.
No. The only time we've seen weakness from them was the first half of this series.
The attack side of Haven.
Yes, exactly. They were slow to start. They were looking like the same team that played Gen G. But now, a completely different flavor to what EDG are putting out there. And 100 Thieves are struggling to deal with it, even in rounds where they take Khan down, where they have advantages to build on, where they have massive damage dealt by ultimates. by rifles or anything in between, failing on the trades, failing to keep that late space. It feels like there's always a door open to welcome EDG back into the round. So far, at least. This time
There we go. Let's see what they can do.
We'll see something change. Or 100 Thieves will be joining G2 with their key crushed and another America's team out of the running.
Yeah. XOG have fallen the same way. Of course, that is the brutality of this stage. 4 teams will lose their key as the rest go marching on. Deciders tomorrow, and then the playoffs after that. Already
Okay.
under serious pressure, but Xander again has dealt with the menace that has been Kankan. The executions onto this A site haven't had nearly as much success because of that. And you can see from the other side of the map in the form of Boosty, he goes, you know what, I don't want that smoke. I'm just going to make sure that while my team have managed to successfully defend A, I am not letting them near B.
I mean, that came off a single alarm bot being tripped. Killjoy ult, and it's a good job too. It bought time for EU to come into play.
Use the dart.
EDG looking to execute through as 3.
Omen ult comes through. Okay, I like that actually.
Should be the round that 100 Thieves finally get on the board. Cryo's on his walk through. Boostio's got the wall bang. This is it. This is 100 Thieves back in the saddle.
Okay.
With Chichu falling. Boostio, solid round.
There we go.
Him. That's what we needed to see. The ult helping out, buying time.
That was a huge round for 100 Thieves. They need to get something this half, dude.
Still possible for a 7-5 half.
Let's be honest though, like I think that a lot of that was EDG going, okay, we've had lots of success going towards this B site and playing into middle. We've not really been able to crack the A site, so chances are if they've taken a pause, they're going to adapt away from A. Let's try that push again. And instead, it was actually just the read from 100 Thieves that maybe the pause would trigger that, because they had the A site stack up. They had, more importantly, Xander. And that's been the one player that I really think on that side of the map has been causing issues. I wouldn't be surprised if EDG make a return to B, but I think 100 Thieves initially had the same idea. They knife it and then rotate back.
Especially considering he stopped the push on the A site in the previous. I think I could put 3 of these rounds for 100
Cryo
Thieves
could be huge here.
Down to his impact.
Yeah, he's gonna have to back off.
Phenomenal so far.
Are they gonna push up their mid?
The darkness for 100 Thieves and giving them
a lot of Killjoy stuff though. Wow.
Into this wall bang attempt. As long as it's not EU on the other side, you've got a chance at least. It looks like EDG spreading the net. I mean, they are looking for contact
just looking for a pick.
Anywhere.
Hit a site.
The late game play will be the group up and pressure.
Didn't hit
what has
anybody.
been that weakness towards the B side.
Just run away. Yeah, get out of there.
Kankan already looking to put the pressure on. Been
Okay.
using this a lot for information. Asuna tries to counter
Huge.
it,
Okay,
succeeds.
gets traded out. 3v3.
Impactful double that at least gives a little bit of room for Boostio to play with. The full force of EDG now remain on the B site, but there's not a lot of
2v3
time
now.
to play with Boostio just trying to
Boostio's in
hold
a
on to the back
tough
of it. The
spot.
cam will give away
Okay,
his
huge.
position, but he's landing the shot.
Huge.
A little more, and he gets it.
Okay, 1v1.
It's left all on to Chichu. That 1 versus 1. And it's Xander up against him. You mentioned the amount of rounds this man has won for his team almost individually.
Yeah, he knows he's on the box. Nice shot. Nice shot. All right, 7-5 half. Not bad if you're a 100 Thieves fan. I mean, you at least brought it back, kinda.
Well, Xander is the guy to close out the round.
Looks like Heretics is on a technical pause again, so we'll probably be able to watch that whole match.
Started to come online towards the end, and that's given 100 Thieves a chance.
But yeah, there's the half.
Uphill battle for them in half number 2.
Super tight game. I'm going to stand up and walk around because my legs hurt from sitting for so long. But yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I don't know, man. We'll just see how 100 Thieves is on offense. I mean, it's tough not getting a lot of rounds on defense, man. It's not great. But maybe their offense is gonna be insane. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Well, 2 rounds in it, 100 Thieves, they climbed back into the game to close out that previous half with 2 rounds. Now, for EDG though, it's the defensive side. Con had a great first half, but it's Chichu who ends up leading the charge, 15-6. We've praised him all game for some of those late lurks. Now we'll see a solo site holds, and honestly, that's not the guy I want to be pushing into.
Yeah, and also on the other side of things, EU a staple of the first couple of
look at that.
matches.
Perfect
If we have a
timing.
rougher time. The fact is, though, it's not too late for a turnaround. One
Okay.
team will march on to the decider in Group D.
See how
The
100
group
Thieves
of
can do on
death,
this pistol.
However, will claim its first victim and its first key. For these two
Man, does he have these KO
organizations,
lineups, though?
That is not what they will be looking for. Khan
You don't want to pick this one away,
already
dude.
the point of
Okay.
contact, but they know he's here.
Oh, he's playing so up close. Dinked him already. Okay, good trade.
Swings back into the angle and takes down Xander. Smoggy with the paranoia
Uh-oh.
ready, buys a little bit more.
No! No! What's happening?
And I like that they're
Okay.
not just going to dive into that A site.
Sorry about that.
Rotations have already come in, but they'll have to contend with nobody, having pushed all the way through.
I don't know what happened.
Just like Sunset all over again. Like, he was just taking ridiculous amounts of control. And a lot of it did feel like, as you said, like, the lack of...
Ooh, but this guy is going to see this on the
word, Chichu.
cross.
It was because they didn't have that same impact on the lurk.
Oh, is he not actually watching the
They're
cross?
actually going to go splitting back in the other direction. So he hasn't been able
Why
to
is this
see
Sova not watching this
almost
cross?
anything, but it has still left multiple players to defend.
There's that JC close the door. They know he's up close. Deal
Good
with it,
trade.
Still costs another player.
Oh no, that Sova's going to be so out of the play. They can just hit the site.
Lined up. They'll make their way towards the site. Chichu swings.
Okay, okay. Yeah, the Sova's nowhere.
A sliver of health left for him, and nobody in the
Shock
one
dart,
versus one.
perfect.
Shock dart is good. It's tagged him
25
up heavy and
health.
hard.
He's going to die to that. Oh,
25 HP,
you're dead, you're dead.
And the reveal gives nobody all the information. He knows now that player is boxed in, and he even backs off. He's playing mind games with EU, hoping that he'll push out into the open, give him the opportunity. For now, at least, EU's just retreating. He's trying to find
Dead.
a safe
Wow.
space
100
to
Thieves
hide,
lost another
but
pistol
nobody
round.
catches him on the fallback. EDG, 8 rounds on
I
the
don't
board.
It
know.
did eventually work, didn't it? Dude, that was all he was trying to do.
100 Thieves might lose this one.
It's going to be enough for my opponent to make a mistake, and while nobody in those positions doesn't make
Okay, it looks like
mistakes,
Heretic
that
started
was
at least, so that's good.
fantastic from him. But again, that needs to be something we keep an eye on, and how much control he is able to claim. It is Boostio to have a huge round individually, but unfortunately, it just
Yeah, that
wasn't
shock
enough
dart.
for them to get that one over the line. And we mentioned it, that a lot of the time when there's been success
Perfect
on this
shock
map for
dart.
100 Thieves, it's been on that
Secured them
defense.
that round.
Pistol round really would have been nice.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know. This isn't looking good for 100 Thieves, man.
They already have that lead. They'll start to run away with this. The 3-round gap about to extend unless these pistols can work a bit of a miracle. A paranoia might have caught some
Yeah.
of them, but the problem is it didn't catch Con. That's probably the player you want to blind the most. Easy closeout.
There we go.
As well to find one, but
Uh-oh. Man, this would be tough for 100 Thieves because they haven't had a great showing yet
but 9-5 nonetheless.
in the
and
CDL.
this is where
They
you're gonna
placed
look more
last. They'd
towards
be
the 100
placing, you
Thieves to
know,
try and
whatever, close
make
to
some
last in
sort
this
of
one.
response. This round was
Not great, man.
really just
One
an
enemy
attempt.
remaining.
It's hard to imagine they'll be able to like
EDG now
make
find
a
themselves in
crazy
very good
offensive
position.
comeback here,
Similarly
you
to the
know?
last map, 4 rounds needed on this defensive side.
I mean, they need a real
But this fight
game
is not bad.
change.
Couple of Sheriffs, Guardian, and some Bulldogs. Definitely more of a bonus round as the next
I mean, they're
is
only down
where we
4 rounds,
expect to
but
see
I don't know,
weaponry
man.
come into play. Maybe even the operator could be dropped over for Kankan, which we've already seen it across the last couple of maps. When he has the op, it really is a different gravy, and when he's playing that Waylay and has the chance to retreat after the first shot, I wouldn't like to be against it.
That's definitely dangerous. Using himself as a recon dart sometimes. Others just going in to cause some problems with the stun. I don't think we've seen him too often be set up for those fights to use the fallback, but definitely could by the end of this. If EDG win this round, I think that is the beginning of the end.
Yeah,
We're well
I
on the
agree.
path, the home stretch.
I mean, if EDG win this round, 100 Thieves has guns. They'll be broke again. EDG will have money. Oh no! Oh no!
The Guardian doing so much work.
All right, 3v4. It's not completely over. It's over. Round's over. Yeah.
And so close to the ace. Still, he's done enough.
Not looking good.
Bulldogs one Guardian and pistols, and the one Guardian
Yeah.
probably should have got the ace, I'll be honest. I think the last kill was the easiest of the lot, but the game can be a cruel mistress sometimes.
What a shot.
Just immediate.
Hits that kill
Already
blinded.
bad enough for the 100 Thieves, but this may have
Yeah.
been nail in the coffin. So
That's not
clean
great.
with that Guardian.
100 Thieves key might get smashed here.
It's a good round, but desperately close. Their key is looking shiny, but more importantly, it's looking safe.
Yeah, it certainly is. The Crusher is calling out to the 100 Thieves key. 5 to 10. EDG
3 more
on double
rounds.
the rounds and 100 Thieves on an eco, moving towards the B site by the looks of things. And if they bring it there, it's Con and it's Chichu that you'll have to get past. That is not an ideal scenario.
I like this. They're just giving up mid.
That mid control,
Like,
but you know, you're working with Sheriffs. It's not somewhere that you're going to go pushing out to in the late game. Indeed, they move back towards B main.
I mean, if 100, I think what 100 Thieves gonna do here is try to get it in,
And then dealing with
get the start in, ping Con, try to
of
ult.
the B side in Boathouse.
Getting ready.
4 and 13, man. Yeah, you're
What
just
will be an
getting outslayed by
incredibly difficult take. You look at the weaponry
crazy
that's
margin.
available, and it stinks. Maybe the Hunter's Fury can pad the gap a little bit, but it's just whether or not he decides to spam it
Here
directly
goes.
into the backside. It has
Okay.
been utilized. Chichu's gone down, but there is a second threat that they
Yeah.
need to deal with, and the Hunter's Fury hasn't connected, at least just yet. Repositioned slightly, but still in the back corner, and still just going crazy with this rifle. He has bought the time for the support to
Yeah,
come in, and
I mean-
once EU finally makes it here after the Hunter's Fury, he has got no friends left. We are down to just one
Jeez.
thief, and he will be dealt with as well.
I like that
Yikes.
attempt from Con too. Trying to use the refract to dodge
Yikes.
the Hunter's Fury. He still gets hit by it, but the quick reposition grabs him one more. The stun
See what
not even
happens.
needed. Nobody was quickly flooding back in.
Oh my god. You see how he turned away physically? That's insane. He's locked in. Do you see that? The flash came in and he turned in game and turned.
Nearly enough, and that's the
Guy's
problem.
insane.
They didn't know going in there that the two strongest players here on
Well,
this map
I
for
think
EDG
this will
so
probably
far
be-
were the two they were trying to get past. And now
This
it all
will
comes down to
probably
this,
be it.
a rifle round that the last chance
Are
for
you-
100 Thieves to start the comeback that they need. 6 rounds behind their opposition.
If 100 Thieves loses this, EDG's gonna have so much cash. 100 Thieves will be on an eco again. I mean, I just don't. Ooh.
They have got to be so careful. They've definitely spotted him, and of course that means the
Okay,
escape.
Cryo with a 2-piece.
Instead, it's
Quick
Cryo
trade,
to at
though.
least be able to find a couple back. Give them the man advantage for this round. He's one off a Blade Storm. Kangan's
Oh,
gonna
no.
go for it again. This time he doesn't have the utility to keep him safe.
Oh, no.
Eventually will go down, but nobody is still available.
All right,
Now
1v2.
going to look to double back in towards this B side. Timing's going to be everything. There's a
He's
chance
gonna hear
that
him,
nobody
though.
can catch him instead. Hearing the TP across, maybe a little bit wary that that could have been an attempt to bait him. Instead,
That shock dart
actually
hit?
just get himself the 1v1s. It seems like Boostio will get into position.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
they're
kind
lined
of.
up nicely now. On Boostio's contact, Xander will swing. The reactions needed for nobody to get away with this, or surreal. Reveal goes
Oh!
out. Oh! It was so close. But
Oh.
Xander, always reliable for 100 Thieves.
Oh, that was
to
close.
Lock in the 6th round.
Oh, that was uncomfortably
so many
close.
More needed though.
Like every single time
I
see
still
one of
think,
their
like-
players in a clutch scenario, and probably
I don't
Xander
know.
on the other side.
That was a must-win for Thieves, though.
Level of belief. And well, you can see the level of belief from Kankan. The fact that he's just running dry through smoke to try and end this game as quickly as possible. Maybe it will be their undoing, but I have a feeling eventually, one of those times it will work.
Almost hit the spray transfer. That would have been crazy.
5 rounds the difference.
All right.
A mammoth attack.
Jet ult
side
coming
needed
in.
from 100 Thieves, something we haven't seen from them throughout this EWC, including the qualifiers on this map.
It's a lot, B.
Gonna have
I keep just trying to bang out this B site, man. I don't know if it's gonna
ever
work.
dangerous. They are pushing into what is the
I mean, they do have
weakest site
knives.
as of now.
There's
If
only
you
one
can
guy
call it
here.
that with Chichu and nobody in close proximity.
You should run.
Okay.
Well, that should at least save them a bit of bother. Chichu forced out of this site. As the lockdown stands strong, the dash in
Okay.
cryo clears all the space, and a plant
Site's
can now
clear,
be
hit the
found
plant.
on the back of the site. But in the meantime, hello? He's
Okay.
just taking Xander down through the wall. Looking for a little more, tagged up heavy at least. But the players using the smoke to get on out. EDG floating back towards the switch
Okay.
and landing themselves a few. Nobody with
All
two
right,
keeps the
2v3.
advantage in their favor. Con has ultimate, and it's going to be put through.
Oh,
forced into the open. He gets a free kill.
1v1.
And JC with it all to do, but it's only one.
Oh.
Asuna, he knows where he is. The nade is good.
He knows he's gonna have to be quiet. Oh.
And JC's not ready for
Okay.
that. A three-piece
Okay.
from Asuna. An 11-7 as a result.
Only 4 more rounds.
Between them. And the problem here is, though, Tom,
Jeez,
these rounds
okay.
are becoming incredibly close, and it feels like EDG are always just one shot away from putting 12 on the board.
Solid opener.
One enemy remains.
But I really like the re-aggression. I think they had that realization
Okay.
that the convergence path was coming, and with that site being so tight, there's really not a lot of places you can stand where you won't get stunned. So they played ahead of it.
I mean, if 100
Gave
Thieves
them the
win this,
only
it'll be
chance they
big, because
had.
then
Well, Barcelona
Ecos
took
will be
that
pretty
chance with
much
both
even.
hands. They still are yet to
I
break
just
the
don't see it
back
happening, man.
of
They're
EDG.
winning
The
these
next
rounds by
will do it.
a sliver.
That would get them within just 2 from a game that was looking done. A round victory here might just ignite the fire of 100 Thieves. And
Okay, let's see how they play this.
the reigning champions at risk.
Okay. Smoke's out.
Well, the mid control's given. Play here from Con, who's been the threat around middle, is to sit in wine and hope that this is an A play.
Oh, man.
Big gamble with 3 players towards that side of the map. No real information
Xander's.
kept around middle. Joe peeks for the most part. Paranoia is thrown through on A.
Uh-oh.
Hunter's Fury is
Uh-oh.
Oh,
no.
that Hunter's Fury was to punish A main to get a bit of
Best bomb
information.
down, too.
And instead, they've now got the advantage. Reveal is great, but Chichu,
Oh, man.
nobody following up.
Okay.
But EU somehow picked up a double.
You
That
got a
equalizes
2-piece.
the numbers. That puts it back into a winnable space.
2v3, spike down.
Short, alone, and challenging Con. That's a free.
Okay.
EU. 3 kills to his name already, but sprinting towards
Wait,
Con.
wait,
12 seconds
wait.
left. The door has to be wide open, and of course, Con is just waiting for his chance to take them down. This
That's
is
it.
done. Even if he doesn't find the
Oof.
kill, the
Okay,
clock
one more
was going
round,
to defeat
and 100 Thieves is out of
That is a
EWC
big
Valorant.
mistake to give Con the spike like that.
It was initially just bad luck. Like, the player that got hit by the Hunter's Fury had the spike. So then when the rest of the team went for their play into B, I don't know, I think
Yeah, he got
Xander
hit
went
with the
to
spike
collect
and
it,
then-
went, okay, well, we've seen that a player's gone down on the B side. Let's try and go in the other direction, and just walks into the best player in the
Yeah.
circle. Like,
He does have, like, hand wraps.
unlucky,
It's
but
interesting.
one that was kind of caused by just the chaos that was created by
God, I'm nervous
EDG.
for them.
25-11, by the way.
They're gonna play aggro. Just bang it out.
I don't know who's doubting at this point. Fools.
Okay. Okay.
This guy is
First
back in
pick.
form. Hunter's Fury.
Oh,
and
no.
Arsene Stinger, but
And
it's
that's
a
2.
very
Okay.
quick trade back.
3v4.
That advantage was barely felt.
At the beginning of the end, it seems Xander does well. Damage done to ZJC too. I mean, this could come back into
Can
their
ult
favor
out?
with the TP
Yeah,
to the other side
ult
of
out.
the map. EU
No, you're dead.
lurching up on mid, but he's
No,
being
no,
tagged
dude.
heavy. The shock doesn't soften up Chichu enough.
2v2.
He survives on 3 HP. They've got the bodies. And fighting in.
Oh!
And he wins that somehow. Asuna.
All right, 22 HP.
And it's a stinger that he's got the perfect weapon to quickly clean them up. And those sprays, close as they may be, not close enough. Asuna still drawing breath. They'll push this together though.
All right, 1v2. They're both super weak.
Playing in his favor. A single burst from that stinger could be enough to take them down. He's in the corner, but of course
no, they're playing tight trades though. All right. Yeah, I mean they're both one shot.
Themselves alive by the skin of their teeth.
I almost would have rather them one peek the other side and one peek this side. If that makes sense? Like one peek both sides of the bomb site. That way they can just wallbang him because they know he's.
I don't know how he got away with that, but so quickly punished.
I don't know. They were both so weak though. I mean, yeah, like one guy peeked that and then they can just get his position at least.
Wasn't 3 HP there. That's a completely different game. Feeling good in the 100 Thieves camp, but plenty more.
Yeah, no more tactical timeouts. Can't do anything.
Needed for EDG to take this across the line.
Okay, yeah, EDG has some timeouts.
Presumably by them.
Ooh. All right, how you guys feeling? You guys enjoying this match?
Stringing these rounds together. But again,
this one's interesting.
Being so close. Yeah. The rounds they win are nail biters. The rounds EDG win are dominant.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that like the rounds that 100 Thieves are winning are, you could argue a bit lucky.
Driver's seat, but it's safe to say that the 100 Thieves are not going down easy. They are kicking and screaming and taking rounds at the closest margins. Think about it. We mentioned that probably 3 or 4 rounds came down to
my back is sweating.
Be it with a 1v1, a 1v2. I think it was multiple spray downs. On the
man, the 100 Thieves is broke too, man.
Asuna, alongside Cryo.
Oh no, sorry. EDG's broke. My bad. I guess they have the rounds to work with. I mean,
may not have made it to the internationals in a while, but they definitely can still swing with the best of them.
Okay.
Losing 13 to 11.
Dude, that would suck for 100 Thieves if EDG wins this round and they're on like an eco.
Facing off against EDG.
Okay, got info though. They're like all B. This Killjoy is nowhere to be found.
You always have to be careful.
Oh,
yep.
They've seen this one before. Chichu playing with his util. The second player deep on site being Concon. 100 Thieves knew what they were facing. Well handled. The post plant up against pistols. A rifle in the hands of Smoggy.
Yeah.
A rifle not in the hands of Smoggy anymore. It's on to Chichu, but maybe they can hope for a bit of damage. A few old doors
hold on.
farmed, but
No, that's it. All right.
They will get. EDG they finally faced off against a dominant round
the
from
nail
100
biter.
Thieves. As the North American side continues their climb back into this, and overtime needed. But it's not that far away.
Yeah, I mean, they only need a few rounds.
We thought we were going to get an overtime on map number
3
1
rounds.
as EDG had to make a similar climb. 100 Thieves have definitely
It's a lot of rounds for 100 Thieves, but I mean, you can have no mistakes here. That's what's so shitty is like, no mistakes.
They need to max out at 5 in a row. And then continue that form into overtime. It still feels like it's
you can have a single
being a reality.
single mistake on Thieves.
Yeah. Definitely been
the map's over.
Sweating a little bit when it comes to some of these late games. When it comes to moments where they need to close. On Sunset, it looked a little bit easier. On Haven, it looked like they'd made the comeback happen but failed. Are they going to let this one slip?
Okay. You got the info.
Like
don't even. Yeah.
One round from Chichu. It won't be his this time. It's Concon that's got the challenge.
Well,
oh, the damage
can't hit him.
Huge. Cryo just about surviving. A Bulldog, the weakest weapon for this squad in the hands of Concon. And almost claiming a kill already. Certainly slowing down the push.
Okay.
Asuna had activated his ultimate. And Chichu off site so the traps didn't go down. And yet they're not able to push on the back of it thanks to that stall utility.
That's scary as well. With 40 seconds left, there are no.
Yeah, you're gonna have to bang out soon.
Close to the side of 100 Thieves, so. Whereas a single kill for Concon would put that Convergence path back online. He's gonna make the move across and actually spot them on the corner. That's quite a lot of information.
Oh no! Okay.
Under pressure. And he doesn't
I mean, they
get
have
the
B.
job done.
Oh, okay.
Back to Cryo and EU.
3v5.
Spamming through the smoke once again. Who could have guessed
Got the
it?
plan off.
And with 3 players.
Okay, 3v5. They save.
Doesn't seem like a plausible good outcome for the
Okay,
side of
gonna be a
EDG.
save.
They're gonna have to save 100
Oh
Thieves are
man, this
continuing
gets
this streak.
this gets iffy.
They will be at double digits. They will be at 10.
You just need one round though. You know what I mean?
two
Like
away
one mistake. One mistake out of these.
Impressive climb back from this squad who previously couldn't put a dominant
my
round
doorbell
on the
just ring?
board. Now they're stringing
Hold
them
on.
together. For EDG, saving these weapons, definitely the priority. And well, it seems like they'll get away with it. EU is the real hunter here, as his ultimate implies. For that attacking side, more of the same. They need these rounds to continue in relatively dominant form because they've won those clutches. They've been ahead, but because of that, the game's been on a knife's edge a number of times. Coming into this round with the saved weapons, the weapons carried forward, it gives them a chance to get a really strong buy. Con, light shields, and the big gun. This is
I
where
swear my doorbell just rang, but I couldn't
turn for the
tell.
worse for 100 Thieves.
Well, you
I really
know
couldn't tell.
how much faith they have in this man when nobody, the second top fragger, on his team, on the server, has taken no shields in order to get that man an op.
Okay,
And
let's see what they
honestly,
can do.
I 100%
I mean-
agree with the decision. It was 5-11 at one point in this game.
Yeah, this is gonna go
We
wild.
now sit with a difference of just 2 for 100 Thieves. A victory here would be big problems economically for EDG and potentially give us an overtime that could send the 2024 champions out of the tournament in dead last. Kankan though stands
Oh,
between them,
wow,
but again,
what a
he's gone
pick.
down first. Cryo has dealt with him 2 rounds in a row.
Okay.
And what was a heavy investment into the superstar has come up with nothing.
4v4,
No, you wish you had
4v5.
those shields now. The fight seems to be coming Chi-Chu's way.
Oh.
They'll be caught by the trap, but nothing comes of it. Chi-Chu knows, though, that these players are getting close. Both cages up. He's built a wall, an area to defend, but they're about to go
Oh
down,
no.
and he
Okay.
only grabs the one.
Trades in.
It's in there with a double, though. Emerging
Oh.
from heaven, the savior of EDG in this round. EU, a sliver of health.
This is it. This is it here.
He could even end it with that shock dart he had primed in his bow. For EU, this needs to be an
That's it.
unbelievable clutch, and it is unbelievable as EDG
Wow.
take it across the line with a chance for revenge.
100 Thieves. 100 Thieves out.
Continue their lower bracket run, and the key
Wow.
of 100 Thieves, despite one
That's
hell
it, huh?
of a well-fought series, will soon be crushed.
It has to feel like a brutal defeat. They came into this tournament in the group of death, and I think you looked at that group
That's
of death
it.
and went, okay, you've got 2 teams that performed well at the last Masters, the other
Pretty sure
is
my
a
doorbell did
Champions
ring.
winner, and then you got 100 Thieves.
But
That
alright,
team
yeah,
with,
there you
like,
go.
relative
100 Thieves out.
but realistically,
We'll switch over to the man, that's crazy. That's crazy. We'll switch back over to the Heretics now.
Kind of
That
indecision.
they
Like Tech
got that started.
through their own spawn.
Yeah, they had to because the Sentry turret was destroyed.
Yeah, it's really
Let me
tough.
change these titles and stuff.
Now
Wow,
fight
I
for
mean,
the
well
lost
fought out 100 Thieves. I think they just started to.
Swing and the recon is a distraction.
They just started down too low. You know what I mean?
Benji and Boo do their best, and their best is enough. The pistol goes to Heretics.
I think they just started down too low, and then they just couldn't. You know.
Which there's not a lot purchased, obviously, for a pistol.
Unfortunate.
You resist the play at B, but I think again, just kind of most importantly, and I'm glad that we caught it. It was that opening battle, Ghost versus Sentry turret at Closet.
But I mean,
for TEC. That's
shout
the
out
flank watch. As soon as that
to
falls,
Edward
you have to be
Gaming
very
taking out 100 Thieves. Pretty wild. I don't know if I would have saw that coming. But yeah. Now onto the last match of the day, which is lucky for us. They're still on map 1.
And then manipulate the map after that. So big pistol win. Classics for the most part. One sheriff.
So let's see what they can do.
As we've got Bulldogs, Marshall,
Tie game,
sheriff upgrade for
almost.
in the anti-eco.
Just a good buddy system from Heretics. It's just always been a
Looks like
position to
TEC's on an eco.
just maybe catching that ankle of T-Virus very soon, and Mini Boo does not care what you throw at him, and Throws out of the sight. Beautiful second shot. And now it is another.
Oh, almost.
And Boo finishes things off too.
There you go.
And the
round one for
comeback is
Heretics.
Yep, good stuff. Clean, just about as good as you would expect. Not much really to break down there. It's Miniboo hits shots, win round. So now we go into the bonus for Team Heretics. Well, really just the one repurchase has to come through for Miniboo. Whereas full rifles are not as potent as you would assume in round 3 of a half for Titan Esports, seeing as they have not been able to plant the spike yet. So 2 regenerative armors plus 1 light armor. You're also dealing with no shock darts.
Yeah, that was an insane match. Shout out to 100 Thieves. I mean, they tried. I think they just started down too low off rip. Like, you know, if you start down that low, like,
were to pull off something like a bonus.
Just don't know if you're coming back from it, you know?
We'll see if they can find a way to muster that as Lucas will connect onto first blood, off angle from Miniboo punished.
It's Tech that won't be surprised, but will still take the time to maybe recon up, or even use Coco's and knives and just layering that. Can't underestimate what Heretics can do, especially someone like Woot. He's got the firepower of Reans behind him. Make this as difficult as possible, and you also
heavy
have
A hit. I mean,
of Abo left behind, not letting Heretics go for any quirky flanks.
Well, it's interesting. You got the flash of the recon bolt here for Titan, but they don't commit.
A lot of KOs recently.
React with the knife close.
Kind of surprised, to be honest. I feel like KO wasn't that big of a like pick in the first day.
In that moment,
a lot more KOs today though.
And if you can delete the sentry turret, you might be able to call some of these defenders off the site, which is important. Knife will reveal a couple, but the long peek does not work out, and now Titan can just run forward. Yeah, no chance there for Boo, and it'll be a comfortable purchase win here for Titan.
Yeah, Tech revealing their numbers and overwhelming Heretics in that encounter, and Benji's left with a lot on his plate to finish. 1 versus 3. Not a lot of time to do so.
And no rifles here for him to collect. All of the offensive bodies are just too far away.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably screwed.
Coco can make first contact, of course, with a flash too, with Howdong ready to swing, and Wei Benji gets one, not the other.
Okay.
And it's Tech
TEC take the lead.
The lead just keeps changing.
Yeah, but for a bonus, you're going to take that.
Titans.
Heretics, you know, you were able to force out 3 repurchases. Granted, the plant's going to make things a little bit more comfortable for
Titans Esports Club.
They did save a little bit of an economy for not purchasing into full armor.
Yeah, 100 Thieves Key is getting crushed right now.
Saving some of the resources on what utility they purchase.
Man.
But initially, you kind of look at how this executes.
That is, yeah, that's tough. I mean, shout out to 100 Thieves. They did their best, you know.
Out again, and you think, wait a second, Heretics
did their best.
Cut a battle back after a lot of the key execute utility was expended, but a couple of opening shots leading to a numbers advantage allowed Tech to continue to use their numbers best they possibly can. Opening toggle for position here around the orb. That Nano Swarm trying to get some pressure on top 410, but Woot is still in position up there, and I'd be curious to see if Tech will do their diligence and continue to put the focus up top here after using some utility to try to contest it.
Yeah, that's crazy pressure out of Heretics, but how long can they really keep this up for? Because this KO don't have a dash the way that the Jet does. Of course, you're not even running a duelist, so, well, you just get to escape the old-fashioned
Oh, yeah,
way.
they don't have a duelist. Interesting.
Being patient. We'll see if that pays off.
Up and over goes the Jet. Lucas for 1 on the trade, but Rien's just getting the job done on the low ground. It's good for 3 before actually being shut down. Boo, last one, standing now in the
there you go. Should be round to TEC again. Heretics will be broke.
Just comes down to where do you want to set it up if you're Tech.
Next is Haven. Haven and Sunset.
Dash past. They cut off the reinforcement.
I feel like these ice boxes are always super close. You heard him.
For how long? Wait a minute. Boo. No 1 versus 2. Now make it only 1. And it's against that star
It's not time, though.
T-Virus has been on one today.
Brother, you're
Now
clearing.
you kind of force him to play close to the spike because of that wall. Now that that's gone, spamming through the box. Boo.
Oh, good try.
And T-Virus will put him to bed.
Yeah. Great stuff from Tech.
All right.
It is interesting
TEC.
to kind of see the decision. We haven't really talked about this in the compositions, but For Heretics,
Damn, they won
not
1,
playing
2,
Jet
3,
here
4, 6 rounds in a row.
allow,
Oof.
Luke to kind of have free reign.
It's so weird how that happens in Valorant. Like, for some reason in Val, like, rounds can just compound out of nowhere.
You have the same thing kind of occurring.
And, like, no lead's really ever safe. It's kind of tough. It's tough to, like, secure a game win on Valorant.
But at the same rate, you don't have the same manipulation of space, especially with the speed that a Jet normally would. So it does require you to find success with your utility or win your first 1v1. Neither really happened there for Heretics outside of Rienz, who does a nice job down low. Hunter's Fury going to get called in. Just trying to create something here if you're Rienz, blindly over towards Closet.
Interesting.
Heretics not really playing forward on B this time. But with that clearance, Boo will step up, and the rest of the numbers of Heretics will stack on towards A.
I mean, should be another TEC round.
Especially when you didn't get anything off the Woot knife that early, but
Oh.
is popular, and so is Woot after a shot like that, and Rienz has been holding it down.
Oh, wow.
And wait a minute, a thrifty opportunity, and Abo is dead too.
Wow.
What a round for Heretics.
What a thrifty.
Absolute momentum changer right there. And as much as Rienz ult doesn't find anything,
Yeah, that's huge for them.
Confirms no information is good information. If you're not connecting with anybody over towards Closet, over towards Green, even over
What's
towards
the econ look like?
Spawn, you should know that Tech not
Titans pretty much broke. Okay.
So you get yourself
Heretics should be able to tie this up.
A bit of a song. The Sheriffs follow up, and Heretics stall off the hit nicely, largely off of the utility from Boo there. So
It's such a weird I just wonder why all the KOs today? You know what I mean?
Have to go onto their eco.
Oh.
Tech on the approach. Okay, Outlaw there. Let's go somewhere else. That's not fun. Both Recon and Knife being used too from the initiators of Heretics to check out A. Lurk not being sussed out there yet. Tech take their time to clear.
Super slow at a TC, yeah. I mean, you're kind of just stuck.
Losing on your execute of Luke's Jet is pretty big. It's a casual flash over the top as a response to the owl drone being sent. Lucas, does he see anything? No, doesn't cut over the top, so. Shock darts just kind of picking away at this. 50 seconds to play, and Tech have to try to force something, and the play is going to be up towards
Should
mid.
be a free pick here. You would think. Yep. That's two. Ooh. Okay.
Decent, but again,
good trade.
Classics. You're trying to get the weapon.
Still, yeah. I mean, you just okay.
There to guard it. A little bit more punishing than you would expect.
Should be round.
Largely comfortable here for Heretics to get to a 9-9 count.
Drive-through window with the drive-by afterwards.
Drive-through window.
B Heretics.
All right.
Evening things up now, 9-9 apiece.
9-9.
Take myself out, he says. No real win streak from either team.
Yeah. A lot of 2-2s. Oh.
To figure out these ultimates, Hunter's Fury and Pit for Tech. Hunter's Fury, I think. Well, we'll
is that all coffee?
Again, but yeah, 2 ults for Titans.
Are they just stacking coffee?
Some of the difficulty right now for Titans has been kind of the same thing that Heretics were facing. Like, how do we get the defense to feel a little bit
are they interviewing
Going
Hunter
to America,
Thieves?
I know we're going to be extremely confident, and I know we can 100% make champs this year.
All right, and I do want to ask you something. There's something you said a little while ago about VCT China and their Valorant, and I...
Okay.
And so you can triple stack onto A. And when in a world where you don't have a jet, trying to be able to throw things like recon darts and knives and flashes really
I think Heretics should be able to clean this one up. I'm not gonna lie.
Trying to resist
I saw Heretic gameplay yesterday. I mean, they got kind of smoked against who they played, but it still didn't look like terrible.
Recon utility that you would normally try to fuel out a team with is really being restrictive right now for Titan. So into this next full purchase with ultimates available, I think the goal has to be, let's try to catch Team Heretics a bit more off guard and not just allow them to, you know, get these early picks or early information gathering to allow them to triple stack on A.
And just great reads from Heretics to just always catch every rotation, every pivot, every second thought Tech have had. Still a very even series.
Okay, even buys now. See what happens.
As Tech now can scale off their Viper wall. Of course, there is always that secondary option, as it looks like Abo is going to go lurk 2, 1 away from the lockdown. Deep smoke allowing Miniboo to creep up towards mid.
Yeah, different look here for Team Heretics. You've got the Killjoy utility set up at yellow because you can back off and lockdown if you feel the presence. You also have Woot one off of a null command. So in terms of Benji Fishy being a potent defender, he's got all the tools needed. Although this step up to yellow causes maybe a little bit more of a
Oh, is he looking for the dart?
concern, but it does raise an eyebrow because you're going to need help for it. They're coming through over the top.
Oh my god, he didn't see him. Oh, that's a huge play.
The opening engagement solid here for Tech, who have still not lost eyes on A with Albo watching over the top of it.
That's the strength.
2 picks on A, get him to run. Another pick. Yeah.
High ground a lot easier. And be as aggressive and fast like that.
They're gonna hear this, though. This Sova's here.
Any development come out of Mini because he's still placing a smoke, and Tech will go to plan B, aka the A site. Pressure back
Okay.
to the screens. Great opening shot for Moon.
2v2. 2v1.
Of their impact at being the anchors for A. And Woot against 2. Howdong and T-Virus with the spike getting planted. And nothing for Woot to really use.
And he's uneasy about the flank, so this is going to be really peculiar.
Yeah.
To see how he puts himself in a position to handle this.
Oh, they use the ult too. I mean.
To go and explore and health drain.
Oh, he shot.
Is already put shots in, so he alerts Tech to his presence. Not even gonna tap the spike.
Yeah, tough. All right.
Double digits for Tech.
Yeah, really good stuff there from Tech, and it's almost exactly as, you know, prescribed. Put pressure across the entirety of the map. You know, you've got Abo who never loses eyesight.
That's kind of crazy with 100 Thieves is out already. But shout out to EDG. I mean, they did such a good job. Like, they played it so well.
Yes, there's a trade that comes through, but again, in that picture, you never lose sight of A, but more importantly, you also had Howdong, who was making sure the defense was kept honest on the rotation back.
All right, let's see.
Well. So, again, really
could be Heretics down a map. Haven too.
To stretch the defense, contest them across.
Tell me this isn't a tech timeout. Tell me this isn't a tech timeout.
You know, 5v5 or 5v4 or 4v3 like on top of one particular site. So, really love that a lot in terms of Titan's evaluation of what's going wrong and how they can best counter it.
Technical Esports Club. 10-9. It just builds tension, guys.
Does it? The only tension I'm feeling is in my lower back right now.
I see you doing yoga over there.
That's just stretching. I'm old.
Prod, hey, I got you to admit it twice today.
I'm owning it today.
We're going to start doing yoga classes, Prod. Show us on cam. Hit the, what's it, the Iron Man pose? What is that?
What, T-pose?
Not the T-pose. Oh, the Warrior.
The Warrior.
That's
the one where like you're like in lunge.
So many,
like this?
dude. This B stream is just riddled with tech timeouts, man.
A little stretchy, I can't lie.
Yeah.
I know that there's a lot of people who are probably tuning into the stream right now because the A stream is over. Hi.
Well, it's over?
It's over. EDG 113-10. Little comeback effort from 100 Thieves, but couldn't quite get over the finish line.
So let's see who plays tomorrow.
Awesome for EDG, obviously.
Yeah, and I think, you know, 100 Thieves will look at this event and say
They haven't updated the schedule, so I don't know who's playing exactly tomorrow. So DRX plays Sentinels. Carmine Core play Billy Billy. Interesting. And then Genji will probably play.
Look at and say, okay, like we're competing with some of the world's best teams.
Genji will probably play EDG.
After what we saw at Masters, and
RRQ will probably play winner of this, I would assume.
At the top of the lists again. Things are going pretty well. Looks like the adjustments are solid.
We've had some keys get crushed.
Yeah,
of course, if you guys go to EWC,
Yeah, who got eliminated so far now? We have G2, 100 Thieves.
I saw some photos.
Who else?
I don't get to watch the A stream too much, you know, handling business here, but the whole hydraulic press and
and then whoever Sentinels played. I already forgot the name.
Everyone keeps their keys in too nice and safe. I'd be losing that. I'd be putting it in my back pocket and do not put us in charge of keys.
It's heavy. It's like straight gold. It's heavy.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's heavy.
Yeah, and having keys get crushed. I just want to see the first Valorant event. You pick 3 keys.
Yeah.
Of losing teams to put in your trophy.
I think there's going to be
juicy.
Let's just say and hypothetically go down this pathway. Let's just
Is it
say
the same setup?
Fnatic play the grand finals as a rematch. You take that person's key, and then after that, do you take like your region rivals and take their keys?
All of the
well, sorry guys, another tech pause.
I would take the #1 from all the other regions.
That's fair. I think there's
or
also
maybe
level
the people
like,
you just beat.
Yeah, people that you beat, like that could be something.
Sense.
Yeah.
But also aura farming to be able to put all the #1 teams from all the other regions, because you would be just the best team in the world.
Just waiting for this.
Here's a question for you. So I know like we had this conversation.
Waiting for this tech pause again.
Started, like, a lot of us still ranked Fnatic higher than PaperX because of the consistency they've shown on the year. What would have to happen for that to be a distinct difference? Like, does PaperX have to win for them to be the best team in the world definitively, or do they currently hold that after winning Masters? Like, what's your take on who the best team in the world is right now?
That's so tough because I really would just want to be on the PaperX. I'm very PaperX too.
Well, boys, we just hit 7 hours live. 7 hours. I'm pretty sure today was only supposed to be about a 5-hour day. But I think the tech pauses. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense if this was delayed like half an hour, 45 minutes. If the other one was delayed about an hour.
That's fair.
The Sentinels match was definitely delayed like an hour and a half. So
Bay was like super soft, and PaperX
this match is like 2 hours behind.
Down 10-4, ended up winning it in double overtime.
But we're gonna stay here. We're gonna finish it out.
So, you know, I don't think there's a lot of weight flown around towards.
We're gonna finish it out.
The opponent that they've played to this point.
What if this is the event for NRG? Can I just throw that out there? They look really good.
They're currently, based on like map differential and round count differential, they're currently the best team at the event.
Something's going on though. They gotta fix
Mata
this.
is so sick. That whole team
They gotta fix this.
is North America.
I mean, the mainstreams had like no tech pauses pretty much. So there's gotta be something with this setup here. On this, always this right side too.
I don't know who we have to beat up to get that on the B stream, but
I think it would be, right? Because
I don't know.
KC, Billy.
I just work here.
I just work here. No, I bet they saw DRX Sentinels to main, because that's some aura farming match right there.
Yeah, we'll definitely be watching that one.
Kind of what I like about this format is you get like if you won early, you got more breaks to kind of de-stress and figure out your next move, watch the tape on everyone else.
Yeah, sure.
Heck yeah.
Who do you like between Gen G and EDG?
Okay, yeah, so it is Gen G, EDG.
Pilled on a lot of things apparently. I keep saying that, but
I can hear that. They already had. I mean, they had a 13-4 win already. It's a rematch.
I don't know what pilled means.
Gen G had 13-4 win. I'm saying. But.
Oh, and then they have ZJC, who I thought was gonna lose some aura after changing that name.
Kong.
Oh, Kong. Who was the guy who changed his name? ZMJ?
Oh no, ZJC did change his name. Yeah, you're right. ZMJCKK 52 exclamation point tilde key.
Yeah, one of the Z's changed their name.
ZJC did.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, changing your name. We kind of wanted our lives to be a living hell about at least player name pronunciations.
Yeah, for real. There's a couple of tough ones at the event.
Oh man.
Kind of tallying what's
well,
happening.
How's everybody doing? You guys enjoy the stream today? The matches, a lot of fun matches.
TEC.
Sorry again, I can't really, you know.
A huddle of referee black shirts around.
I can't really
their state,
do anything about this one.
We really should. You know, that's a heck of a way of motoring off. One by one they go.
I heard game is ready, so
okay.
Any second now.
Famous last word.
This is the youngest and oldest you're ever gonna be. Live in the moment.
What?
No, this is the youngest I'll ever be. You always get older. You never get younger, right?
Oh.
Youngest and oldest. Wait, is that right?
I don't make me think too hard.
No.
This is the youngest. Wait.
This right now is the youngest you'll ever be.
Yeah.
And now you're not. Now you're the youngest again.
Yeah.
Because you never get younger.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, it's true.
Mitch is
that's kind of sad.
That's not a good sign.
Mitch, are you the youngest and the oldest you'll ever be?
No.
He's just laughing.
If he were to die in the next second, he's the oldest he'd ever be.
Oh, your mic's up. What's up?
Hi, guy.
What was the question?
Are you the youngest and oldest you'll ever be?
Jen just said you're the youngest and oldest you'll ever be right now. It's like, it's the youngest I'll ever be.
The youngest?
Not the oldest.
Huh?
Because you're constantly getting older, right? Yeah. Like every second you're getting older.
Yeah, guys. Yeah. I think, you know what? We watched almost all the matches today. I think I'm going to call it for the day. Thank you guys so much for stopping by and being here. If you're new, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll be live tomorrow for the match. I'm sorry I'm not covering the last one. I've just been live 7 hours, and I don't know how long this delay will be, and I need to eat and shower and like do laundry, you know, adult things. But yeah, thanks everyone for stopping by. Thank you EWC for allowing me to do this. It's been an honor. I'm going to be streaming every day. Hopefully all the matches, as long as they're not delayed like crazy. And yeah, we'll be here tomorrow for the next group of elimination matches. It should be some really good matches tomorrow. I'm super excited. So yeah, I'm out. Look at you, man, all grown up. Yeah, I guess I just can't. There's been like 3 hours of delays today on the B stream. I just can't. So yeah, we got a lot of viewers on YouTube. Thank you guys for being here. I'll be there tomorrow, same time. So don't forget to subscribe if you liked the stream. If you didn't, that's fine. But yeah, I'm out. Thanks everybody for tuning in. And yeah, we'll be live tomorrow. Peace.